It's off.
Excellencies, friends, I'm starting by apologizing for the fact I will not be able to stay until the end, but someone has scheduled the Security Council summit meeting for today at 11, after the summit had been scheduled. And according to the rules, I have to be in the Security Council. So my apologies. But the fact that I will be leaving before the session ends does not mean that I do not consider this an absolute priority in our work this week. Our focus here is on climate solutions, and our task is urgent. Humanity has opened the gates of hell. Horrendous heat is having horrendous effects. Distraught farmers watching crops carried away by floods, sweltering temperatures spawning disease, and thousands fleeing in fear as historic fires rage. Climate action is dwarfed by the scale of the challenge. If nothing changes, we are heading towards a 2.8-degree temperature rise, towards a dangerous and unstable world. But the future is not fixed. It is for leaders like you to write it. We can still limit the rise in global temperature to 1.5 degrees. We can still build a world of clean air, green jobs, and affordable clean power for all. The path forward is clear. It has been forged by fighters and trailblazers, some of whom are with us today. Activists refusing to be silenced. Indigenous peoples defending their lands from climate extremes. Chief executives transforming their business models and financiers funding a just transition. Mayors moving towards a zero-carbon future, and governments working to stamp out fossil fuels and protect vulnerable communities. But if we are to meet the 1.5-degree limit and protect ourselves from climate extremes, climate champions, particularly in the developing world, need solidarity. They need support, and they need global leaders to take action. Action to reduce emissions. The move from fossil fuels to renewables is happening, but we are decades behind. We must make up time lost to foot dragging, arm twisting, and the naked greed of entrenched interests raking in billions from fossil fuels. The proposed Climate Solidarity Pact calls on major emitters who have benefited most from fossil fuels to make extra efforts to cut emissions, and on wealthy countries to supporting emerging economies to do so. And the acceleration agenda I have proposed calls on governments to eat fast forward, so that developed countries reach net zero as close as possible to 2040, and emerging economies as close as possible to 2050, according to the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities. And it also urges countries to implement a fair, equitable, and just energy transition while providing affordable electricity to all. By ensuring credible plans to exit coal by 2030 for OECD countries and 2040 for the rest of the world. By ending fossil fuel subsidies, which the IMF estimates reached an incredible $7 trillion in 2022, and by setting ambitious renewable energy goals in line with 1.5-degree limit. The acceleration agenda also calls for climate justice. Many of the poorest nations have every right to be angry. Angry that they are suffering most from a climate crisis they did nothing to create. Angry that promised finance has not materialized, and angry that their borrowing costs are sky high. We need a transformation to rebuild trust. Excellence.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, governments must push the global financial system towards supporting climate action, and that means putting a price on carbon, and overhauling the business models of multilateral development banks so that they leverage far more private finance at reasonable cost to developing countries. All parties must operationalize the Loss and Damage Fund at COP28. Developed countries must meet the $100 billion commitment, replenish the Green Climate Fund, and double adaptation funding. And everyone must be covered by an early warning system by 2027 by implementing the action plan we launched last year. At the same time, the acceleration agenda calls for business and financial institutions to embark on true net zero pathways. Shady pledges have betrayed the public trust. Some companies have even tried to block the transition to net zero, using wealth and influence to delay, distract, and deceive. And this is shameful. Every company that truly means business must create just transition plans that credibly cut emissions and deliver climate justice in line with the recommendations of my high-level expert group. Excellencies, friends, the future of humanity is in your hands, is in our hands. One summit will not change the world, but today can be a powerful moment to generate momentum we can build on over the coming months, and in particular at the COP. We can and we must turn up the tempo, turn plans into action, and turn the tide. I thank you.
Secretary-General, and the Secretary-General has just laid out the major elements of his acceleration agenda to safeguard the 1.5-degree temperature goal and to deliver climate justice. But today we are here to hear from the first movers and doers, those being first to begin alignment with this ambitious but necessary acceleration agenda. So before we delve in, I would like to remind leaders of the format of this discussion. We ask that the interventions are no more than 3 minutes long. I would like to also note that our next speaker was to be His Excellency Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, the President of Brazil, but he has unfortunately fallen ill. His Minister of Environment will address this meeting at the end of this first session. Now I'd like to welcome His Excellency William Ruto, President of Kenya. Mr. President, you just hosted the Africa Climate Action Summit, and you are taking your country, Kenya, out of fossil fuels. Could you please share your vision on ensuring that Africa is an equal partner in a just and equitable transition?
Thank you very much. I will use this, I don't know, is that audible?
It's working.
Okay, thank you. I will use this opportunity to reflect briefly on the Nairobi Declaration, which is the principal output of the successful Africa Climate Summit, which took place a fortnight ago, and its fresh perspective, which frames economic growth and climate action as simultaneous and complementary, not sequential and mutually exclusive strategies. Africa is a young continent with a median age of 19 and the home of the world's youngest and fastest growing workforce of highly skilled and immensely motivated men and women hungry for opportunity. Africa possesses abundant renewable energy potential. Africa holds 2/3 of the world's remaining unutilized arable land. Africa owns 30% of the world's critical mineral reserves, and Africa's natural assets from vast mangrove, peatlands, forests form a significant proportion of the Earth's last remaining lungs and critical habitats for biodiversity. Africa's vast resources and our people's spirit of enterprise constitute a potential that can be activated through investment to unlock African prosperity and clean, green global manufacturing. Our low emission profile is a singular advantage in that unlike other regions, Africa has no need to choose between satisfying new demand and decarbonizing existing capacity, because our existing capacity is very low. We can leapfrog straight into a fully green industrial paradigm. Our commitment is categorical. We are ready, prepared, and eager to do our part in full in setting global production and consumption on an ecologically sustainable path. Yet, we cannot and must not do this on our own. The Nairobi Declaration defines concrete roles for the global community as partners in this transformation. Global collective action is urgently required to transform the institutional architecture of international financial systems and mobilize the necessary capital that will forge the golden key of investment. The declaration therefore proposes a pathway towards a global climate financing charter by 2025. The Nairobi Declaration advocates the following specific measures. To begin with, new debt relief instruments and interventions to proactively manage debt default, principally through the extension of tenure of existing sovereign debt and the provision of a 10-year grace period. Additionally, the issuance of new special drawing rights dedicated to climate crisis response of similar magnitude and with similar urgency and resolve as the SDR provision for pandemic response 2 years ago, together with the scaling up of concessional financing by at least $500 billion. Further, the elimination of existing gross and irrational disparities in credit rating and risk analysis before 2025 to address the manifestly unfair situation where low-income countries pay up to 5 times more than their wealthier counterparts. The declaration proceeds to set out viable sources of resources required for effective climate action, which run to the order of trillions of dollars, by including a universal tax on fossil fuel trade, emission levies on aviation and maritime transport, and a global financial transaction tax. Finally, the declaration advocates for integrity in the international accounting systems that supports the proper valuation of mineral wealth, natural capital, and ecosystem services in the computation of national GDPs. Finally, neither Africa nor the developing world stands in need of charity, handouts, or harms from the developed countries. What we need is fairness, a fair financial system, fair market access for green assets, products, and services, fair national regional trade mechanisms which promote fair competition to facilitate efficient deployment of capital in locations offering the highest comparative advantage for global decarbonization. Africa's inaugural climate summit has sent forth a message of hope to humanity that the industrial and socio-economic transformation of Africa and the developing countries is at the same time the surest pathway to effective, rapid implementation of climate action, decisive and affirmative response to the great existential threat of our time. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Now I would like to give the floor to Her Excellency, Ms. Fayame Naomi Mataafa, the Prime Minister of Samoa, to take the floor. SIDS, Prime Minister, have long championed 1.5 degrees, loss and damage, and the climate action agenda. Prime Minister, what are SIDS pushing to help close the gaps we face and to get us where we need to be?
Thank you, Secretary-General and Your Excellencies. I am pleased to deliver this intervention as chair of AOSIS on behalf of people inhabiting some of the most vulnerable regions in the world. I stand here for the people of Tuvalu and Kiribati, islands where communities have already been forced to relocate due to the rising seas. I stand here for the Marshall Islands, where residents are challenged to access safe drinking water due to saltwater intrusion. I stand here for Dominica, where Hurricane Maria cost $90 billion in damage. I stand here for the Maldives, where coastal erosion is threatening livelihoods. In short, I stand here to ensure that all people of small island developing states know that their voices are being heard on the world stage, and we will not stop fighting for their right to remain on the lands in which the legacies of their ancestors are rooted, the lands we have every obligation to protect. We endorse the Secretary-General's acceleration agenda for climate action. For decades, AOSIS has been sounding the alarm on the devastating impacts of climate change and the need for countries to be accountable for their contribution to this crisis. As SIDS, our contribution to greenhouse gas emissions is less than 1%. The G20 is responsible for 80% of the emissions. The pursuit of profit over the well-being of humanity is not right. It is unjust. The synthesis report for the technical dialogue of the global stocktake underscores that emissions are not in line with the 1.5 degrees Celsius goal, and the window to up ambition and deliver on current promises is closing fast. We must work together on this. There is absolutely no time to waste. The world can peak emissions by 2025 through collective action. SIDS are not standing still, waiting for the world to change. However, we urgently need the support of the international community, particularly on the financial and technical fronts. SIDS are actively engaged in climate action to address the challenges posed by climate change and promote sustainability. For instance, Samoa is transitioning to clean, sustainable energy through the utilization of renewable energy sources. Dominica is committed to becoming the world's first climate-resilient nation, investing in resilient infrastructure, reforestation, and geothermal energy projects. Palau has created one of the world's largest marine sanctuaries, the Palau National Marine Sanctuary. Cabo Verde has been developing wind and solar energy projects to reduce reliance on fossil fuels. Many small islands are leading the way in driving forward renewable energy initiatives, as well as making concerted adaptation efforts to combat erosion and sea level rise and address water and agricultural challenges. Colleagues, the time has come to truly commit to climate action. As we look ahead to COP28, AOSIS is reiterating our call to course correct and ratchet up ambition based on the latest science, particularly through outcomes of the global stocktake process, mitigation work program, and the global goal on adaptation work program, and operationalize a loss and damage fund that is fit for purpose for particularly vulnerable countries, especially our small island developing states. Excellencies, make no mistake, the storm is gaining strength. It is our responsibility as leaders to secure a resilient and prosperous future for our people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Excellency. I would now like to give the floor to Ms. Liddy Nakpil, coordinator of the Asian People's Movement on Debt and Development, and a climate justice activist. Ms. Nakpil, you have emphasized the importance of ending fossil fuels quickly and fairly. How can we make this transition just and equitable?
Thank you. Thank you for the floor.
Would you turn on your microphone, please? It is counterintuitively red, everybody, when it's on.
Thank you so much. Last Sunday, we took part in the historic climate march here in New York, adding our voices to the urgent call for the end to fossil fuels. The march capped hundreds of similar actions that started in Asia last September 15, with thousands of people joining mobilizations in multiple locations in 12 Asian countries, followed by actions in the Pacific, Europe, Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean and North America. We call for the release of young climate activists arrested in Uganda in the peaceful protests. We are here to reiterate our call for all governments to take decisive, bold actions for a rapid, equitable transition out of fossil fuels directly to renewable energy systems, with no loopholes, no exceptions, no false, unreliable solutions that merely extend the life of fossil fuels and serve as excuses to continue emitting greenhouse gases. The current commitments are nowhere near enough. We need new commitments and agreements, including an international treaty for the non-proliferation of fossil fuels and a global phase-out plan with clear timelines and fair sharing of actions to reach real zero by 2050. As we all know, the climate crisis has already claimed millions of lives, wreaked devastating impacts on our health, livelihoods, food and water systems, cost trillions of dollars in damages to crops, homes, and infrastructure, and triggered horrifying disasters such as super typhoons, unprecedented droughts, and raging wildfires. How much more pain, loss, and suffering will it take for everyone to do what is necessary? We urge governments to fulfill their duties and obligations to their people, to all of humanity, and we especially call on governments of the wealthiest countries who bear the biggest responsibilities for the climate crisis, whose commitments are the farthest away from their fair share of climate actions, and yet are fond of presenting themselves as climate champions. The fair share of these wealthiest countries includes meeting their full obligations to deliver climate finance. Climate finance is so absolutely vital, not only for adaptation, building resilience, and covering loss and damage. It is fundamental for equity and justice and fair sharing of efforts in the energy transition, without which this transition will not succeed. We, the people of the Global South, are not asking for aid or assistance. Climate finance is an obligation and part of reparations for historical and continuing harms and injustices. We have a right not just to survive, but to build a better home and future for our children. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Nakpil. And next, I would like to invite Her Excellency Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Commission. The EU is implementing its Green Deal. Is there anything more the EU can do to accelerate climate action, both at home and abroad?
Thank you very much. It's on. Now we have 70 days and then the world will meet in Dubai. Expectations increase as temperatures rise, so we have to become concrete. And I would like to speak about three topics: its ambitions, its targets, and its finance and investment. First, on ambition, we have to better protect our citizens, especially the most vulnerable ones, against the loss and damage that climate change brings. We need to agree on effective solutions, still this year. The European Union will be a strong ally in those discussions. But at the same time, we should also show ambition in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So we should go faster in removing the root causes of climate change. The European Union has set ambitious emission reduction goals for 2030. We want to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 55% at least. And the good news is we are on track to overshoot this goal already. But similar ambition is needed by other major emitters to ensure that global emissions peak by 2025 and unabated fossil fuels are phased out well before 2050. My second topic, targets. We have to propel the global clean energy transition. And therefore, together with COP28 President Sultan Al Jaber, with President Ruto of Kenya, Prime Minister Mia Mottley of Barbados, and others, we're building a global coalition so that by COP28, the whole world can agree on tripling renewable energy and doubling annual energy savings by 2030. We need these global goals because only what gets measured gets done. And finally, on finance and investment, more investment is needed, and especially in developing countries with a huge potential for renewable energy, clean hydrogen, and critical raw materials. And that was also the message of the African Climate Summit you just heard President Ruto. Europe has heard this message. In the next 5 years alone, we will invest at least 4 billion euros in renewable energy and hydrogen in developing economies as part of our 300 billion euro Global Gateway plan. And this brings me to my last point, and this was just mentioned. We need to prompt investments before we meet in Dubai. We have to meet the $100 billion climate finance goal. Indeed, it is a question of trust. The European Union will contribute its fair share of $27 billion, as we did the last years. More is needed for finance. We want to support the establishment of green bond markets in the low and middle income countries. Europe strongly supports a reform of international financial system. And we will work with you, Secretary-General, I heard you, and with interested countries to have at least 60% of global emissions covered by carbon pricing by 2030. Today, it's only 23% that are covered. And this brings revenue already of $95 billion. So just imagine we could cover 60% of global greenhouse gas emissions, the amount of revenues that we would get to invest in low and middle income countries. These proposals are concrete, they are realistic. Let's use the coming 70 days to turn them into reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I would now like to welcome His Excellency Pham Minh Chinh, Prime Minister of Vietnam. Prime Minister, Vietnam is at the forefront of those pioneering a just and equitable energy transition away from coal and towards renewables, not just to tackle the climate crisis, but also to accelerate. Please share with us the latest in Vietnam's efforts to achieve net zero by 2050.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Excellencies, climate change continues to be the greatest global challenge, directly affecting and causing severe damage to economic development, social welfare, and more directly to life and health of people. The wrath of nature, evident through harrowing heat waves, floods, and drought, are warning, urging us to take stronger and more responsible actions to minimize the global warming rate. This challenge calls for us to take a global and a whole-of-people approach with breakthrough holistic, comprehensive, and innovative solutions. Therefore, I think we must establish a new vision, new way of thinking, new resolve and resolute action for net zero green development. To realize this goal, we must accelerate just and green energy transition, placing the people at the center and as the owner and leaving no one behind. I call on developed countries, international organizations to lend active support to developing, less developed and least developed countries in green technology, green finance, green management and human resources training, as well as in the building of the renewable energy industry, smart grids, among others. We must especially build next-generation partnerships and bolster green climate financing through public-private planning, in which public investment leads the way for private investment. Developed countries and international partners must double financing for adaptation by 2025 and operationalize the Loss and Damage Fund at COP28 as committed. This will help support developing countries to address climate change consequences. The global financial system should continue to be reformed comprehensively to strengthen its capability to provide green financing to help the world better cope with tremendous challenges of climate change. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, while still developing country facing no small amount of challenges, in the spirit of action for green Earth, Vietnam is determined to achieve its net zero commitment by 2050. Vietnam is among 30 countries to submit nationally determined contribution (NDC) and one of the 3 developing countries to participate in the ZP. With the companionship and full support of the international community, we can strive to rapidly cut greenhouse gas emission down to 43.5% by 2030 and generate 70% of its energy through renewables by 2050. Vietnam is working actively with international partners to develop a resource mobilization plan for ZP to be announced at COP28. It's our hope that this collaboration will become a model to promote global just energy transition for a green future for all humankind. Let us foster awareness, jointly, decisively act, and share in the responsibility. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Next, I would like to give the floor to His Excellency Olaf Scholz, Chancellor of Germany. Chancellor, Germany has made significant strides in accelerating mitigation efforts with commitments like achieving net zero emissions by 2045 and phasing out coal, ideally by 2030, or at the latest by 2038 by law. Considering this ambitious agenda, how does Germany plan to accelerate decarbonization in emission-intensive sectors?
Thank you. Excellencies, colleagues, 2023 could become a decisive moment in our fight against climate change. On the one hand, this year is set to go down in the statistics and as the hottest ever recorded to date. On the other hand, 2023 also has the potential to become a turning point with regard to climate action. There are 3 developments in particular that can give us hope and spur us on to be even more ambitious. First, we are turning words into deeds. As a country, we honored our pledge to provide at least 6 billion euro international climate financing. We did this 3 years earlier than previously allowed in 2022 instead of 25. And recent estimates make me confident that the industrialized countries will reach the $100 billion climate finance commitment for the first time this year. To move us even closer to that target, Germany is hosting the Green Climate Fund Replenishment Conference in Bonn this October. Germany plans to contribute 2 billion euro, an increase of 500 million euro compared to the last replenishment. Solid financial commitments are the necessary basis for making decisive progress at COP28. But in Dubai, it will take the strong resolution of us all to phase out fossil fuels, first and foremost coal. Germany's own phase out by 2038, ideally by 2030, is firmly anchored in our law. As a result of the global stocktake in Dubai, we should also agree on clear targets for the expansion of renewable energies and for energy efficiency by 2030. And here lies a second reason for being hopeful. At our recent summit in Delhi, the G20 agreed to triple renewable energy capacity by 2030. Coming from those who are producing roughly 80% of global emissions, this is a remarkable step forward. Domestically, we are on track to produce 80% of our electricity from renewables by 2030. Our goal is climate neutrality by 2045. Factoring in the impact of carbon sinks, we are projecting to cut our emissions by at least 88% in 2040 already. In Dubai, we will also be able to celebrate the launch of the International Climate Club. And that's a third reason why 2023 could mark a turning point. The club currently has 27 members and it keeps growing. As one of the co-chairs, together with our friends from Chile, I would like to invite all of you who share our ambition to speed up the decarbonization of our industrial sectors to join the club. Its goal is simple. We will join hands to develop a framework for green growth, a framework that makes decarbonized industrial production our business model. Ladies and gentlemen, man-made climate change is without a doubt the greatest global challenge of our times. Our ambition to make 23 a turning point for climate action should be even greater. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And I would now like to ask His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, President of South Africa, to take the floor. Sir, South Africa's approach to addressing climate change involves a just transition and a society-wide commitment to both mitigation and adaptation. How does South Africa plan to leverage its unique position and experience in implementing a just transition?
Thank you. Secretary-General of the United Nations, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have witnessed with increasing alarm the effects of climate change, environmental degradation, and unsustainable production and resource scarcity on human health and well-being. As countries across the world seek practical ways to build back better from the COVID-19 pandemic and multiple crises, we are presented with a unique and unprecedented opportunity to set the global economy on a more equitable, environmentally sustainable, and low-carbon developmental path. Despite having little responsibility for causing climate warming, Africa is warming faster than the rest of the world. Like other parts of the global south, the continent is significantly affected by climate change. As such, climate actions cannot be separated from the drive for sustainable and inclusive development. The signs that we see sends a clear message that the world is not on track to meet the goals contained in the Paris Agreement. This Climate Ambition Summit must therefore instill the necessary urgency and propel the actions that we all need to take to prevent the destruction of our planet. Developed economy countries in particular must act with urgency to accelerate the reduction of emissions and fulfill their obligations and honor past promises. Earlier this month, there was a summit that was held in Nairobi, which resulted in the call to action to achieve the vision that was set out of economic transformation. African leaders have called on the international community to support efforts to massively increase Africa's renewable energy capacity by 2030. They are seeking, as leaders, investment in smart, efficient green technologies. They have called for support to strengthen actions to halt and reverse biodiversity loss, deforestation, as well as desertification. Structural reform is needed to promote transitions that are just and inclusive. Trade mechanisms must enable products from Africa to compete on a fair and equitable basis. And the multilateral financial system must build resilience to climate shocks and better leverage the balance sheet of multilateral development banks to scale up concessional finance and other forms of creative financing mechanisms. The system needs to provide interventions for debt management and relief to prevent debt default. Financing for climate action should respect the right of all countries to pursue their own developmental pathways. As South Africa implements its ambitious, nationally determined contribution, which is aligned to the Paris Agreement temperature goals, we see new opportunities for green growth and development. With abundant solar and wind resources, with significant resources of critical minerals, South Africa is positioning itself to be a leader in renewable energy, green hydrogen, and sustainable industrialization. Due to regulatory changes and the surge of investment, South Africa has confirmed pipeline of renewable energy projects that are expected to produce in excess of 10 gigawatts of electricity. South Africa has established a just transition framework to ensure that climate actions adhere to the principles of procedural, restorative, and distributive justice. We are committed to building resilience to the impact of climate change and reducing our emissions in ways that are appropriate to our national circumstances. As South Africa and as the African continent, we are working to give substance to our assertion that no country should ever have to choose between developmental aspirations and climate action. This summit must therefore demonstrate that the leaders of the world are committed to ambitious climate actions that are inclusive, comprehensive, and in the end that they should leave no one behind. I thank you.
I thank His Excellency, and I would now like to invite Mr. Gavin Newsom, the California governor, to take the floor. Sir, California now has a 2045 net zero date in law, a credible transition plan to get there, and now a landmark lawsuit against some of the world's largest fossil fuel companies. Governor, please tell us more of the bold actions and policies that are needed and will be taken to deliver on California's climate plan.
Secretary, thank you, Secretary-General. Thank you all for the privilege of this opportunity. And the spirit of this convening around movers and doers, I come from a state of dreamers and doers, a state that has long prided itself on being on the leading and cutting edge. We love to say about California, the future happens there first. We are America's coming attraction. Unsurprisingly, it was 1945 where the United Nations Charter was founded in the great state of California. I say that again as a point of pride and a point of consideration as it relates to the issue that brings us here today. It was just 22 years later in 1967 when then conservative Governor Ronald Reagan began the process of leading the modern American environmental movement with the creation of the California Air Resources Board and the first regulations of tailpipe emissions in America. Richard Nixon himself codified that effort in 1970 with the Clean Air Act. California continued to lead by example in the 70s with energy efficiency. We led with the first fully functioning cap-and-trade program in the United States. We continue to lead as it relates to efforts to completely transition to 100% zero-emission vehicles, the first state in America to establish a firm goal. And we also have established the most comprehensive plan to implement, we call it the Great Implementation, our ambitious goals and advance our low-carbon green growth future. I say all of that very mindful that if you read the newspaper or turn on your TV, that you see a state, not just of dreamers and doers, but you see a state that's burning up, a state that's choking up, a state that's heating up with wildfires and floods and droughts, places, lifestyles, and traditions being destroyed right in front of our eyes, despite all of that leadership, despite that ambition. So I'm here with humility and gratitude to all of you, but particularly you, Mr. Secretary-General, for your clarity, because I think it's time for us to be a lot more clear. This climate crisis is a fossil fuel crisis. This climate crisis persists. It's not complicated. It's not complicated. It's the burning of oil. It's the burning of gas. It's the burning of coal. And we need to call that out. For decades and decades, the oil industry has been playing each and every one of us in this room for fools. They've been buying off politicians. They've been denying and delaying science and fundamental information that they were privy to, that they didn't share or they manipulated. Their deceit and denial going back decades has created the conditions that persist here today. And so thank you, Madam Undersecretary, for recognizing California's effort to join the efforts of others to be more clear and concise in terms of what we're up against and our responsibility to do more and be more. And I say all of that in closing with a spirit not of a closed fist, but of an open hand and an appreciation that we are all in this together and mindful that all of us have unique circumstances, all of us have unique traditions, all of us have unique challenges. And I just offer this, Mr. Secretary-General, again, gratitude to you, not just for your position, formal authority, but exercising your moral authority and sharing your voice and your action and passion on clarifying what we're up against. And I thank each and every one of you for the privilege of this time.
Thank you, Governor. I would now like to invite His Excellency Pushpa Kamal Dahal Prachanda, Prime Minister of Nepal, to take the floor. Sir, the least developed countries are some of the most vulnerable to ever-increasing climate impacts around the world, while the least responsible. What are some of the priorities for the LDCs to tackle the climate crisis, and how is Nepal itself aligning with the Secretary-General's acceleration agenda, including on its net zero target?
Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary-General, Excellencies, I thank you, Madam Chair, for turning me the floor. Let me first respond to you as the LDC Bureau Chair, highlighting some important issues from my full statement submitted for records. As the most vulnerable countries, LDCs have been bearing the brunt of climate change, despite accounting for only 3.3% of greenhouse gas emission. For LDCs to tackle climate crisis, first, we call for effective implementation of Doha program backed with adequate resource and technology as it comprehensively addresses climate change, environmental degradation, and recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, putting resilience and risk-informed development at the core. I thank you for prioritizing LDCs in the early warning initiative. Second, I join you call to double adaptation finance by 2025 and urge for devoting half of climate finance to adaptation. Third, we urge for the fulfillment of 100 billion climate finance commitment, replenishment of Green Climate Fund, and operationalization of loss and damage fund with simple and easy access procedure for LDCs. Fourth, we commend your initiative and effort for a just transition, urging for enhanced support and investment to meet SDG 7 in LDC, as 48% their population lack access to electricity. And fifth, the global stock take during COP28 must be a moment of critical course correction to keep alive 1.5 degree target. We are facing frequent and highly damaging climate disaster. Despite challenges, Nepal is committed to the Paris Agreement and to our national goal to reach net zero by 2045. To this end, we have already submitted an updated NDC and aligned our national policies and plans within it. Recently, my government has approved a detailed NDC implementation strategy to achieve target across sector. Let me share some critical progress. In 2020, we set a target to maintain 45% of our territory under forest cover by 2030. We have already achieved this target with our forest coverage now standing just over 45%. Against our target of clean energy generation from 1,400 megawatts to 15,000 megawatts by 2030, we have already reached nearly 3,000 megawatts, and with ongoing hydro and solar projects, we are well on track to achieve the target. Our efforts to promote electric vehicles are progressing well. Recently, we have added over 50 charging stations, and we are installing additional 500 charging stations, and shortly, mostly for public vehicles. We pursue locally led adaptation approach and involve local communities, indigenous people, women, and young people in climate actions. Our top priorities include promoting a green and resilient economy. We are pleased to be part of your adaptation pipeline accelerator and early warning initiative and assure my government's full support and commitment to them. To conclude, let us ensure that this summit and COP28 become true turning point in our fight against climate crisis. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. As the Secretary-General noted, he will have to leave for a time to attend the Security Council meeting on Ukraine, which he is required to attend. The Deputy Secretary-General, Her Excellency Amina Mohammed, will take his place in the meantime. I would now like to give the floor to His Excellency Srettha Thavisin, Prime Minister of Thailand. Mr. Prime Minister, you are newly elected, but have already expressed your vision on how Thailand could tackle the climate crisis with international support and collaboration. Could you please share with us this vision for Thailand to tackle climate change and build the climate resiliency for your country?
Madam Deputy Secretary-General, Excellencies, I recently met with Thai farmers and learned of the devastating impacts of climate change on their livelihood. Now we need to accelerate our action. Thailand applauds the Secretary-General's acceleration agenda in bringing forward net zero timeline closer to 2050, making energy transition, including coal phase out by 2040, and updating NDC for 2025 with absolute emissions cuts. Thailand shares the same aspirations and will work with all stakeholders to enhance technology development, financial resources, and capacity building. At COP26, We pledged to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. We have also raised our NDC's goal from 20% to 40% by 2030. We have been working tirelessly to transform this pledge into concrete action, as evidenced in our long-term low greenhouse gas emissions development strategy. We have realigned our national energy plan, shifting the focus to energy efficiency, making a change in the transport sector, increasing EVs production, and preparing to phase out coal-generated power. With the concept of sustainable agronomy, we have transformed our agricultural practices to lower emission. Pilot projects have been proven successful and are ready to be scaled up. This has reduced climate change vulnerability and enhanced farmers' well-being nationwide. Since taking office, my government wasted no time in implementing a plan to increase the share of renewable energy. Implementing utility green tariff program, support the usage of solar roof and net metering to incentivize the production of clean energy. Thailand is determined to increase green area to cover 55% of total land area by 2037. We are proactively adopting green finance mechanism. We have raised $12.5 billion through the issuance of sustainability bond to fund multiple sustainability projects. Soon, we will issue sustainability-linked bonds to stimulate the growth of green bond market, ensuring organizations are incentivized to achieve SDGs. Climate change is a top priority for my administration. We have established the Department of Climate Change and Environment to respond to the adverse effects of climate change. And to implement our commitments, soon we will pass the Climate Change Act to regulate mandatory greenhouse gas emissions. Thailand is doing our utmost to overcome this crisis. In partnering with all our friends, I insist that the time to act is now. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I would now like to give the floor to His Excellency Klaus Johannes, President of Romania. Romania has taken noteworthy steps to align with the Secretary-General's acceleration agenda, including on coal phase-out. Could you please share with us how else Romania is seeking to accelerate its economy-wide transition for a 1.5-degree future? You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Heads of State and Government, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, since 1990, Romania reduced its greenhouse gas emissions by more than 2/3 while multiplying its GDP. Currently, Romania has one of the lowest levels of such emissions per capita in the European Union. We firmly pledge to further accelerate reaching the net zero target. Romania will phase out coal by 2030 and bring into eco-compliance coal mining sites by 2032. €2 billion were recently committed nationally to renewable energy generation, storage and transport, as well as energy efficiency through the REPower EU instrument. Romania is home to some of the largest European training centers for renewable energy technicians, including from developing countries. Romania is also an increasingly attractive host to solar panels and batteries manufacturing. My diplomatic engagements with Latin American leaders this spring enhanced our dialogue on circular economy and in approaching the green transition. Fellow leaders, we witnessed the intensification of the devastating impact of climate change. We need to do more to protect vulnerable states and communities. The environment and climate change will constitute a priority for Romania's official development assistance for the next 4 years. Romania has built in recent years a network of international partnerships on emergency situations and disaster response, contributing to the consolidation of early warning systems. Over the next period, we will expand this network with more countries from Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean. Romania also works towards adapting agriculture to climate change and for improving access to food worldwide. Given our successful record in Malawi and Tanzania, we aim at expanding such programs, especially to African countries, in the next 2 years. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change knows no national boundary, and no country or citizen is sheltered from its impact. Let's be clear. We need to be brave in our decisions and actions. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I would now like to invite His Excellency Gabriel Boric, President of Chile, to share with us the steps that Chile is taking to accelerate implementation to ensure that you reach net zero by 2050 through a just transition.
Muchísimas gracias.
Many thanks indeed. First of all, the first thought that comes to mind as I listen to the debate occurring within this forum is that if what we're all saying here were true, we would have several reasons to sleep easy and be reasonably optimistic. However, I think it's patently clear that we're neither calm, sleeping easy, nor optimistic, because unfortunately what's being said here is not true. That means that those of us here present are lying. Does that mean we're lying to each other? No. I think we're all presenting our good intentions and the projects that our respective countries are championing to ultimately collectively be able to tackle the climate crisis. But the problem is that there is a minority within society, a very powerful minority, that doesn't attend these debates nor adhere to democratic rules or abide by multilateral agreements reached. And here we're talking about a few multinationals within the international capital system. They don't follow what we're doing. They don't follow the rules of the democratic system. So here we come to declare our good intentions. But if we're not able to make these groups yield to our will and to make them yield to the will of the international community as expressed by the leaders here present and by the activists here present, the truth is that we won't hit our targets. And as the previous speaker quite rightly said, if I'm not mistaken, it was the governor of California, the climate crisis is a fossil fuel crisis. So we have to leave fossil fuels behind. And that, in very specific terms, means that we also have to react to the greenwashing that major businesses are undertaking. They continue with that greenwashing and they're stepping it up. And in some cases, their greenwashing efforts are supported by countries. So I'm a part of the Global South as the President of Chile, and I call upon us all to take them to task. We can't simply uphold our international commitments. Of course, they're very important, but that's not enough. The multinationals and international financial capital also has to submit to the rules of this game and to this debate. So it would seem to me that the democratic promise that we have to make is to ensure that our planet is a planet where life is viable and can be dignified. And achieving that goal is, as the Secretary-General said in his opening address yesterday, it's not going to be possible if this international community doesn't commit to new rules in line with this new world. We have to make more ambitious reforms. And that was said by someone quite inspirational in this debate, many people indeed, in our countries in the south of Latin America. And so Chile is highly vulnerable to the effects of climate change. This year, we've seen devastating fires, intense rainfall, floods, and that follows a drought that's gone on beyond 13 years, and local communities have been devastated and our economies weathered a heavy blow. But we all need to act with rigour and a sense of urgency if we are to confront the threefold planetary crisis: climate change, pollution and the loss of biodiversity. And we know that. So we dated our nationally determined contribution that we had in 2020, and we've entered into highly ambitious climate commitments. According to those commitments, our country is now one of the first developing nations, together with Fiji, to have enshrined in law the commitment to be carbon neutral by 2050 at the latest, and we hope we'll hit that goal much sooner. So we are in line with that policy enacting various laws, and that means, for example, we're limiting the production of methane by organic waste, and we're making electric batteries more flexible and using different batteries using renewable sources. We have a green hydrogen project, and we are a leading country, and that policy means that we can produce zero-emission energy at low cost using hydrogen, and we're contributing to global decarbonization with raw materials such as lithium or copper and our work there. We're also very committed to the protection of the ocean. 43% of our territorial waters are protected, but we're greatly interested in having this precautionary pause on submarine mining. That needs to halt until we're certain that we can conserve our fragile, unique marine ecosystems and our subsoils. And we need to ensure that no more carbon can be released from subsoils, as has been seen for centuries. We can't do all of the above alone. We have to do it collectively, working together as an international community. And the most vulnerable countries, this was very rightly said by the Prime Minister of Samoa. She spoke on behalf of all the island nations, and she said that they're suffering the climate crisis most acutely, and responsibilities need to be shouldered at different levels. Levels of responsibilities are different. The consequences of the climate crisis are different, because the most vulnerable people and countries are those least responsible for climate change but suffer most greatly from it. And so, and this brings me to my conclusion, it's important that any attempt to tackle the climate crisis, and here I'm grateful to what was said by the EU or Chancellor Scholz, it's important that we bear in mind that there have to be an equitable distribution of the costs incurred by loss and damage of climate change, and the equitable distribution of mitigation and adaptation costs. And that will mean that we can achieve our climate commitments. We're closely following the development of the Loss and Damage Fund as agreed upon by the last COP. Our Minister of the Environment played a very important role in creating that fund. That fund needs to be inclusive, and here I echo the words of the Secretary-General. Now is the time for greater ambition, action, and I would add, of course, for greater solidarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I would now like to welcome His Excellency Kausea Natano, Prime Minister of Tuvalu, to take the floor. Tuvalu has been looking at tangible ways to address loss and damage and get out of fossil fuels. Could you please tell us more about your advocacy around fossil fuel phase-out and also accelerating adaptation?
Madam Deputy Secretary-General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here once again to underscore the urgent need to address the climate crisis. This summit must be marked by decisive action and ambition. In Tuvalu, this summit comes at a time when we are witnessing the severe impacts of the climate crisis. Sea level rise, more powerful cyclones, and rising temperatures This serves as a reminder that the longer we remain addicted to fossil fuels, the longer we commit ourselves to mutual decline. There is no bigger threat than fossil fuels, as we have heard. Coal, oil, and gas are responsible for 86% of the carbon dioxide emissions that are causing sea level rise and the hottest average temperature we have ever seen. Fossil fuels undermine all 17 of the Sustainable Development Goals, and that includes our targets on health, on poverty reduction, and our peace and security. Over the past year, we have witnessed increased momentum within the multilateral system to address the climate crisis, from seeking advisory options from ITLOS and ICJ respectively, to the establishment of the Loss and Damage Fund. The time is right for the multilateral system to phase down fossil fuels, the root cause of so many fundamental challenges. And this is the natural next step. Tuvalu is proud that we are working alongside our Pacific neighbors, the European Parliament, and the World Health Organization to develop a comprehensive multilateral framework that addresses the climate crisis at its root cause. A negotiated fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty would complement the Paris Agreement and ensure a global just transition. We've proven we can mobilize our collective ambition at the multilateral level. The scale of the challenge we face can now only be met with an even greater level of ambition and cooperation. We therefore call upon world leaders to recognize the critical nature of this crisis. If this summit is truly about ambition, then let our work here be truly ambitious. I traveled thousands of miles over 4 days to be here today because I believe in international cooperation and multilateralism. I have faith in our collective humanity and our ability to foster global solidarity to undertake what needs to be done. Climate change is a global challenge, and a global solidarity is imperative in addressing it. Let us therefore return home to our nations and to our people and say that the time we spent here at the Climate Ambition Summit was truly ambitious, and that the significant challenge we face will indeed be faced with significant ambition. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I would now like to welcome His Excellency Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada, to take the floor. Prime Minister, Canada was one of the largest expanders of fossil fuel last year. Could you tell us the steps that Canada is taking to align with the Secretary-General's acceleration agenda to safeguard 1.5 and to deliver climate justice?
Thank you very much, Under Secretary General. Colleagues, friends, good morning to you all.
Data. We often measure a crisis by the numbers. 17 million hectares burned in wildfires this summer in Canada. Global temperatures up by 1.25 degrees as of last month. Arctic sea ice down by over 30%. We are definitely in a climate crisis. Of course, our citizens don't need numbers to know it. Nos citoyens sont confrontés.
Our citizens are facing every day with climate crisis when they breathe air which is full of smoke, or when they're losing a harvest because of drought, when they lose their loved ones because of deadly heat or a violent storm. And they count on us to react to this, and that's what Canada is doing.
2015, Canada, a major oil and gas supplier, was far behind on climate action. With hard work, we've been able to change that. Canada's emissions are, in fact, trending down. Note, we have the record of the G7 on emissions reductions since 2019, thanks to ambitious but achievable policies like our economy-wide price on pollution. Of course, alongside President von der Leyen and others, we reiterate our call on countries to join us in the global carbon pricing challenge and cover 60% of global emissions with a price on pollution by 2030. But to keep 1.5 alive, to build a world where people can count on clean air, good jobs, and a sustainable economy, we know there is much more still to do. The Secretary-General has talked about how important it is to accelerate our action. I agree. And not just because the science demands it, but because of the economic opportunity. We're already seeing Canadians benefit from massive investments coming in thanks to our climate ambition. Climate policy is economic policy. That's where approaches like Canada's 2030 emissions reduction plan comes in. This plan goes sector by sector, laying out exactly how we will cut our emissions by at least 40% by the year 2030 and reach net zero no later than 2050. And as we move forward, we will continue to increase our ambition at every level. By the end of this year, we will be announcing our framework to cap emissions from the oil and gas sector while we keep investing in the technology that will support people's jobs for years to come. Cet été,
this summer, we kept our commitment to progressively eliminate the ineffective subsidies to fossil fuels, and we're the #1 country in G20 to do it. We launched a project to regulate, so as to help build a clean and affordable and reliable electronic grid.
Already committed to reduce by 2030 methane emissions from the oil and gas sector by at least 75% below 2012 levels. And today, I can announce that the draft regulations we will share soon will be designed to help us exceed this already ambitious target. And as we do all of this work, we are also leading on the financing countries need. I can confirm today that Canada will allocate an additional $700 million in special drawing rights, valued at $1.3 billion, to the Poverty Reduction and Growth Trust, building on our leadership within the G7. Representing around 48% of Canada's share, more than any other country, we're delivering real support to countries who are both the most vulnerable to the effects of climate change and the most in need of financing to respond to this crisis. In Canada, in places around the world, our citizens are living the devastation of climate change. If we walk away from this fight, as some would have us do, the future will not be bright. If we do keep taking action, things will get better, and our shared future will be stronger. And
Canada will continue building a better future for the Canadians and for the people throughout the world. I thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister. And I now would like to invite Mr. Oliver Bette, CEO of Allianz, to take the floor. Sir, you helped launch the Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance at the 2019 Climate Action Summit. It now boasts over 70 members. Allianz recently launched a transition plan. If you could tell us why such plans are essential and how the Asset Owner Alliance is aligning with the SG's calls for credible transition plans.
Thank you very much. Dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, since we last came together to announce the launch of the UN-convened Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance in 2019 in this building, the world has changed profoundly. We have not talked about that today. The long era of robust economic growth, low inflation, and geopolitical stability is over, and it's replaced by uncertainty, volatility, and war. So suddenly, fighting climate change has become an ever greater challenge. But remember, transforming our economy is actually a huge opportunity, as we've just heard. the cost of not transforming dwarfs the investment needed for the transformation. So not working on the transformation or slowing it down is foolish and ever more irrational. Now, to overcome polarization and conflict and to build a united and decarbonized society, we need to reach out to each other and build more collaboration and not less. We will show here today that actually it is doable. Now, policymakers are essential. Many are in the room. We need to focus on pragmatic, market-based solutions that are reflecting scientific and economic realities rather than imposing dogmatic and rigid policies that undermine actually confidence in leadership. So, for example, we welcome the positive signals as of yesterday for the principles of net zero financing investment as released by the US Treasury. Now, our belief in the power of collaboration that led us to launch the UN-convened Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance in this building, it is essential. Since its formation, as we've just heard, we have grown into 86 members, including insurance companies, pension funds, foundations, and endowments from all around the world, committed to moving our investment portfolios to net zero by 2050, by the way, encompassing more than $10 trillion of investment money. Now, the problem is 2050 is a long way off, and almost all of us here in the room today who are responsible will not be in power by then. That is why we are asking each of our members to publish science-based intermediate targets within 1 year of joining to keep the accountability with today's decision makers in the room. And I'm proud to say that the vast majorities of our members have already set credible intermediate targets for 2025 and 2030 and not just 2050. So we must all take a firm stand and lead by example. That's why we at Allianz have just been trying to publish our transition plan in a way that is fully transparent with the UN-backed 1.5 degree aligned credibility criteria. Our action plan outlines how we will reduce emissions in our investment and underwriting portfolios as well in our own operations, and not 2050, but much earlier. And our primary tool is not selling and buying, but engaging with customers and partners to work with them on their own transition paths. Second, our commitment is to grow the revenues in commercial and other insurance from renewable energies and low carbon technologies by 2030 by 150%, and to make sure we expand our investments in renewable energies by investing another 20 billion in climate and clean tech solutions in line with the EU's sustainability regulation. But make no mistake, our journey to net zero will be very challenging, and the transformation is so fundamental that we now must phase out coal, now. And we need to strongly reduce oil and gas as defined by the International Energy Agency. So we invite all asset owners that have not yet joined to join us. We invite civil society to support us, please. And we ask all governments present to work with us. In fact, we need from our political leaders more courage and less fear. We need more pragmatism and less regulation and bureaucracy. We need more celebration of successes and progress and less demonization of markets. Because let's remember, with all the political power, we need everybody to win this war. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beta. Thank you so much. I would now like to welcome Her Excellency Mia Mottley, Prime Minister of Barbados. Prime Minister, the Bridgetown agenda you started has truly ignited a movement for international finance architecture reform. What are the tangible results you are expecting this year to ensure developing countries can mobilize climate and development finance at scale to tackle the climate crisis?
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak at this summit that speaks to ambition. We live in a season of superlatives, and regrettably, we cannot continue to militarize solutions and believe that that is going to get us safely and, in fact, within the time frame needed. There will be no extra time in this match, and that is the reality of our existence. We are in the final stages of what actions are needed to preserve this planet, and regrettably, I'm not sure that everyone is getting it. The Secretary-General's acceleration agenda is, in fact, the ambition that we need, and I want formally to support it on this floor this morning because I believe that that should be the action of each of us as member states. The green transformation that must happen now, not tomorrow, is critical. And we need first to start by recognizing that if we can move to end fast-acting pollutants like methane, it will in fact help us significantly. There is the example of the United States methane leakage tax that countries may want to look at, but it is also a win-win solution for oil and gas companies to address the issue of methane so that they too don't lose potential revenue. In Barbados, we have set 2035 to be net zero, and that is going to be a stretch for us. And that is what motivated us to work with many, many others across the globe to settle the Bridgetown Initiative. The reality is that developed countries are going to have to find new mechanisms and new forms of carbon taxes while looking for abatements to ensure that there is no consequential impact that is incapable of being borne on cost of living. Our populations are fighting the battle that while we tell them that they need a safe planet, they cannot live day to day because of the consequences for cost of living. Equally, developing countries will need a new mechanism to reduce the cost of hedging the billions of inward investment required, not more of the same, yet expecting a different scale and a different pace. We must accelerate. But we need to get granular as well. We believe that the trebling of the multilateral development bank lending is critical. We believe that to talk about $20 billion of low-cost lending per year is insufficient and that at least $100 billion is needed. We believe that longer tenors are needed if countries are truly to build resilient infrastructure and not to have the rest of the SDG goals crowded out by the actions that we must take. We believe that it is critical that we address the fact that there's some granular issues that everybody is missing when the lights and the cameras are off. What is it that is going to allow us to be able to complete the work on a partial foreign exchange guarantee so that we can unlock, you say trillions, to the Global South, to be able to ensure that in so doing, the Global South does not pay a disproportionately higher cost for the interests that they must pay on capital. Equally, we recognize that separate from that, there is still going to be the need to maximize what is being done, and I welcome the announcement by Canada just now to increase their SDR reallocation to 48% to PRGT, but I also remind others that middle-income countries who are vulnerable will also need support. And we fully welcome those at the bottom. In fact, we have called for a debt cancellation for all low-income countries because if they are going to meet the SDGs and if they are going to do what is necessary for climate ambition, they have to be put in a position so to do. Similarly, there is not sufficient work being done on the clauses necessary for the legal contracts to ensure that those things that are necessary to reduce risk in lending can also be standardized across the markets and the financial contracts in the way that we did with collective action clauses in the year 2000 when we wanted to ensure that debt restructuring was made more market friendly. We need to ensure that the debt clauses that we have now heard World Bank and the UK Export Credit Agency refer to also including. My country has been up until now the largest issuer of debt clauses in our bonds, but we need to ensure that those debt clauses are for existing contracts and not simply future contracts as is being proposed by some. For it to be for future contracts means that that concession will be rendered nugatory and will not benefit the countries that it is intended to benefit. We also need to ensure that those debt clauses are included in private sector contracts for debt, because quite frankly, a lot of the debt that exists in countries that is in fact private sector debt, and if a country is hit by a disaster, that too will be affected. We need to ensure that we can recapitalize the Green Climate Fund. The Green Climate Fund has had problems in terms of the complexity of its governance, and that, yes, must be addressed, but it has still worked to bridge the gap in a significant way for many countries. And rather than believe that you ignore it and look for other mechanisms, we feel that the replenishment is critical, and we salute the United Kingdom for its commitments to be able to put serious money back into the GCF and call on the other G7 countries to be able to do the same. Similarly, we have to ensure that we can allow countries to develop mechanisms. The GCF, for example, has worked with us to ensure that we can establish our own blue-green bank for Barbados and the Eastern Caribbean. And indeed, the Latin American Development Bank has also come to the table, along with USAID, along with Barbados, to ensure that that blue-green bank is established to service the needs in a more flexible way to build resilience, because time is not on our side. Having said that, we need to ensure that there's cooperation between similar green banks globally, because there is not a lot of experience, and therefore the ability to share experiences and best practices is absolutely critical. In all of this, granularity requires technical assistance for project preparation, and we need also to recognize that we are going to face a crisis in the near future with respect to the insurance industry. And unless we start to plan for it, we are going to have problems. I heard Governor Newsom speak this morning, but the reality is that the news that insurance companies would not be underwriting policies for fire in California should have been a wake-up call for the global community with respect to the insurance industry. The reality also is that in Florida, it is becoming clear that more and more companies are taking defensive action and retreating. I come from a region where tourism is critical, and in my own country. And those people who want to refurbish on a regular basis to ensure that they remain competitive know fully well that the conditions for insurance are a critical part of the security for any bank lending. Imagine, pray tell, if we cannot therefore get affordable insurance to ensure that those hotels can remain competitive and those other businesses in our community who need insurance can remain competitive. That is why the debt pause clauses are so critical, because it is government who very often has to stand in the breach when countries find that their establishments and households cannot afford to rebuild after disaster. And of course, we need to settle the terms of the loss and damage fund. It is painful to continue to see that you are asking us to increase borrowing to build resilient infrastructure for something that we did not do. And then at the same time, you want to also ensure that you have a loss and damage fund that does not have the adequate means for grant funding to be able to help countries rebuild. It is unconscionable, and it is almost a crime against humanity. And we need to therefore make sure that it is not just public money funding the loss and damage fund as a matter of urgency, but non-state actors, not just the oil and gas companies, but the finance, the insurance, and the transport companies. And no one is suggesting that they be bankrupted. Indeed, when you have $2.5 trillion in profits, as did last year, leaving 10 or 15% on the table leaves you with more than a belly full to be able to satisfy your shareholders in the dividends that you pay them. But if you don't take corrective action now, you will have to tell us where you have been keeping all of your scientific research to relocate you and your families to the planet Mars or the planet Pluto.
Thank you.
Our planet is at stake. And Gabrielle spoke eloquently to it. We can continue to turn around in circles as if this is not a reality. It is a reality. And there must be an urgent convening of cooperation between the multilateral development banks and the World Bank. And this notion that there are higher players and lesser players in the multilateral development banking community must stop. And the bureaucracy must be moved out of the way. And the leaders must be given support by the member states. Similarly, the jockeying for boast bragging rights cannot be allowed at a time when the world is burning. And I hope that in the same way we can take Ukraine seriously in the Security Council, that we can take the climate crisis seriously and the financing needs for it in the Security Council. This is as much a threat. In fact, it is a greater threat because more lives are at stake globally than are at stake in Ukraine. And I have nothing against Ukraine. In fact, I hope that the people of Ukraine receive all the support that they do and that they need. But I know that the people of the world need the support. And without the urgent intervention, to settle the financing framework, we are not going to reach there. My country is small. We issued a blue bond last year showing that it is possible to work with the Inter-American Development Bank and the Nature Conservancy to reduce the cost of debt in order to be able to do marine conservation and to help us rebuild coral reefs that are badly being depleted. This year, we want to do a debt for climate swap. And I salute the European Investment Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank and the Green Climate Fund for recognizing that they can work together to allow us to be able to do tertiary treatment for our sewage systems and to replenish our aquifers, because the slow onset aspects of climate are also affecting too many people. I hope, therefore, that this summit can raise the level of ambition in serious ways, because the war is real. The war is, in fact, on the planet. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I would now like to welcome His Excellency President Gustavo Petro of Colombia. You have the floor, sir.
Gracias.
Thank you. I come from Colombia, a country which exports carbon. We're the 5th largest global exporter of carbon, and we also export oil. More than 60% of its exports are fossil fuels. We depend on those exports. We live on those exports, as we have done for about 40 years. And however, I here would say that the real goal that all countries should have is aiming for zero in the short term in terms of production and supply of carbon, gas and oil. If we don't focus on that as our overarching goal, life will not be saved. If we keep as we on our current track, it'll be suicide. And really what I'm suggesting is suicide, because we live on oil and gas exports. But if we don't change course, it also means death, because those industries are polluting the atmosphere. So I support the theory of expediting progress towards our goal. Doing that means we need to change the economic structures of my very country, but it's not just the structures of my country that need changing, rather those of the whole world. What do we need to bear clearly in mind? The fact that in terms of oil, carbon and gas, there's a whole business that's coalesced around those industries. There's a huge amount of capital that I call fossil capital. Humankind, but it also wields clout. It's the largest source of capital in the world. It's accumulated since the 70s, if not before. And that capital acts through our countries and our governments to influence policies, and therefore affects the United Nations. And that capital changes language and goals. And given that our goals are the preservation of life, this language changes prospects for life itself. Therefore, the word goal, that's a common one we bandy about in the United Nations, goal or target. What does that mean? It means that, oh, well, you can emit gases, but if you absorb the same amount, the net balance is zero. That doesn't exist in the world, that equation. The natural absorption capacity of the planet and the oceans, the forests, the jungles, is decreasing. So net doesn't really exist. Neither can this goal of zero, because the absorption capacity is not what it needs to be. So we're losing this race to life. And then you have climate data. data that we need to use if we remove this word net. Data needs to be clear. Data says that every year if we decrease our consumption of oil, petro, gas and its extraction, that's good. That's what we need to do, and that would give us prospects for the future. We need to be efficient in that reduction. If we do, then we'll win our race, but the time is against us. And with that in mind, we need to look at what we can contribute as countries who, like my own, Colombia, are not, well, we are major chimneys, but that's not really us. The really big chimneys are China, India, the United States, and the European Union. Those chimneys need to be extinguished. What transitional processes across time can efficiently do that? And we need money to achieve that goal. Money that's not private overall. Now, in Colombia, we have the jungle. We have this sponge that soaks up carbon. But in America, we have the chimney in the north with gases flowing to the south, where in the south you have the sponge. That sponge is increasingly weak. We, alongside Brazil and alongside all the other countries in the Amazon basin, we've proposed breathing new life into the Amazon. If we stand side by side with Indonesia and the Congo, we have a bigger sponge in the south, but it's not enough. It can't replace this need to extinguish, put out the fires, block the chimneys, plug the chimneys in the north. We need, if we want to make our sponges grow, we need money. We need to replace our predatory productive activities that are located in the north and in this sponge. We've pledged 150 million years every year over the last 22 years to solving the climate crisis, and we hope that everyone else will contribute just as much to save these ever more fragile sponges that I talked about too. We've completely eliminated petrol subsidies. It would seem to us that these subsidies, fossil fuel subsidies, need to be completely eliminated worldwide. 3, our major problem is adaptation. Unquestionably, because we're suffering from the chimneys that remain aflame in the north. So, if we have the sponges in the south, outside of the oceans, and in Africa and Southern America, we have this wealth of potential to create clean energy using water, sun, geothermal energy, wind. Why are we not producing clean energy in the south in huge quantities in Africa and South America? So we need to outsource funds and investments and move production in the north to the south of those energies. And that means you need wealth in the south, and you need to decarbonize social prosperity in the south too. And that means even more money is needed. We're not talking about thousands of millions of dollars, but really great wads of cash. And if you follow my analysis, that leads us to a pivotal issue. Huge funds, $100 billion, perhaps another zero needs to be added to that, or maybe a few more. If you look at that figure, that's not coming from private equity that actually function to make a profit. The funds we need to be public. They need to come from coffers that don't exist, but rather they have to come from our own countries. And when you think that public funds flowing into decarbonization with no interest, and it's only And those funds at a national level will only be available if debt service decreases. Our debt service can decrease. We had experience of that. If the IMF, I think they did it a little bit during COVID, if the IMF issues SDGs in a way that works in our favor and rather in favor of China. Moves them away from pension funds. No one loses with that shift in SDGs. Liberal economists would say, no, inflation would grow throughout the world because money's being issued. Here I'm thinking of Keynes. You can issue money, okay, but if you invest that in this race for life that involves adapting and restructuring economies so that you reach zero carbon, who loses then? A few people holding capital. Fossil capital throughout the world loses out. That capital is moving through these very corridors to ensure that measures aren't too drastic. And that capital is moving, ultimately shortening life. Capital needs to be essentially separated from economic interests where fossil fuels are concerned. So Colombia is the 5th largest global exporter of carbon, and we're an important oil export. But as the president of that country, we have to stop exporting oil and carbon, because if we continue, there'll be no life in our country or beyond its borders. Ask any scientist what will happen if Venezuela stopped selling oil, and what happened if Colombia was to take all of its carbon out of its deposits. Ask a scientist. No one would do that, because that quantity of resources, if they were unleashed from the ground, would kill life on Earth. We can't unleash all of that toxic potential. So these vast exporters of oil, Russia, Saudi Arabia, Venezuela, if it didn't have its embargo, etc., major carbon exporters and gas exporters are today sparking wars, because the war in Ukraine is a gas war, essentially. So are we going to have to have a compensation fund as a line in climate finance? Or will they freely plug deposits of oil because we decide that they should do? You need to compensate oil, gas producing countries for plugging their deposits and no longer plundering them, no longer plumbing them rather. You need to give them money for mitigation and adaptation. That finance won't come from a private capital market. These major financial resources can be produced if we restructure the global financial system, and if we achieve a situation whereby the IMF can issue its first great emission of quantity of wealth in the world. I propose that they do that for the great life-saving plan, the great plan to save life. That issuance of money on the part of the IMF is the first real step that needs to be taken. After 28 COPs, that's the first step that needs to be taken if we are to win the battle against greenhouse gases that can kill the planet. What I'm saying is rooted in humanity. Fossil capital in the world is the capital that needs to have the sting taken out of its tail. It's not inhabitants that need to do things. That political will needs to be found within the United Nations. Thank you.
I thank the President of Colombia for his statement, and may I ask future speakers if we could stick to the time limit, because I believe we're now 1 hour behind, and we'd really like to get to everyone on the speakers list. Thank you, Your Excellency. I'd now like to turn to His Excellency Pedro Sanchez, the President of Spain.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, friends, one and all, I think it's clear that we have to respond to the climate emergency and do that decisively. And so we need determination, leadership and action. And we have to increase our level of ambition. What we do in this decade will be decisive, and we have to act in harmony across all fronts. First of all, we need more ambitious national commitments by 2030. We need commitments that need to encompass all greenhouse gases and have an impact on all industrial sectors, even though they don't yet do that. It's clear that our peak of emissions can only be by 2025, and our emissions need to be 43% lower in 2030 than they were in 2019. To achieve that goal, there needs to be more efforts in terms of eliminating fossil fuels and ushering in renewable energies. So I would announce that the Spanish government decisively supports the initiative proposed by the European Commission and COP28 to triple the installed capacity of renewable energies. We're doubling our energy efficiency by 2030. That's an EU COP goal. We need to usher in the necessary reforms to achieve those goals, but we can't do that without ambition when it comes to adequate financing. That's been said here. We need a new international financial architecture which facilitates access to funds, finds new sources for funds, and eliminates barriers. There needs to be a new international tax system which makes it possible to mobilize necessary resources to make progress with our transitional agenda and to advance the solidarity that we need to see. Finally, we need to undertake just transitions which are inclusive, which leave no one behind, in a spirit of shared responsibility. The climate agenda is in reality a positive one of progress, one of new economic opportunities. It harbors a climate transition aligned with the 1.5 goal. If we do that, follow that agenda, we'd see a growth in GDP of 2.3% over and above what we're having now, and it would create 100 million jobs. We're fully in line with that Agenda 2030, and by 2030, we're going to ensure that our national plans are in line with Agenda 2030. So we've increased our commitments to reducing greenhouse gases by a further 56%. We'll increase our renewable energy production by 41%. We'll improve energy efficiency by 44%. And our renewable energy goal in terms of the percentage it will occupy in the energy mix is 51%. We've implemented our energy transition in record time. We've already eliminated 80% of our dependency on carbon, with a goal of ensuring that the last carbon power station in Spain will close in 2025. We've done all that against a backdrop of social peace, and we are firmly committed to this just transition. Lastly, we have climate finance commitments that I want to emphasize. I'm delighted to announce that Spain will make a contribution to 225 million euros for the next replenishment of the Green Climate Fund, and some 17,000 euros to initiatives for climate justice, particularly the funds for the most vulnerable and for the loss and damage agenda. Our next summit, our next meeting is COP28 in Dubai. It has to be a success. It must be a success. And my country will do everything it can to ensure it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would now like to welcome His Excellency Miguel Díaz-Canel, President of Cuba, to make his intervention.
Excellency Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary-General of the United Nations, Excellencies, we thank the Secretary-General of the United Nations Organization for this initiative. We are brought together here today to discuss a matter of survival. Consequently, this must be a space for serious and ambitious commitments and not for mere words. If we do not act urgently, these words will vanish into thin air without any concrete contribution being made to the saving of the planet. The Framework Convention on Climate Change and its Paris Agreement clearly established the standards to follow. On the attendant guidelines, we need to implement all of these strictly. That is an incontrovertible obligation from a legal and moral point of view. It is a commitment that we must uphold to current and future generations. It's a debt to life that we must settle immediately. For developing countries, tackling climate change is a colossal challenge against a backdrop, or in view of everything we still have to do to achieve sustainable development and eradicate poverty. As we've said on more than one occasion, it is imperative that developed nations wholeheartedly embrace the commitment to go into the front lines of our collective battle to resolve a global problem. These developed nations need to increase their contribution to a level commensurate with grave current circumstances and their historic responsibility, but they need to, above all, support climate action in nations of the South in a real spirit of genuine cooperation and trust. Cuba has a state plan in place to tackle climate change. It's called Task Life, Tarea Vida. It is in line with national targets and international commitments, and it contains important adaptation and mitigation initiatives. My country is striving to increase energy efficiency, develop renewable sources, and promote a less intensive economic development as envisaged in our social and economic development plan running till 2030. Against that backdrop, we've established the goal of increasing by up to 24% the amount of electricity produced by renewable sources. It's estimated that the efficiency and energy savings created in that way will avoid the emission of 700,000 tons of CO2 into the atmosphere by 2030. Moreover, further to that, there's a reduction of such emissions caused by a less carbon-intensive transport network. We have set ourselves the task of increasing forest cover by up to 33%. Doing that would avoid the additional emission of some 169 million tons of CO2, and we're also decreasing that tonnage by another 8 million because of the 100% treatment of wastewater from the pork sector. Despite the grave obstacles and limitations placed upon us by the government of the United States through the blockade, which has been ratcheted up in recent years, we are focusing on higher goals, and our higher goals confirm our country's will to contribute to global efforts. In parallel, we're promoting cooperation. Under our chairmanship of G77 plus China, we have shared various projects to tackle climate change in other developing nations which are particularly vulnerable to climate change. These projects include work on evaluation, the mitigation of impact, capacity building for disaster risk reduction, and adaptation. They also include technical assistance. Excellencies, in only a few months we'll see the 28th COP take place. That will take place in Dubai, and it is the climate decision-making event par excellence. I urge all to participate constructively to make progress in our common battle against climate change in line with the needs and aspirations of our peoples. As chair of G77 in China, Cuba has convened a Leaders Summit on the margins of COP28 on the 2nd of December. That will be a space in which to discuss and coordinate work on issues which are priorities to the South. Excellencies, the climate emergency alarm bells have been activated for decades. Time is running out at increasing collapses without effective action being taken to tackle climate change. Let us unite in action to pursue a higher goal, that is to preserve the planet, in other words, to preserve life. If we fail, future generations won't even be able to forgive us. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I'd now like to welcome His Excellency Anwar ul Haq Kakar, Prime Minister of Pakistan.
Excellencies, the adverse impacts of climate change continue to rise in frequency and intensity, disproportionately impacting developing countries who are the least responsible. Pakistan is the prime example. Despite contributing less than 1% of global greenhouse gas emissions, we are among the top 10 most climate vulnerable countries in the world. The catastrophic floods of last year illustrated this vulnerability. But these may be just the tip of the iceberg unless we arrest global warming. Pakistan is profoundly grateful to the UN Secretary-General for his active solidarity and mobilization of global support for my country in the wake of the floods last year. Excellencies, due to our well-established climate vulnerability, adaptation is a critical priority for Pakistan. We have recently adopted our first ever national adaptation plan to build climate resilience. Our next step is the projections and costing of the interventions identified in the adaptation plan, complemented by a comprehensive resource mobilization strategy. We will also enhance our efforts to integrate adaptation into our planning process. In the second phase of the plan, we would prepare a sector-specific investment framework, which could serve as a blueprint to translate identified adaptation needs and strategies into tangible and bankable projects. Complementing our National Adaptation Plan, we have launched the Living Indus Initiative, a menu of 25 interventions aimed at restoring the ecological health of the Indus River Basin. Excellencies, disaster risk management is a cross-cutting priority in our National Adaptation Plan. Within the last year, we have undertaken significant steps in enhancing Pakistan's early warning capacity, including by updating our National Flood Protection Plan. Excellencies, although Pakistan has not contributed to the problem of global warming, we have chosen to be a part of the solution. Pakistan seeks to produce 60% of its energy from renewable sources by 2030. This energy transition will cost over $100 billion and will require international support. Excellencies, while economic arguments are constructed around climate change, a cultural nuance deserves attention too, which can contribute towards the solution-based approach on the climate change crisis. The Holy Quran says in Surah Yunus, verses 14, ثُمَّ جَعَلْنَاكُمْ خَلَائِفَ فِي الْأَرْضِ مِنْ بَعْدِهِمْ لِنَنْظُرَ كَيْفَ تَعْمَلُونَ. Thus we have made you trustee on the earth after them to see how you would act. Therefore, Islam promotes a responsibility to protect the environment, utilize and harness natural resources efficiently, and undertake a sustainable and equitable approach towards nature as a public good. Such a mindset must derive climate action today. To achieve the climate goals, all of us, rich and poor, north and south, must therefore raise our ambition. It entails providing developing countries like Pakistan with the financial and technological means to realize these higher ambitions. This will be the litmus test of solidarity and perhaps for the survival of our species on our injured planet. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I would now like to invite Mr. Alexander van der Bellen, the President of Austria, to take the floor and tell us about what Austria is doing.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, esteemed representatives of the civil society, I'll try to give you a short report on Austria's climate policy. First, Austria remains committed to climate solidarity and will continue to support the most vulnerable countries and communities. Meaning Austria will provide an additional 220 million euro for international climate finance in the years 23 to 26. 50 million euro will be used for supporting programs and projects related to loss and damage. Austria will furthermore increase its contribution to the Green Climate Fund by almost 25%, amounting to a total of 160 million euro for the second replenishment of the GCF. However, we know we cannot buy ourselves out of the climate crisis. We must curb emissions at home. That's my second point. Austria aims to achieve net zero emissions by 2040, but we will decarbonize our electricity generation by 2030. And other measures to accelerate renewable power generation are in the legislative process. Another example is to give an incentive to use public transport instead of private cars. A lump sum climate ticket was introduced, valid for each and every form of public transport run by federal, regional or local authorities. That was a success, by the way. Thirdly, the Austrian government aims to decarbonize industry, transport systems and the housing sector, and therefore last October CO2 pricing for the transport and heating sectors was introduced with increasing prices over time. Fourth point, the government introduced socially balanced climate transition measures. That means considerable money transfers to private households supposedly having difficulties with the transition. Fifth and finally, as a member of the European Union, Austria is fully committed to the European Green Deal. Do the measures I mentioned, and others of course I didn't mention, do they work? Too early to say. But in 2022, the greenhouse gas emissions of Austria went down by 6%, which is remarkable because we had a real growth of GDP in the same year of approximately 4 to 5%. So this gives you room for cautious optimism that the measures actually work. Ladies and gentlemen, when reconvening at COP28, we cannot afford failure. We must act, and we must act now, together and in solidarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I would now like to invite to speak Ms. Mafalda Duarte, Executive Director of the Green Climate Fund.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and the Secretary-General, and thank you to the Secretary-General and Deputy Secretary-General for the opportunity to be here addressing this important summit. Excellencies, thank you for the confidence and trust as I step into my new role as Executive Director of the Green Climate Fund. I do not take this responsibility lightly. I know how important the fund is to climate action in developing countries, to the aspirations of so many who actually fought very hard to bring it into existence and that actually continue to champion its vital mission. Those of you involved in the establishment of the Green Climate Fund, you had the vision and designed a very unique financial mechanism full of potential. At its creation, you wanted a financial instrument with the scale to make an impact, the flexibility to address all key barriers and risks, and an institution that would empower a new network of partners, in particular national, public, and private sector institutions that have never before received climate finance. And what you wanted became the Green Climate Fund. It is the largest institution of its kind in the world, with 17 billion in capital, with an unparalleled breadth of tools and flexibility in how resources are used to tackle these barriers to investment, and a 100+ strong network of partners, most of which national institutions. Yet, you also had another aspiration, which was simplified access tailored to country needs. What we have today is not tailor-made, but it's one size fits all. It's a single blueprint that has been enhanced over time, but instead of simplifying access, has made it more complex with high transaction costs. So at this crossroads, I think now it is time to embrace reform. We must speed up, scale up, support the most vulnerable, and optimize every dollar we invest. So my vision for the Green Climate Fund is that by 2030, we can actually efficiently and impactfully manage a capitalization of 50 billion, what we are calling 50 by 30. To get us there, we must overhaul the partnership model with the fund, including the accreditation process, significantly accelerate the time it takes to review and approve projects, reorient operations to focus on country and sector-wide programs that coalesce multiple partners and investments behind a singular country-led vision for transforming whole systems and maximizing private sector investments. And we must be more intentional about supporting the most vulnerable, investing more in understanding who they are, why they are vulnerable, and how best to respond to their needs. $50 billion is a drop in the bucket. I know this, and so all of you. But all it takes is one drop to create a ripple effect. One investment to catalyze magnitudes more capital from other sources. So this 50 by 30 is a vision for a green climate fund that recognizes its unique role and potential, a vision rooted in social justice that unlocks the strengths of the private sector and its capital. But visions need champions. So today, I would like to invite you all to be those champions, to move together toward the GCF future we can all be proud of. A future that I believe starts with an ambitious second replenishment of the GCF, which is currently ongoing. And I think all of those that have shown ambition, many of which have indicated their commitments today. Germany, Spain, others, UK recently, Canada, and many others. Thank you all. And let us build on this historic momentum we've seen in recent days and in the weeks that remain to seize this opportunity to really show solidarity with the most vulnerable and deliver the change we need. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Duarte. And I would now like to welcome Ms. Kristalina Georgieva, Managing Director of the International Monetary Fund. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Undersecretary. So pleased to be sitting right next to the Green Climate Fund. And believe you me, this is where the IMF belongs. Let me explain why. The mandate of the IMF is to promote macroeconomic and financial stability, growth, and employment. Climate change threatens macroeconomic and financial stability. It affects fiscal positions, growth prospects, debt levels, and most importantly, the lives and livelihoods of people. On the flip side, climate action, both mitigation and adaptation, creates opportunities for low-carbon, climate-resilient growth and for green jobs. So what does that mean concretely for our work? First, more than 2 years ago, our board approved a climate strategy that focuses on how to integrate climate risks and the green transition in our fiscal, monetary, and financial sector policy advice. As part of our fiscal policy advice, we recommend to our members pathways to eliminate over time both explicit and implicit fossil fuel subsidies. Let's face reality. Rather than decreasing, these subsidies have been increasing over the last years, reaching $7 trillion in 2022. Last year, because of high energy prices, explicit subsidies were $1.3 trillion. I must say, on average, they are somewhere between 500 and 600 billion, but last year they shot up. The rest, I'm very concerned about what is under this tip of the iceberg. The implicit subsidies are not internalizing the cost of carbon emissions and air pollution related to the use of fossil fuels. They have also grown over time. What is the benefit of eliminating these subsidies? Well, clearly we would have $7 trillion more to spend on the green transition. But we are also going to cut carbon emissions by 43% by 2030. Remember, this is what we need to do if we are to keep the Paris Agreement goal of 1.5 degrees alive. We also help countries to improve effectiveness of spending. We have created a new tool, Climate Public Investment Management Assessments. They help countries do better with the resources they have. And in our assessment of financial stability, we include climate-related risk analysis, starting from the countries where these risks are most acute. Second, we put money where our mouth is. We deployed $40 billion from the $100 billion SDRs, our better off members on land, through the IMF on concessional basis, to create a new instrument, the Resilience and Sustainability Trust, to help our vulnerable low-income and middle-income income members build resilience to climate shocks. Our board has approved 10 programs in just 1 year, and I'm very proud, and this is for you, Amina. 5 of these programs are in sub-Saharan Africa, for the countries that have done nothing to create this problem but are disproportionately affected. And I'm very proud we are the first institution, financial institution, to offer concessional finance through the RST to middle-income vulnerable countries. Now, we do this, and we need to do more. We are very conscious that time is not our friend. And I think my time is now up. Less talking, more doing.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Georgieva. And that gives me a great segue to remind everybody that we only have 3-minute interventions possible because, again, we're already so over time, and we'd really like to give everyone a chance to speak. I would now like to welcome Her Excellency Katrin Jakobsdóttir, Prime Minister of Iceland, to take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, I don't think I have to use my 3 minutes to remind us all here in this room that this is truly indeed the year of climate disasters around the world. I live in Iceland, close to the Arctic, and there we see actually the ice cap of the Arctic melting. We see our glaciers receding, so really the effects are everywhere around our globe. Secretary-General has said that we are not in an era of global warming, but global boiling. And I think that is very true. And I would like to use this opportunity to applaud the Secretary-General and the UN for their tireless efforts to really put this most important and gravest challenge of our times higher on the agenda. Thank you for that. What Iceland is doing, we have many positives. We have 100% renewable energy for heating and electricity because we are a resource-rich country with hydropower and geothermal. We take pride in science-backed projects in carbon capture and other fields. We export our know-how in clean energy and emphasizing a just and inclusive transition. We have put into our legislation that Iceland will become carbon neutral or net zero no later than 2040, but we can and we need to do much more. My government has decided not to issue any licenses for oil exploration in Iceland's exclusive economic zone. We are making the shift to renewables in our transport system. We are subsidizing new technologies to accelerate the green transition. We are heading for a future where non-renewables should not be an option. With the legislation on the circular economy, we are recycling more. We are integrating the principles of the well-being economy into our budget, measuring more than only economic growth, measuring social factors, measuring environmental factors. As Ursula von der Leyen said here earlier, if you want something done, you have to measure it, and I think that is extremely important for what we are talking about here. Business sectors are setting their own emission targets. We have a successful history of land restoration and reforestation and ambitious goals for the future. Internationally, Iceland will double its support to the Green Climate Fund for the second replenishment period, and we will contribute to the financing of early warnings for all. The climate is central to our development policy and will feature even more prominently in our plan for the next 4 years. In recent years, my government has gradually increased total contributions for development cooperation, and we aim for a further increase. And we will continue to emphasize the enormous potential of blue food in providing healthy nutrition while lowering carbon emissions. And just let me remind you that SDG 5 on gender equality is an enabler and a multiplier for all other SDGs, and thus for a meaningful climate action. Empowering women and girls is actually a key factor to resolve many of our challenges, and we all know that women and girls are disproportionately affected by climate change. So we will continue to do our share for gender equality, not only locally, but also globally. Dear friends, we need a frank stocktake and fresh urgency at COP28. We need tangible results from the Summit of the Future next year. We need clear guidelines to phase out fossil fuels, and we need clear guidelines for financial mechanism to finance climate action. Climate inaction is unacceptable. Change is hard, but change we must, and we have time, but not much time, and not either here. But you can say that past alerts are shocking the facts of today. So present warnings will be tomorrow's cascading disasters if we do not accelerate climate action and implementing systemic change. And there Iceland is ready to do our part. So thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister. We would now like to invite the Mayor of London, Mr. Sadiq Khan, to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Undersecretary. The situation that confronts us today is grave. It's nothing short of self-harm on a planetary scale. And it's the poorest, the most vulnerable, bearing the blunt. It's easy to get angry at the delay and dither from some quarters. And I know businesses and millions of people feel let down by news from my own country that our Prime Minister is now backtracking on the UK's climate commitments. But our cities offer grounds for hope because we're the ones willing to make the tough calls. Only last month, London implemented the world's largest clean air zone. And let me be frank, doing this wasn't easy. But the time for action is now, which is why we're also investing in green jobs, public transport, and clean energy, charting a course for London to be net zero, not by 2050, but by the end of this decade. Our city is by no means alone. The same stories are replicated across the globe, from Rio to Seoul, from Paris to Milan, from Dhaka to Freetown. It's cities leading the charge. You know, today, urban areas consume 75% of global primary energy, meaning we possess enormous power to accelerate the shift to net zero. It's why cities can be climate titans, using our might and muscle to make a decisive difference in this decisive decade. Just this week, C40, representing more than 700 million of the world's citizens in 97 cities, pledged to cut fossil fuel consumption by half within the next 7 years. Because, let's be frank, our reliance on fossil fuels is at the root of the problem. And I say to fossil fuel companies, if you don't change and commit to the green transition, you risk being consigned to the past. The choice you face is simple. Get on board or get left behind as we race to a greener age. And governments should be helping businesses to do that, not putting obstacles in their way. Let me finish with this. To all those working to secure the fate of our civilization, the cities of the world are with you. We will do everything we can to keep the promise of 1.5 alive, and we'll continue to call on nations to give us more power and resources to win the fight, so we can continue to be the climate doers, not delayers of our time, and continue to champion the cause of climate justice from the global north to the global south so we can deliver a safer, fairer and brighter future for all humankind. And can I thank the Secretary-General for allowing cities to be in the room where it happens.
I thank Mayor Khan. And now I would like to invite the President of Portugal, His Excellency Marcelo Rebelo de Sousa, to take the floor.
Thank you.
Madam Moderator. Thank you, Madam Deputy Secretary General.
Concerning climate action. Without coal or nuclear power plants, Portugal decided to anticipate in 5 years, for 2045, full carbonic neutrality. We decided also to anticipate in 4 years, 26, to 80% of renewables in electricity production. And in 2030, 100% of renewables. Until 2030, you'll be reducing in 55% our emissions concerning gas effect compared with 2005. At the same time, we're financing so many vulnerable countries. We started with a pilot agreement with VERT, converting state debt into a fund, a climate and environmental fund. We're going to replicate it with African countries and Asian Pacific countries belonging to the Portuguese community countries. Finally, we do consider that climate action is connected with oceanic action. Therefore, Portugal is classifying as protected areas 30% of its sea and 100% all that area subjected to the control of good environmental conditions. We're going to double investment in science and technology in the seas and duplicate the number of startups also connected with the oceans. We are developing an Atlantic Observatory for Climate, acting in the region of Northern Atlantic, going to the areas under jurisdiction of the United States and Canada. We know that we are really running against the clock, and we have lost too much time. But we're sure that before 2030 and before 2050, we could and we shall take care of what is our single planet, the future of younger generations, and we'll be accountable to our people. We will not disappoint them.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would now like to welcome the President of Sri Lanka, Mr. Ranil Wickremesinghe, to take the floor.
Madam Chair, Sri Lanka supports the Secretary-General's accelerated agenda based on tangible climate actions which are achievable. Many of the delegates here have put forward very fruitful suggestions which we must take into account. Let me talk of Sri Lanka itself. Experts have predicted that by 2050, Sri Lanka will lose 1.5% of our GDP due to climate-related issues. Therefore, Sri Lanka's climate ambition plan has adopted a dual approach. At COP27, I launched Sri Lanka's Climate Prosperity Plan, as the nation's strategy for green growth based on renewable energy generations with the local advantages of wind power and solar energy. It's also a part of our economic restructuring, which is consequent to the 2022 financial crisis, because our long-term economic revival is based on Sri Lanka becoming a green economy. The second is that Sri Lanka is supporting the establishment of a climate justice forum aimed at fostering international collaboration to address climate-related challenges such as loss and damage, adaptation, and mitigation. There are two other proposals that Sri Lanka will also be making in respect of the global scenario. First is the establishment of an International Climate Change University, which will be an international platform on research and development on climate mitigation actions. The second is that we have realized that we have to realize that global resources are not limitless, and we must manage with what is available. Therefore, Sri Lanka is focusing on areas where maximum results can be achieved. In this background, Sri Lanka will be proposing the Tropical Belt Climate Ambition Project. The Tropical Belt is the most biologically diverse region on Earth. Typically, biodiversity increases as the latitude decreases. The biodiversity increases as we get closer to the equator. Vulnerable communities in tropical belts are the worst impacted by climate change. Significant investments in renewable energy, nature-based solutions, and pollution control in the tropical belt will lead to transformative changes in climate change, not only biodiversity loss and pollution control, not only in the tropical belt, but will also impact on the temperate areas outside. The nature-based solutions could contribute substantially to climate change mitigation and adaptation. There are also a number of low-income countries within the belt who will be able to benefit from the debt relief that is being proposed. Therefore, the Tropical Belt Climate Ambition Plan and the debt relief for the low-income economies within the belt will have a substantial impact on advancing the Secretary-General's accelerated agenda. I don't want to take any more of the time, and we'll be discussing this at COP28, but thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would now like to welcome Her Excellency Zuzana Kaputova, the President of Slovakia.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to present a short report from Slovakia. In Slovakia, we are doing our share. 85% of our electricity is already produced with zero emissions. We commit to increase this to 90% by 2027. In 2030, our emissions will be 55% lower than in 1990. In the next 7 years, we will use 5% of our GDP to decarbonize our economy and increase the use of renewables. We are fast-tracking permits for clean energy projects and are exploring the option of moving our 2050 climate goals to an early date. Already this year, we are stopping use coal as a source for electricity. In 3 years, we will also stop using coal for heat generation. Our coal mining regions will host a cluster of next-generation fossil-free jobs. This will offer a viable alternative to the dirty and unhealthy status quo. We will continue supporting the weakest and the most vulnerable to the climate crisis. Since the adoption of the Paris Climate Agreement, Slovakia's contribution to green finance has grown almost 5 times. We will provide another 2.2 million euro for the Green Climate Fund between 2024 and 2027. And we will continue mainstreaming climate measures in our development assistance. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all in this together, not just governments, but also private sector and other stakeholders. In climate crisis, we are not battling an external threat. It is not a meteor heading for Earth. This is an existential crisis that we created, and we alone must solve. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I would now like to invite His Excellency David Kabua, President of the Republic of Marshall Islands, to intervene. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Fellow leaders, in the Marshall Islands, we say, Rijo im Uguch, our native language, for strength is unity. Everyone here says they're committed to 1.5, but the actions we take will speak louder. Yesterday, 19 fellow high ambition coalition leaders and I came together to demand faster, stronger action to respond to the climate crisis. We call for a fossil fuel phase out and demand that abatement technology not be used to greenlight continued expansion. We call for systematic change so that finance for climate reaches the vulnerable and reaches the trillions. I ask you all to join. We need less talking and more action. The acceleration agenda offers us those actions, and we are doing our part to deliver. Fossil fuels are the root of this crisis. Today, we join the Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance, lending our strength to those who are taking the courageous decision to leave fossil fuels in the ground. We are pushing as one of the world's largest flag registries, alongside Pacific Island allies, for a rapid decarbonization of shipping. The IMO's new targets are better but not enough. We proposed a universal greenhouse gas levy to drive and support the sector's transition and provide billions for the most vulnerable. Fellow leaders, the boldest actions by my country alone are not enough. Major emitters have failed to take these tough decisions, and so we must prepare for relentless disaster. In my country, we are having difficult conversation with our communities. What do we do when our islands become unlivable? How can we, as a nation, protect our rights, our culture? In December, we will aim to answer these questions in our National Adaptation Plan. We need help. Physical adaptation alone will be in the tens of billions, and loss and damage has already hit our shores. My fellow leaders, please join my country in taking action. Join us in the High Ambition Coalition. Stand with us in solidarity, and let us be bold and face this crisis with unity. Kumol Dada. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And I would now like to ask Her Excellency Marina Silva, Minister of Environment and Climate Change of Brazil.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to read the request of President Lula, the address that he prepared for such an important meeting. So starting my quote. In my speech yesterday at the opening of the General Assembly, I emphasized the centrality of inequality and the challenges of our age. In the case of climate change, inequality is reflected in two ways: responsibility of those who generated the problem and in the disproportionate way in which the poorest suffer its effects. The historical contribution of developed countries to global warming is a reality. Over 3 billion people are already directly affected by climate change, especially in low and middle-income countries. It is the poorest, women, indigenous people, the elderly, children, young people, and migrants who are the most affected. No country should have to choose between fighting global warming or fighting hunger or poverty. This is a false dilemma. We all have an ethical commitment to do both. Protecting the forest and the sustainable development of the Amazon are among my government's priorities. In the first 8 months of this year, we have reduced deforestation by 48%. We're going to reach 2030 with zero deforestation. We created a task force that reduced in 80% the area of illegal mining in the Yanomami territory. The whole world has always talked about the Amazon, but now the Amazon has its own voice. A month ago, we hosted the Amazon Summit and we launched a new agenda for cooperation between the countries that are part of that biome. We need to secure decent living conditions for the over 50 million people who live in the 8 Amazon countries, including indigenous peoples. We are talking with other developing countries that also have tropical forests so that we can arrive at COP28 with a joint vision. But eliminating deforestation is not enough to solve the climate change issue. The world needs a broader, wider-reaching energy transition. Brazil, which already had one of the most ambitious climate targets in the world, has decided to go further. I am pleased to announce today that we are going to update our nationally determined contribution under the Paris Agreement, the NDC. We will return to the level of ambition that we originally presented at COP21 and which had been changed under the previous government. We will enhance Brazil's emission reduction commitments from 37 to 48% by 2025 and from 50 to 53% by 2030. This despite the fact that our historical responsibilities being incomparably smaller than those of the rich countries. We are already taking action to make our ambition a reality. With the potential that we have in solar, wind, biomass, ethanol, biodiesel, and green hydrogen, we are also going to produce green hydrogen, and Brazil wants to be a big exporter of sustainability. We launched the Bolsa Verde, the Green Stipend, to help families living in extreme poverty, encouraging these families to engage in practices that protect nature. The Live Forest program will allow for degraded areas to be restored and the strengthening of productive chain. We have once more started to recognize the central role played by indigenous communities in their very ancient knowledge in the conservation of the environment and biodiversity. The Ecological Transformation Plan consolidated based on a future view and inclusive growth is already in its final stages. We are going to launch sovereign sustainable bonds, and we're going to regulate the carbon market in Brazil with an emissions cap, and will do so in such a way that local communities benefit from this. Environmental education will be essential and a permanent element of the national education, and will be present in all education levels for our children and adolescents. Young people are going to help in educating their parents so that their parents have a view, a posture that is much more compatible with the protection of nature, so that we may continue to move forward on a consensus on these topics. And this is what led us to propose to host COP30 in 2025 in Belém. This will be the most important COP since the Paris Agreement. In COP30, all countries are going to present their second round of commitments. This will be our last chance. Before that, we are going to host the G20 summit in Rio de Janeiro and in 2024. During our G20 presidency, we are going to launch a task force for the global mobilization against climate change. All of these priorities, they are part of Brazil's presidency plan. We are going to build a just world and a sustainable planet. This is the ambition that humanity and the world need. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Minister. I would now like to ask His Excellency Sir Angel Whips Jr., President of Palau, to intervene.
Madam Undersecretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to be delivering this statement and deeply appreciative of this the critical importance of this summit in addressing the urgent global challenge of climate change. We live it every day. As we reach the midpoint of the 2030 agenda, it is undeniable that global greenhouse emissions are not decreasing. We recognize that transitioning to renewable energy is paramount in our fight against climate change. Palau remains steadfast in our commitment to this transition. Through partnership with Australia and Japan, we have reached 20+% renewable energy this year, and our aim is to reach 45% by 2025. We recognize that we cannot achieve these targets alone, and we continue to seek international support to help us with our transition to renewable energy. Ultimately, we have set an ambitious goal of achieving 100% renewable energy by 2032. Although our contribution may be small in the global context, we are committed to playing our part in the global transition. Palau takes this opportunity to call upon international development partners, bilateral allies, and all supporters of sustainable development to collaborate in this endeavor. Excellencies, we need action. We urge all countries, especially major emitters, to present their updated and more ambitious nationally determined contributions, as well as updated net zero targets and energy transition plans with commitments to no new coal, oil, and gas. We urge all major emitters, and notably all G20 governments, to commit by 2025 more ambitious NDCs featuring absolute emission cuts covering all gases. In addition, we urge all emitters to develop fossil fuel phase-out plans and commit to more ambitious renewable energy targets, and we call for countries to increase their Green Climate Fund pledges and to fulfill those commitments. The phasing out of fossil fuels and investing in renewable energy is absolutely necessary if we are to keep below 1.5. Climate action must be credible and implemented with ambition, transparency, and accountability. The UN-backed credibility standard presented in the Integrity Matters report provides a clear framework for credible climate action. We challenge all businesses, cities, regions, and financial institutions to align their transition plans with this standard, which calls for transition towards 2025 and 2030 targets to stop and phase out fossil fuels, making actual emission cuts without using offsets, and publicly advocating for science-based climate action. Climate action is not just about setting ambitious goals, but is also about implementing them effectively. Palau calls on all governments, international organizations, financial institutions, and businesses to work together to implement partnerships that accelerate the decarbonization of high-emitting sectors and deliver climate justice through reforming the international financial system and investing in community adaptation efforts and addressing losses and damages as a result of climate change. The transition to clean energy future is essential to our survival. We must act now to raise our ambition, make credible commitments to climate action, and work together to implement them. Thank you. Komban Bisulang.
Thank you, Excellency. I would now like to invite His Excellency Mark Brown, Prime Minister of Cook Islands, to take the floor.
Colleagues, thank you for the opportunity to hear the voice of the Cook Islands, a country that is 99.99% ocean. We are a people in the midst of a climate emergency, an existential threat that is not of our making, but it is our reality every day. We have embraced our climate reality and we are taking steps to address it at all levels of community and society. As a region, the Pacific continues to be trailblazers in the areas of international law on climate action and advocacy. We understand that our survival is not for us alone, but for our generations to come. It is their tomorrow that we fight for today. As a country, we were instrumental in the design and establishment of the Pacific Resilience Facility, our localized answer to a complex and bureaucratic multilateral financing architecture, targeted at ensuring simplified access to support strengthened community resilience. It is not a sole solution, but it is an innovative step in the right direction. At the forefront of the devastating impacts of climate change, we now know that our resilience is dependent on how prepared we can be in the face of climatic disasters. Nationally, we are focused on establishing early warning systems across all of our islands, and we further call on partners to support the regional, our weather-ready Pacific decadal program for investments throughout the Pacific Island countries. Recognizing the ocean is our lifeblood, the Cook Islands is committed to the establishment of a Pacific Center of Excellence on deep ocean science, highlighting our commitment to research, exploration, and teaching. We have consistently advocated for the need to keep temperature increases below 1.5 degrees. Hence, the Cook Islands has set ourselves a net zero target by 2040, committed to pursuing 100% renewable energy generation systems by 2030, and developing a land transport policy that is inclusive of electric vehicle technology and infrastructure. On climate finance, we strive for a robust outcome at COP28, including loss and damage and the new collective quantified goals. Next month, I will attend the GCF Pledging Conference, where we will again ask countries to meet their commitments to the Paris Agreement. This in a year when oil companies and oil-producing nations have earned record profits as a result of the conflict in the Ukraine. Excellencies, this November, we will host the Pacific Leaders meeting in my home island of Rarotonga. We, Pacific leaders, will again reaffirm our commitment to adaptation and resilience building measures that respond to our unique circumstances. We are doing what we can with what we have. We call on the world to join us, partner with us, and ensure our prosperity and that of our future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I would now like to invite His Excellency Alar Karas, the President of the Republic of Estonia.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the latest report by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change is a sobering reminder of the magnitude of the task ahead of us. Estonia welcomes the acceleration agenda. If we wish to deliver, we need to give way to a positive message of hope, and deliver we must. Allow me now to present Estonia's pledges. First, Estonia aims to meet the 100% renewable electricity target by 2030 for our own consumption, while also committing to reducing greenhouse gas emissions across all sectors by 80% by 2035. Together with the EU, Estonia is working on reaching climate neutrality by 2050. Secondly, we are rapidly transforming our energy sector by reducing the use of oil shale and gas. We are simplifying the process of acquiring permits for renewable energy projects. Together with our neighboring countries, we have ambitious goals for offshore wind development in the Baltic Sea. Thirdly, we move towards more flexible government structure by bringing energy, transportation, buildings, shipping and environmental protection under a newly established climate ministry, responsible for sectors covering 70% of our emissions. We will adopt taxation measures and a climate law drafted in cross-sectoral spirit of cooperation. We will establish a timeline of emission reduction targets to reach the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and Paris Agreement objectives. Dear colleagues, ambition must also take us forward globally. Estonia is actively cooperating with small islands and least developed countries for green technology solutions and know-how transfer. For example, we have supported the adaptation and emergency communication systems in the Pacific region, drinking water monitoring system in the Grenada Island River Basin, and development of solar energy in Myanmar. We also need joint actions on global level. COP summits have become an expo for climate action solutions and tools such as green technologies. Estonia will go a step further this year with our national pavilion at COP28 and present our private and public sector solutions in the green transition. In conclusion, as a community, we have the tools and the agency to tackle the climate crisis. Raising ambition also means bringing everyone along. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would now like to invite His Excellency Lazarus Chakwera, President of Malawi, to take the floor.
Deputy Secretary-General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I speak to you as a steward of a nation that treasures its pristine natural wonders, a nation whose people have lived in harmony with their environment for generations. From the serene shores of Lake Malawi to the majestic peak of Mount Mulanje, our national character and identity as a people is shaped by and tied to our land. For it is this land that nurtures our heritage and sustains our livelihood. So just imagine how we felt when cyclones Ana and Gombe hit us last year and wiped out a year's worth of food for over 3 million Malawians and destroyed 1/3 of our power supply. Or how we felt when the contaminated waters occasioned by those two cyclones triggered the worst cholera outbreak in Malawi's history, killing more people than COVID. How we felt when 20 million Malawian hearts broke under the crushing weight of Cyclone Freddy just 6 months ago, killing over 1,000, displacing over 500,000, and carrying away a year's worth of food for over 2 million and the hopes of our children. In short, Malawi is the poster child of climate injustice, a nation on the receiving end of climate events it did not cause. So while it is sad that we are having to accept that no one has come to meaningfully fund the pursuit of sustainable development goals for Malawi to achieve Agenda 2030, our nationally determined contributions under the Paris Agreement and the Malawi 2063 vision, we ourselves will never abandon that pursuit. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would now like to turn to His Excellency Philip Pierre, Prime Minister of St. Lucia, who is also speaking on behalf or as chair of CARICOM.
Thank you. Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, what does it mean to hold the pessimism of climate disaster and optimism of climate action together? For too many decades, the member states of CARICOM have had to endure the task of pushing the climate disaster boulder up the mountain of climate ambition. We raised the alarm in the 90s. In the decades that followed, we put a human face on what was an esoteric scientific debate. We have been attempting to push multilateral negotiations towards conclusions that would save lives and livelihoods and safeguard the very existence of our member states. We have grown weary of telling the world and the major emitters that climate change is an urgent problem. It's an existential threat, that it is the defining challenge of our times. Our member states are leading the way in advancing adaptation and resilience initiatives. We continue to strengthen our renewable energy transitions and efforts to combat coastal erosion, sea level rise, and freshwater and agricultural challenges. But the climate continues to change. The threat continues to grow, and our member states continue to face an uncertain, potentially dangerous future. This deepening climate crisis cannot continue to receive a response from the major emitters that amounts to a reckless disregard of the consequences and obligations of their actions. The current instrumentalism, lack of ambition, and multilateral gridlock must be broken in the interest of our small island developing states, the vulnerable developing nations, and the countries with a genuine interest in the success of solving our climate crisis. And success has a clear definition. Emission targets that ensure global temperatures increases below 1.5 degrees Celsius in relation to pre-industrial levels. Urgent, predictable, new and easily acceptable adaptation financing whose parameters will be determined by the needs of those most affected, and the delivery of pledges and commitments made. More precisely for CARICOM member states, success will require greater ambition to the 1.5 degrees centigrade goal from major emitters, with science driving all decision-making on climate change, emphasizing the need for those who cause the problem to take responsibility and leadership in addressing it. The authorization of the Loss and Damage Fund and its funding arrangements at COP28 in the face of ever-growing impacts on small island developing states. Systematic approaches for debt relief for CARICOM member states in the context of unlocking new sources of finance for climate action and sustainable development, including for robust work on vulnerability indices. Target support for CARICOM member states to implement the nationally determined contributions, NDCs, and adaptation plans, as well as to support the just transitions for member states. The inclusion of the Bridgetown Initiative as a new agenda item for the 5th meeting of the Conference of Parties, serving as the meeting of the parties to the Paris Agreement and COP28. The identification of strategic areas for technical support available amongst CARICOM institutions that can assist member states with implementation and resource mobilization, ensuring that both the political and technical outcomes of the global stocktake serves the purpose of correcting our course towards meeting all of the Paris Agreement goals. The Secretary-General's acceleration agenda provides us with a pathway to success, an avenue to fast-track climate action in every country, every sector, and in every time frame. CARICOM will continue to support this agenda and work with all to accelerate the pace and scale of a just transition to a more equitable, renewable, energy-based, climate-resilient global economy. CARICOM's ambitions in the face of this climate crisis are to safeguard our people, to develop sustainability, and to thrive. But we will never be able to achieve these goals in the absence of robust ambition and deliverable action from those who have the means and the responsibility to change and correct the cause of this crisis. I thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister. I would now like to ask the COP27 President and Foreign Minister of Egypt, His Excellency Sameh Shoukry, to take the floor.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we convene today under this timely initiative by the Secretary-General to confirm our unequivocal commitment to undertake individually and as an international community the necessary, bold, and ambitious actions to deliver on what is required to save our planet, not only for future generations, but also for current ones. The pledges and commitments we heard today confirm the political will of many world leaders in this regard, including pledges to replenish the Green Climate Fund, heeding the call of Sharm el-Sheikh. As COP27 President, I stress, nevertheless, on the fact that without comprehensive, inclusive, and just transition, supported with the appropriate finance, many of the pledges, especially from developing countries, will face the implementation dilemma. It is crucial at this juncture, in order to keep the goal of 1.5 degrees within reach, to address three major challenges. First and foremost, access and availability of finance. Many of the NDCs are contingent on receiving the appropriate finance. In short, delivering depends on the availability of finance at scale and through very concessional and grant-based instruments. This condition has been clearly not met. In addition to the cost incurred due to loss and damage, which is over and above the trillions needed for the NDCs. Second, debt continues to be a major obstacle. We need an innovative approach to transform debt into an opportunity, notably through debt for climate swaps. As COP27 President, I was privileged to launch an initiative in this regard, the Sustainable Debt Coalition, which garnered the support of many African countries. Third, consideration for the social and economic dimensions is imperative. Just transition pathways would assist in identifying potentials, opportunities, and needs within different sectors. Excellency, I also wanted to share with you what Egypt has a clear vision for the transformation, based on just transition pathway. Egypt submitted its third revision of the NDCs, leading to more than 10 million tons of extra reductions of carbon dioxide, to be achieved by adding 10 gigawatts of renewables, phasing out 5 gigawatts of fossil fuel-based energy, along with major transformations in the transport and green hydrogen sectors. These are concrete reflections of our Egypt 2050 climate strategy, our 2030 sustainable development vision, as well as our nexus of the water, food, and energy NWEFI program, a nationally owned vision assorted with targets for delivering both on energy transition and resilience buildings. Excellencies, as COP27 President, I have full confidence that we can win against the existential threat of climate if there is a sense of solidarity, similar to what was shown in Sharm el-Sheikh, and a strong and collective political will to address the challenges I highlighted. I am also confident that the United Arab Emirates will lead and deliver another successful COP28 this December in Dubai. I thank you.
Thank His Excellency. And I would now like to invite Mr. Nikolai Halby-Wammen, Minister for Finance of Denmark.
Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, on this beautiful September day, we gather to discuss the state of our planet. And the message must be firm. It is evident that we face a clear and present danger from climate change. From wildfires in Hawaii, Canada and Greece, to the scorching heat waves in Asia and flooding in Pakistan and southern Europe. It is basically there for all to see, and it's also there for all to act. Therefore, we must do that. The Paris Agreement is our promise to take action to limit the threat from climate change. It is our promise to help the vulnerable countries already facing the impacts. And it's our promise to preserve the planet for future generations. It is a promise we must keep. In Denmark, our mission is clear. We want to demonstrate that ambitious climate targets and a thriving, competitive society and social balance can go hand in hand. While this is challenging, it is also doable. We have already adopted policies to cover 75% of the distance towards our goal, a 70% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. And recognizing the urgency, we will also advance our deadline to achieve net zero emissions from 2050 to 2045. We have also, as one of the first countries, set an end date for oil and gas production in Denmark by 2050. And at the global level, we are spearheading efforts to phase out oil and gas, triple the deployment of renewable energy by 2030, and decarbonize shipping by 2050. Denmark has heard the calls to deliver on climate finance, and we have to break the deadlock and explore new avenues for mobilizing finance at the speed and scale required. Denmark is taking action. In 2023 and 2024, we expect to deliver more than 1% of the collective goal to mobilize the $100 billion. And from 2024, we will allocate 30% of our direct development aid towards climate action. And we will target around 60% of this towards adaptation. We are addressing loss and damage through support to mitigate climate disaster risks. And we are making new commitments to strengthen Denmark's investment fund for developing countries. The goal here is to triple its annual climate finance from $300 million to around $900 million by 2030. Dear colleagues, this is a time for action. Denmark is ready to do its part. We urge the rest of the nations to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellencies. This concludes the morning segment of the Climate Ambition Summit, and thank you to all of you for being first movers.
There we go. Dear colleagues, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, many, many friends in the room, allow me to welcome you all on behalf of the UN Secretary-General to the special meeting on loss and damage. And this is something that he's always got fire under our feet for, and to make sure we deliver as we go to COP. So the imperative to act urgently and collectively, we all know, can't be overstated. And this special meeting is taking place on the margins of the Secretary-General's Climate Ambition Summit, where we have tried to get credible showcase first movers and doers, and they're still speaking in that room as we gather here. We all know that the global community must come together, redouble its efforts in rapidly reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and we have our 1.5 degree challenge, significantly enhancing adaptation and resilience in the face of these inevitable changes. And this morning we heard from a number of heads of state how they're going about that. It is also equally imperative that we address the irreversible impacts that have already been set in motion. And we have to acknowledge that many nations, particularly those which are least responsible for the current climate crisis, find themselves at the front line of its effects. So for climate justice, we know that this demands that we stand by their side in providing support and resources that are commensurate with the scale of that loss and damage that they're experiencing. To address the climate injustice, a historic decision was taken at COP27 to establish a new loss and damage funding arrangement and a fund to support the vulnerable countries in addressing loss and damage caused by climate change. A transitional committee was set up and tasked to deliver on this mandate. And in the run-up to COP28, the Secretary-General's special meeting today is really an important opportunity to support the work of the Transitional Committee in accordance with the mandate that was given to him by the parties to the Paris Agreement. As you all know, many of our developing countries at the front line of the climate disaster are also facing enormous fiscal challenges. The devastating floods last year in Pakistan cost more than 1,700 lives, affecting over 33 million people, and cost the economy $32 billion, and still counting. More than 110 million Africans have been directly affected by climate and water-related hazards in 2022, and that's caused more than $8.5 billion in economic damages. And our global projected economic costs of loss and damage are to be in the range of hundreds of billions by 2030. At the same time, we've got unsustainable debt burdens, spiraling inflation, and currency fluctuations that are adding to the difficulties and hardships of the most vulnerable countries and people around the world. And this is where we have initiatives such as the Bridgetown Initiative, the SDG stimulus, and others to try to make headway in these unsustainable trends that we're seeing. Such is also the context of the difficult work that's been undertaken by the Transition Committee. None of us here underestimate that. The scale and scope of that challenge requires an agile and adequate and a predictable financial resourcing. We're strongly urging all of you in the international financial institutions and the relevant entities to come with very clear and concrete responses to identifying the most effective ways to respond to loss and damage in vulnerable countries that is matched with the pace and the scale that is required. 2 days from now, the government ministers will gather under the leadership of Egypt and UAE as COP27 and COP28 presidents to advance the discussions and recommendations that will operationalize the new funding arrangements and the fund for loss and damage. The outcome of this meeting will provide us valuable inputs to the ministerial discussion and subsequently to the outcome of COP28. I urge all of us to continue to advance the discussion within our respective institutions and with our shareholders. Together, let's rise to this challenge before us. This is possible, to have a world that is secure, where no one's left behind. We've spent the last 3 to 4 days underscoring at halftime of the SDGs how important it is to keep the promise of the 2030 Agenda, but also of the Paris Agreement. And so with that, colleagues, it gives me great pleasure to invite a representative from our youth to give us their perspective, and that will be Genaro Matias Gori Gonzalez from UNGA. No? Yes? Here you are. You have the floor.
Thanks. Dear colleagues, distinguished guests, and excellencies. I'll be quick because we're running out of time. The call for loss and damage finance is inherently a call for both climate action and climate justice. It means hope of reparations for the billions whose livelihoods are lost, and a responsibility of decision makers to fix the pathway of a monetary and financial system that, yes, help us in our world to expand its growth, but fail to account for planetary boundaries on how we should direct growth. Deriving humankind and into the socio-ecological crisis. This makes imperative that we need transformative change, recognizing that we have a climate and ecological debt with the peoples and the ecosystems of our planet. And to make justice for this, ensuring that we can rebuild and regenerate the lost livelihoods, international financial institutions have a moral imperative to be part of the transition and the transformation of our global financial system. Central banks must include the risk of climate inaction in the risk assessment of its monetary policy and report accordingly. And the right incentives must be put in place. Climate finance for addressing loss and damage must not come at the expense of other forms of climate finance to support comprehensive climate action. It must be new and additional, but also has to have direct relations with the SDGs, conservation of nature, and climate resilient development. And don't create more debt burden to developing countries that are already trying to survive the climate crisis while being strangled by debt and being forced to extractivize nature and their peoples, and while hindering their commitments from developed countries. Parties by COP28 have to ensure the operationalization of the Loss and Damage Fund as a fund with significant resources and ensure that it delivers accessible and affordable finance to climate vulnerable communities around the world. We're worried about rich countries financing their green transition on increasing human rights violations instead of a just, equitable fossil phase-out and an implementation of the Loss and Damage Fund. We experience daily criminalizations of climate justice activists instead of resourcing the transformation away from climate destruction. Financial instruments are a just tool for a low carbon and climate resilient development that has to be people-centered based on human rights standards. Furthermore, we find innovative sources that makes emerging markets possible to ensure that all vulnerable communities have access to rebuild their livelihoods with clean and climate resilient considerations. Aviation, maritime transport, and pollution levies, if applied in a progressive way, can be innovative sources of sources to be tapped, but they do not replace only common core public finance provisions by developed countries. Only by working together with public, civil society, and private partnerships, we can achieve the change that is needed. And this must be thought with transparency and inclusivity so that no one is left behind in the design and implementation of projects. We must establish a clear pathway to have a sustainable financial architecture. We all need to contribute to this transformation, starting by making mandatory that all investments to disclose their risks, their pollution, and their opportunities to transition with great accountability. This must be done in transparent and just way to make sure that small and medium enterprises can count with the capacity to respond and the least privileged don't suffer the consequences. Finally, many of us young people have witnessed the devastating loss and damage in our vulnerable communities, experiencing by firsthand the disruption of our ecosystem and felt the weight of the planet's future in our shoulders. We are not passive bystanders. We are active participants, eager to make contributions and building resilience in our communities. Day by day, we are being invited to participate in the decision-making. That's a good thing. But we also urge parties to include intergenerational equity as fundamental in their NDCs, and to consider us not just as in the designing phase, but also in the implementation and investments. It is with utmost urgency that we urge parties to operationalize a functioning, equitable, and just loss and damage fund this year in 70 days at COP28, and for the loss and damage sub-goal to be fully integrated in the NCQG next year. It's a matter of climate justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for bringing that strong voice of justice. But I hear you when you say climate inaction should also pay a price. And that's been happening since we made the Paris Agreement. And that triple crisis, integral to the SDGs, really important. Means of implementation is for all of us to lift. And I'm so happy to see so many heads and leaders in the financial sector here with us. Thank you very much for joining us, because this is a conversation we definitely need with you. So now allow me for some of our scene setting today to go to Dr. Thomas, who will have the floor next.
Thank you. Today I bring messages from the IPCC's 6th assessment report, the most robust scientific assessment of losses and damages to date. Human-induced climate change has inflicted widespread and severe losses and damages, disproportionately affecting developing countries and the most vulnerable among us. The numbers paint an alarming picture. About 3.3 billion people reside in highly vulnerable countries, exposing them to the most severe climate impacts. Human mortality from extreme events was 15 times higher in highly vulnerable regions. Millions of people are grappling with acute food insecurity, concentrated in Africa, Asia, Central and South America, least developed countries, and small islands. Severe droughts have resulted in nearly 6 million children in the developing world becoming underweight. Extreme events are resulting in billions of dollars in damages, at times exceeding the GDP of developing countries, such as the hurricane damages that we've seen in the Caribbean. And losses and damages have wreaked greater economic havoc in impoverished regions and among more vulnerable populations, including the poor, women, children, and indigenous peoples. As global warming intensifies, the outlook worsens. Losses and damages increase and become increasingly difficult to avoid. The projections are dire. Regional disparities in food security are poised to affect tens to hundreds of millions of people in low and middle income countries. Flood risk is anticipated to result in an additional 48,000 deaths of children by 2030. And for small islands and coastal communities, both slow onset and extreme events threaten to render these places uninhabitable. In this context, we find that current financial and institutional structures are failing to comprehensively address losses and damages, particularly in vulnerable developing nations. More than 50% of the debt increase in vulnerable nations is linked to funding disaster recoveries and reconstruction. It is an unjust and unsustainable predicament where those least responsible for climate change are shouldering the burdens and costs of loss and damage. In conclusion, the scientific evidence is undeniable. Urgent, comprehensive, and transformative action is imperative to respond to the escalating levels of loss and damage. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Thomas, who's been the lead author on the IPCC report, 1.5 degrees and 6 assessments. So thank you for putting science up front always, that's what has to hold and pin down the foundation. It's now my pleasure to hand over the next session, which is going to be a moderated session by my friend and partner in crime on the climate action warpath, Rachel Kite, our Dean Emerita and Professor of Practice at the Fletcher School of Tufts. Rachel, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Secretary-General. It's an awesome task to try to get through what I think should be a very rich and pointed and to the point and concrete discussion before 2:45. So you'll I'm asking for your forgiveness right at the beginning. When I look out across the sea of institutions and member states and civil society, foundations, philanthropy, etc., if you look around the room at each other, there are decades of experience of doing really difficult things quickly, of being innovative, of working together, of doing things that people thought were impossible, of breaking through silos, political or bureaucratic. And so I'm asking that you bring your institutional best selves to this critical task as laid out by UNGA and by my colleague from the IPCC. So you've each got 3 minutes. Towards the end, you'll have 2 minutes or 1 minute if the people at the front don't go over their 3 minutes. So this is a collective action challenge. And we'd like you to speak to 4 points. We'd like you to identify the most effective ways to provide funding to respond to these needs of loss and damage. We'd like you to spell out what you're currently doing quickly, but we'd like you to talk to the potential actions that you can take now to start filling the gaps. We'd like you to talk about and identify what you need from each other, from shareholders, contributors, or from the financial architecture so that you can scale up loss and damage finance. And we'd like you to identify innovative sources of funding for loss and damage, the new entrants to the task in hand. So be specific, be solution-focused, be forward-looking. We're going to take all protocol as read, so we're just going to treat this as a very collegial meeting. You each have a fundamental part to play in this, but this is beyond any one institution, and so this is how we come together collectively. I'm really delighted to see both the champions from COP27 and COP28 here, an awesome task that is with you, Madam, in COP28. So with that, with no further ado, you have been grouped into different sort of families. So first of all, we will go to the MDBs, then to bilateral and development finance institutions, to the global climate funds, then to insurance and risk financing, the private sector and philanthropy. Ready, get set, go. And so it's my deep pleasure to give the first word to Mansour Mahtar, the Vice President of Operations for the Islamic Development Bank. Please.
Thank you, Moderator, for setting the context and for giving me the floor. Dear colleagues, distinguished guests and excellencies, the urgency to address loss and damage associated with the adverse effects of climate change has never been more palpable. The devastating aftermath of Storm Daniel in Libya, which has resulted in a significant number of fatalities, dominated the news recently. But throughout this summer, we have also witnessed record-setting heat wave that has escalated food insecurity in the most vulnerable countries. Indeed, more broadly, across the globe, climate change-induced disasters have increased in frequency and magnitude in recent years, with associated devastating impact. At the Islamic Development Bank, we recognize that climate-induced disasters have exacerbated vulnerabilities in several of our member countries, 31 of which are already classified in the fragile states category. In this context, we unflinchingly commit ourselves to supporting our member countries address their vulnerabilities and build resilience. This has become a core part of our realigned strategy, reinforcing our sustained dedication to climate action. The bank is already leveraging innovative programs and instruments aimed at addressing loss and damage. For instance, our emergency response program has consistently aided member countries affected by disasters or extreme events, providing swift assistance through small but critical grant-based resources for immediate relief. Secondly, in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, we have had to come up with innovative solutions such as the contingency emergency response component within all our projects. This allows for anticipatory provisions to be made for disaster-related risks within a traditional investment operation prior to the occurrence of such an event. Thirdly, wherever the need arises, we adopt the strategy of repurposing and reprogramming of existing financing, initially earmarked for different uses, as a flexible instrument to allow reallocation and use of existing financing to respond to emergencies. Furthermore, we are currently in the process of developing a disaster risk financing instrument. This will assist our member countries in lowering the cost of disaster response through partnerships, leveraging established risk pooling mechanisms. And finally, as chair of the MDB Working Group on Climate, we are coordinating with all MDBs to ensure that collectively, as a group, we pay full attention to the potential role and function that could be taken up by MDBs in supporting this important agenda. More broadly, as MDBs, we are and remain fully aligned with Paris Agreement and are also cooperating closely on adaptation and climate resilience. To complement and reinforce our efforts, we wholeheartedly welcome the establishment of the Loss and Damage Fund under the UNFCCC, which will greatly assist the most vulnerable in coping with the increasing number of extreme events. We remain committed and stand ready to support and implement actions under the loss and damage arrangements once finalized. Thank you for your attention and for this opportunity to lend our voice to this important initiative aimed at addressing the adverse impact of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the precision and for close to time. Thank you. An example for us all to follow. I've now moved to Axel von Trotzenberg, the Senior Managing Director of the World Bank Group.
Thank you, Rachel, and good afternoon. I think that this decision of COP27 to establish a loss and damage funding is hugely consequential and important. And what is now the challenge is to make it a reality, not only on paper, but also on size and in relevance. So while we are actually operationalizing this, we need also to move, and I think that is for all the MDBs, and certainly for the World Bank Group, of relevance, that we scale our climate financing. We have now reached, with our public and private sector arms, $38 billion last year. But clearly what we need to do is have a sharp focus of the most vulnerable countries. And here they can count on IDA financing as well, so some of the trust fund financing. But most important is to see also how the loss and damage financing can actually become a reality. And I would like, just in the short time that I have, to say how we can think of a couple of points of how one could think on structuring. And here I'm basing myself on the experience of managing financial intermediary funds and what would be important. First, I think that any loss and damage fund should avoid unnecessary fragmentation of the aid architecture or duplication of other existing initiatives or funds. It should be also trying to be as simple and quickly to set up, because sometimes we get also lost in complexity. Secondly, it must feature an inclusive and effective governance structure, including contributing and recipients of support with additional groups, all like those affected by funding decision and implementing agencies also invited to participate. Third, we strongly encourage allowing priority needs in the most vulnerable countries to be targeted first. When there is urgency and life at stake, we often want to push to try to do everything at once, and they're creating both operational challenges and sometimes low levels of satisfaction. So we need to look at, and then we may want to have a phased approach. There is a premium to set it up and then expand. But I think the expectations in high, and we need to have also an effective fundraising campaign so that the monies that will be available are credible in size and not symbolic. And the bank stands ready to cooperate with all the parties to see how we can make this a reality. I think it was an important decision. Let's also follow up in COP28 to go to the next stage and see how we can set this up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, a very important point on fragmentation and simplicity and speed, so thank you. And now, my pleasure to hand the floor to Woo Chung-um, the Managing Director of the Asia Development Bank.
Yes, thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. And also, I must say, sitting alongside the colleagues here, this is quite an impressive group. And I feel this warm and fuzzy feeling here, and we actually have a, this challenging task. And once upon a time, we used to see each other as competition, but I think we are not competition with each other. The time and disasters that's the competitions. You have to work together. So Asia has been it looks like it's prospering, but we still have a huge number of people are being negatively affected, as you've seen in Pakistan and others last year. So the additional financing that's thought about through the Loss and Damages Fund is very, very welcoming, because at the end we are banks, so we need more and more concessional financing, and we need that. But I also would like to support Axel's view about avoiding fragmentation and making things much more efficient, so that you don't have yet another person sitting here to coordinate. So let's try to see if we can make use of the existing infrastructure to channel the money. Now, in the meantime, what can we do? The climate-induced, the loss damages come from disasters. So we are actually moving very concretely forward to provide support in a holistic manner, the climate change adaptation and disaster risk management through early warning systems, adaptive social protection. The heat waves that we've experienced this year is bringing new light to the health and climate issues. So we got to continue to do this. And from ADB's perspective, we have policies that set up that makes it easier for our money to flow. Our Asia-Pacific Disaster Relief Fund, which is money from our net income for grant assistance, can disperse within 72 hours of disaster hitting in any country. So we need to channel more of such money through that. Our IDA equivalent ADF does have a set aside for the poor and vulnerable to get the support, again, for the grant assistance. And finally, we believe that a lot of the work should be done at the community level. So we've set up this community resilience partnership program with contributions from partners to let the communities work so that they can do what's necessary to protect themselves and avoid loss and damages. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. And let's move now to your neighbour, to Juan Pablo Bonilla from the Inter-American Development Bank. Thank you.
It's an honor being here on behalf of the ADB group. And as you said, I think collectively all the NDBs have worked in the past years, not only for climate finance, now we're joining forces for Paris alignment. The question is what to do next with loss and damages, as you put it right. And I think part of the solution to start is what we have learned in the integration of disaster risk management, adaptation, and resiliency for the future. The IDB group is piloting many things related to this. We started from the public side with developing institutional and financial capacities at the country level. We created the IGOP, which is an indicator to assess the capacity of the countries to respond to natural disasters. And as part of that, we then complemented with contingency lines of credit for the ministers of finance related to natural disaster response. We have about 17 countries of the region with those contingency lines for about $3.9 billion right now. But then we said we need to go beyond. So we announced at COP26 and we started implementation of the hurricane clause from the public side. It's something that we piloted in the Caribbean with different ministers of finance. It's a postponement of payment for 2 years that we include in the contracts of the ADB linked to hurricanes. But you need to have the contingency line first that I mentioned to be able to access the hurricane clause. The question is how we can expand now the hurricane clause to another type of natural disasters, and we're in that process. And from the private side, BidInvest is also implementing. They started with the El Niño clause that is becoming right now a climate and resiliency clause also for contracts with private sector. So at the end, my 5 cents in the discussion is how we can bring together the discussion analysis of disaster risk management, adaptation and resiliency, and now that we are all talking about the reform of the financial system, how we change the incentive to do that, how we start punishing vulnerability and rewarding resiliency. I think the question for us and beyond MDBs is if we help our countries and our private sector clients build resiliency, how different mechanisms, how the rating agencies are going to start rewarding resiliency to have better pricing and to include that into the different financial decisions as well, and insurance companies and others. So I think it's a collective challenge, as you said. We're ready from the ADB to do our part and support all the NDB community with this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll give a reflection at the end of this section, but there's a lot in that. So thank you very much, Juan Pablo. And now to Danny Alexander from the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. Danny.
Thank you very much, Rachel, and it's also a great honour to be here together with, as Wu Chong said, a cast from our peers, all of whom we work closely together with, and we recognise the importance of this issue as part of our climate financing commitments, supporting members to address damage caused by climate-related natural disasters. And as with Paris alignment, this is an area where I think hardwiring cooperation among the MDBs is also going to be critically important to making the most of the new facility and of the resources that we can individually bring to bear. The whole should be greater than the sum of its parts. Obviously, some of the work that AIB does in this area is through our regular financing instruments supporting post-disaster relief, for example, in China's Henan province or in Metro Manila flood management project. But obviously Asia is particularly vulnerable, with hundreds of millions of people at risk and vulnerable to the effects of natural disasters. And so our board recently approved our standing crisis response facility, which would extend our policy-based co-financing to such crises, including natural disasters. And in this way, we want to be able to offer additional funding support through policy-based loans swiftly and on a time-bound basis. This year, we also issued Asia's first climate adaptation bond under our Sustainable Development Bond framework, which mobilized 500 million Australian dollars in dedicated funding to support climate adaptation and resilience. It's the first dedicated bond, our first dedicated bond for adaptation, and is bringing more finance for resilient infrastructure. We're already including contingent emergency component clauses in our projects, and we're also considering introducing climate resilient debt clauses in our sovereign lending operations. Finally, I think that in addition to the link to climate mitigation and adaptation, there is also a close link to the work on nature and biodiversity, which we also have underway, again in very much close collaboration with MDB peers. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. Using the innovative tools that so many of the MDBs are so used to, and now applying them to this particular moment in the crisis, I think is critical. And now, my pleasure to pass the floor to Kevin Kariuki from the Africa Development Bank.
Rachel, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a fact that despite contributing the least to historical greenhouse gas emissions, Africa bears the brunt of climate change, and there is no respite. Despite recent scientific evidence shows that temperatures increase in Africa accelerates the fastest, which means that the continent will experience increasingly frequent and more severe extreme weather events. This means that Africa must prioritize adaptation and resilient building, while at the same time dealing with the irreversible damage caused by extreme weather. Yet, financing for climate adaptation is only a drop in the ocean of what is needed, while the cost of loss and damage to African countries is mounting. In 2019-2020, Africa only accounted for 11.4 billion in adaptation finance, a tiny amount compared to the $62 billion needed annually throughout to 2030. We estimate that $40 billion is required annually to meet Africa's loss and damage needs. Hence, the African Development Bank has been at the forefront of mobilizing climate finance for the continent's climate action, committing to mobilize $37.5 billion as climate finance by 2025. Last year, we also established a climate action window to mobilize up to $13 billion for climate finance, of which 75% will be dedicated to adaptation. As most of you would also be aware, the African Development Bank, in association with the Inter-American Development Bank, is also at the forefront of advocating the rechanneling of SDRs through MDBs to mobilize climate finance at transformational scale and at no cost to SDR-rich countries. But Africa's deficit in climate finance remains daunting. We have therefore welcomed the addition of loss and damage facility into UNFCCC's array of tools for addressing the climate challenge. We hope that the new loss and damage fund will be appropriately funded, simple and nimble, to facilitate quick access to funding to help African countries adapt to the irreversible impacts of climate change and minimize future loss and damage without increasing the country's debt burdens. Most African countries are already reeling under debt distress and cannot simply afford additional indebtedness. I thank you.
Thank you very much. And following on from the Africa Climate Summit, I think the amount of innovation that's possible and the needs are very clear. So with that, we'll just go to the north to Mark Bowman from the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development.
Well, thank you very much, Rachel. And at the EBRD, we very much recognise the importance of loss and damage in the broader climate debate, and are very pleased to be able to engage in this this conversation, this debate. The current focus of our work is to avert and minimise loss and damage, and many of the economies where we operate are among the most carbon intensive in the world. At the same time, our region is highly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, so our focus is on mitigation and resilience enhancing interventions. Our Paris alignment assessments, which we now do for all of our projects, ensure that we embed physical climate risks assessments and resilience building measures in all of our operations, and that's a key tool to reduce loss and damage risks in the countries we work with. We also incorporate loss and damage considerations into our climate policy dialogue activities, and this includes supporting policymakers with designing long-term strategies, nationally determined contributions, sectoral low carbon and climate resilient pathways and roadmaps, and we also work with our corporate clients on transition planning. Now at the EBRD, most of our operations, the vast majority of our operations are in the private sector. We already have a well-tested toolbox to allow us to handle crisis situations, and that's served us well dealing with the war in Ukraine, the recent earthquake in Turkey, and floods in a number of our countries. We have the ability already to provide quick financing for post-disaster reconstruction, to defer debt service, to support our clients with balance sheet restructuring, providing liquidity, etc. But in addition to this existing toolkit, like other MDBs, we are also exploring climate resilient debt clauses. And just finally, I want to associate myself with the comments that have been made already about the importance of avoiding fragmentation and the critical importance of us all working together. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mark. And now to Ambroise Fayal from the European Investment Bank.
Thank you so much, Rachel. We at EIB, the Bank of the European Union, we too recognize the importance of loss and damage. And as co-chair of the MDB Adaptation Working Group, we share many of the sentiments expressed by our fellow MDBs here this afternoon. EIB has been providing finance to avert, minimize, and address the risk of loss and damage resulting from the impact of climate change for over a decade. In 2021, our board approved our first EIB climate adaptation plan, where we committed to triple our finance for projects that support adaptation, disaster risk management, and post-disaster recovery and reconstruction, with a particular focus on the most vulnerable regions. In response to the Bridgetown Agenda and the call on lenders to integrate climate resilient debt clauses, we announced in June of this year our commitment to pilot this for projects in least developed countries and small island developing states. By suspending repayments when a predefined climate check hits, these clauses will free up much needed cash flow and reduce fiscal pressure on countries that are particularly vulnerable. We thank the UNSG for the opportunity to participate to this important meeting, and we look forward to continuing the work closely with other MDBs, with the IMF, with which we partner for the implementation of the Resilience and Sustainability Trust in various countries, with financial institutions, philanthropic organizations, the UN bodies, and with other entities in this crucial area. Thank you, Rachel.
Thank you very much. I think an important voice in this conversation, loss and damage, the Caribbean Development Bank. And please, the floor is yours. Hygienius Leon, the President.
Thank you, Rachel. Let me start on behalf of SEEDS by making the point that SEEDS are seized by the need for a paradigm shift towards a holistic approach to development, with the ultimate objective of attaining resilient prosperity for all. This is based on the need to reduce the existing systemic inequities that limit equitable treatment, realization of human rights, and a fair allocation of resources. Loss and damage needs to be addressed within the context of these systemic inequities that limit SEED's progress. The Caribbean Development Bank has a history of supporting our members to address climate-related loss and damage. We welcome all initiatives that can build on existing efforts to improve access to affordable finance, implement fit-for-purpose customized policies, and build capacity to engender country empowerment. Our track record includes using our disaster management strategy and operational guidelines to provide support for emergency response, technical assistance, rehabilitation, and reconstruction, supporting access to parametric insurance coverage under the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility, and expanding that coverage to the water and sanitation sector. Equally, supporting a gender-sensitive and innovative disaster risk financing diagnostic, and executing the Caribbean Action for Resilience Enhancement Program to mitigate the impacts of climate change. We are also developing a contingent asset clause asset liability framework to help reduce future losses and enhance debt sustainability of members. So going forward, we have two asks. One, we solicit support for our bid to host the Secretariat of the Santiago Network on Loss and Damage as an instrument of executing the loss and damage policy agenda. Our bid advocates a consortium of MDB's approach that underscores the vital role that public development banks need to play in integrating fit-for-purpose development policies with broader technical assistance for loss and damage within a coherent framework. Second, support for rechanneling of SDRs to MDBs for the investments in building climate resilience. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm pleased to see that the IMF is here, and you're very welcome. I'm sure that point was received. I'd like to, in this section around multilateral development banks, but I'd also like to include the voice of the OPEC fund. So Abdulhamid Al Khalifa, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And at OPEC Fund, we are doing a lot when it comes to the damage. And but here, I don't want to go over what we are doing right now, but what is relevant to what we are talking about, which is the loss and damage. As a starting point should be to advise a standard framework for tracking climate-related losses and damage. Once it has been developed, an analysis of available budgetary and non-budgetary financial resources for eligible countries would be required to estimate the loss and damage funding gap. We propose that the Transitional Committee consider a uniform and transparent fund allocation approach, similar to that typically used by multilateral development banks and funds. The loss and damage fund could use a combination of needs-based criteria, such as countries' economic and financial limitations and vulnerability to climate change. And performance-based criteria, for example, its ability and performance in utilizing the allocated proceeds to assigned funds. Three sources of finance are available and need to be adapted: sovereign funds, private capital, and grants. While sovereign funds are essential to kick-start the process, private capital engagement is imperative. Adequate de-risking provisions such as guarantees, instant insurance, and first-class cover of private capital should be made available. Given the voluntary nature of loss and damage finance, the Transitional Committee will have to agree on a way to raise contributions to the fund going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, gentlemen, I know there's lots of brilliant women in the senior management of the multilateral development system. It's just, I know it's just happenstance that they're doing something else today. I want to thank you for first of all, following the instructions. You were all on time. You were all precise. My takeaways, very briefly: no more fragmentation, the coordination, the collaboration, the standardization, the other things that need to happen, critically important, and that can emanate out from the MDB system to the rest of the ecosystem of development finance and beyond. The G20 at its head of state meeting in Delhi recently talked about a better, bigger, and more effective MDB system, and this is one of the examples where the proof is in the pudding. Third, that the tools, the experience of disaster risk management, for example, of the different ways in which to work with insurance, this is all in the system, and so a question of elevating it up. But this will require more concessional finance. Expert group after expert group can meet, but we know that this is true, and that this is a message to member states in this room. This system works, but the system has to be backed. And then there is a system, and so how it all works together will be fundamentally important, which means that shareholders need to send consistent signals, and shareholders need to understand how these risks will proliferate unless we deal with loss and damage right now. And then the question, the other point, which isn't just about the numbers that we can be mobilized. The MDB system, what I hear, plays a fundamental role in helping countries with policy, the policy frameworks, the legislation, everything that we need to cope with this emergency. And so working together, I hope that you will be able to deliver more on this critical agenda. So we're going to go from the multilateral to the bilateral. And so it's my great pleasure to call first Laurie Kerr, the CEO of FinDev Canada.
So thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be part of this important conversation, this vitally important conversation. Someone asked me, is loss and damage, is that really a DFI issue? And my response is yes, because it's a development issue, and in fact, it's an existential issue. And as a DFI, I have to think about what is the role of FinDev Canada in this. I have 3 points. First, like other bilateral development finance institutions, FinDev Canada supports development through the private sector. And DFIs are part of a system, part of the development finance ecosystem that works both with public and private sectors. And we occupy a very specific place in that ecosystem. We can do even better to optimize the DFI system, and an excellent example of that is the Adaptation and Resilience Investment Collaborative that the DFIs are working on to promote more private investment in adaptation and resilience. So first, collaboration is critical. Second, as DFI is working with the private sector, the more we mobilize private investment, low carbon, climate resilient, sustainable private capital within and into developing markets, the more public purse is available for critical issues like loss and damage. To enable more private capital mobilization, we can flex our own risk appetite on our balance sheets, and we need more concessional finance for risk sharing and risk mitigation to provide blended finance solutions to mobilize even more private capital. Third, while mobilizing private capital, as DFIs, we need to do our absolute utmost to prevent loss and damage and to repair and regenerate. That means addressing mitigation, adaptation, resiliency, nature, and human rights in all of our financing and investment activities, and furthering the monetization of climate action. At FinDev Canada, we pledge to do our part as part of the development finance ecosystem to support development through the private sector to maximize economic growth, social progress, and climate action. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to give the floor to your right to Rémi Roux, who is the Director General of Agence France de Développement.
Merci. Thank you. I will speak French. And I thank you for this opportunity to speak on loss and damage with all our colleagues in this room. This is a subject that we raise
towards the COP, but much beyond, and is about credibility and accountability of the implementation of Paris Agreement. And that is now a concern for everyone, and we need at that moment to really make sure that we are delivering the right indication of what we are prepared to do and how we really do the job of really being consistent with these goals. Everybody has approved already. So I think my main message first would be that we should keep our direction of travel, whatever we feel it's in danger or not, to feel that we have to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees C. And that's important not to lose that target. And as climate impacts become more dire, if they can, and certainly is already there, there's a risk of greenwashing and false solutions that merely constitute a mirage or, in the best case, a delay, and we can't delay. So holding this 1.5 temperature goal requires consistent, urgent, and credible action from government in implementing their net zero pledges, by signaling their transition to renewable energy-based, climate-resilient economy in domestic policies and plans. That's the base of the implementation of Paris Agreement, and relevant regulatory framework. And that's one of the points we will open today. In parallel, corporate financial institutions and cities and regions and states, we yesterday were with Governor Jay Inslee, the supranational, as you qualify the states. They have to develop and implement ambitious, credible, and accountable transition plan. And this peer pressure from all sides will make this happen. So progress toward net zero will stall without joint and consistent progress by public and private actors, and in a way, their accountability to each other. Second, the net zero action by public and private sector through their transition plan must converge in the next round of NDCs building on the ratcheting up of mechanism of the Paris Agreement. So of course, it's really important that it's not separate words, it's now we are going in the same direction. And government must reflect credible early action on net zero, at the same time set the path for higher ambition through an unequivocal vision of the transition. And this vision has to be shared by all the level of the society, the private, the public sector, the governance of that, and all the governance level. So existing domestic and international accountability system must hold accountable this new round of NDCs and the transition plans underpinning them. So my third concern and message is UNSG has called and calling non-state actors leaders to present their credible transition plans ahead of his Climate Ambition Summit. He called on first movers and doers to demonstrate that voluntary action upholds to the highest standards of environmental integrity as a criteria set out in the Integrity Matters report, and we have the lady at the site who conducted this work, commissioned by the Secretary-General. In this session, we will hear from leaders in business, financial institutions, and cities and regions on their progress to deliver on credible net zero pledges, and the ones who are there are the ones that are really considered the most serious in that exercise. And thank you to be there. Financial authorities and standard setters will also highlight on their progress to help move from voluntary pledges to mandatory rules and standards to safeguard and ensure collective action toward credible net zero. So I will naturally ask Catherine McKenna, my good friend, the former chair of the Secretary-General High-Level Expert Group on Net Zero, to set the scene for the upcoming decision. Thank you, Catherine.
Alors, un grand merci.
So a big thanks to Lawrence Tobiana.
And you've been such an ally in climate action, starting with what is incredibly important, the Paris Agreement. Also, thank you to Anne-Sophie, the UN Secretariat, and there are many members of the expert group that are with us today. I don't know if all of them are here, but those that I see Helena Vines Fiestas, I see Amanda Starbuck, Aranaba Ghosh, and Gunther Tallinger. And I will say that this was a group effort. While I may be sitting here, there was a lot of hard work put in by our experts. But let's just set the stage for what we're talking about. In Canada, we had a summer that's now known as the summer of smoke and fire. And for all of you in New York, you know that because our biggest export was smoke to you folks. It wasn't just hot. Canada was ablaze. But if you look around the world, there were floods and fires and droughts and extreme heat. We are in the midst of a climate crisis, largely a fossil fuel crisis that is wreaking devastation on people and communities around the world. And that's why the UN Secretary-General's Climate Ambition Summit is so important. We need to be far more ambitious on climate. We need to act with speed and scale. And yes, we need to live up to our commitments with integrity. I was honored when the UN Secretary-General António Guterres asked me to chair an incredible expert group setting out clear criteria and standards for net zero pledges of corporations, financial institutions, cities, and regions. As the UN Secretary-General said, we urgently need every business, investor, city, state, and region to walk the talk on their net zero pledges. We can't afford slow movers, fake movers, or any form of greenwashing. And that is exactly what our expert group did in our report, Integrity Matters, that was launched at COP27. We set out red lines around greenwashing. We were clear that if you put up your hand and say to the world you are a climate leader, if you pledge to be net zero, you must have a long-term net zero pledge, which is the easy part, but you must also have short-term science-based targets with detailed transition plans to reduce all your emissions now and scale investment from fossil fuels to clean. You must publicly report with verified information. But we were also clear on what you cannot do if you say you are net zero. You cannot claim to be net zero and to continue to build or invest in new fossil fuel supply. That is the science. You cannot simply buy cheap credits instead of cutting emissions across your value chain. You cannot lobby against climate action. We need an ambition loop where businesses and governments push each other positively to do more. This is hard work. But as I say to my kids when they complain about their homework, hard things are hard. And there couldn't be anything harder right now than ensuring a sustainable planet for all. Challenges to implementing these criteria will not be solved overnight. However, it is essential for all stakeholders to set clear milestones and expectations on the roadmap for a managed, orderly process to get there. The UN Secretary-General has called on stakeholders to abide and converge their standards with the UN-backed credibility criteria. In the lead-up to the summit, he called on non-state actors to present their credible transition plans. You, the first movers and doers, are demonstrating that voluntary action upholds to the highest standards of environmental integrity. Voluntary transition plans from non-state actors that align with credible criteria serve two essential and intertwined purposes. First, it demonstrates commitment and ownership to your own net zero pledges and ensures sufficient time to prepare ahead of mandatory requirements. And yes, they are coming. And secondly, they clearly spell out the path for regulators.
They must level the playing field through consistently applied rules and norms that will ensure a collective move to net zero through mandatory transition plans. By being straightforward about challenges as governments and authorities prepare rules and norms, but steadfast in commitments to credible net zero, non-state actors, from business to financial institutions to cities and regions, hold the key to accelerating the clean transition, which is avoidable. So let's just do it. Let's ensure a true net zero world and a sustainable and livable future for our kids, for our grandkids, and for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. And I will have the difficult role to be awfully unpolite with all of you because the time is really short. So I will really ask you to be as concise as you can. We have different questions I would like we deal with in this afternoon, and I will start for the first one, which is why does credible net zero transition plans matter? And to respond to this question, I will ask first Mrs. Indu Umaru, who is a President Association for Indigenous Women and Peoples of Chad, why she thinks that in these little 3 minutes you have, Indu, why it is important, this net zero transition plan for you and for your action.
Thank you very much, Lawrence, and hi, everyone. So why it's matter for me when I am in this room and I know that we passed the signature of the Paris Agreement here in this building 7 years ago, but the emission is still increasing. The country who are developed going back to the fossil fuel, are we reasonable? Where are their credibility of signing the Paris Agreement? Where are the credibility of promising to me, I was in the stage, and to all the indigenous communities that they are going to decarbonize the planet? It is the same if I remember what company also did. They did the same. They come as coalition. They say they are going all to net zero. But when you look at the companies, they are the ones who are taking all the credit to dig again the soil. So the decarbonization is not in the track. All the things that they find to clean their mine, it's carbon credit. But this is the greenwashing we are talking about. They cannot just say they are going to pay the carbon in the forest in one hand and continuously digging in the another hand. So that's what I'm seeing, what I'm living, and what our communities are living on the ground. So I wanted to see a clear plan of the non-state actors, of the government, of how are they going to do the decarbonization. I don't want to listen from the speeches of what they did, but what are they going to do to go out from the fossil fuel to take us in the Paris objective. Thank you.
Thank you, Indu, for your very straightforward message. No doubt, your message doesn't need interpretation. It's quite clear forward. I will ask now Sabine Moderer, the vice and incoming chair of the Network for Greening the Financial Sector, with the NGSS is sort of where the central banks are meeting and the progressive one. So Sabine, why do you think, for your role as a central banker, what is important to have this transition plan?
Maybe before directly answering your question, let me share you some insights of how far we are in this regard. So at the NGFS, we have seen good progress in the development of transition plans, yet many aspects remain unclear. And that's why the NGFS, the Network for Greening the Financial System, which I'm the incoming chair of, is zooming on this topic. The NGFS, for those of you who do not know, is a global coalition of almost now 130 central banks and supervisors, and we share best practices and promote methods to manage environmental and climate-related risks. And, well, we talk about transition plans. Transition plans can be a powerful tool To give you a few examples, corporates can use them to show their business case in a net zero world. Investors can use them to assess whether a company is investable. And financial institutions can use them to align their lending with their own transition pathway. And going forward, and I think, Laurence, this is of special interest, what I hear from your question is, going forward, supervisors might consider them when assessing whether or not financial institutions are addressing risk correctly or not. Well, the benefits of transition plans are very clear, and yet we lack a common definition of what a transition plan should actually entail. And we at the NGFS did a stock take. We published the result this spring, and I just want to share 3 highlights from this stock take. So first, it turned out that we really need common understanding of what is transition. What do we really mean by transitioning? Second, we need a common understanding of what we want companies to report. So what information do we really need? What kind of data? And the third thing that turned out is extremely important. We need a common understanding of who does check those plans against which standards. We as NGFS are tackling all those aspects, and next year we will provide an assessment about what data will a financial institution need to assess, is my client, is my company actually really transitioning or not. So yet we recognize, and I think this is really important, that companies in developing and emerging economies face different trade-offs in the design and use of transition plans. Just let me mark mitigation versus adaptation. So let me conclude. Transition plans should be part of a broader organizational strategy and firm risk management. And with this in mind, I really welcome the voluntary principle presented yesterday by Secretary Yellen. The Treasury recognized transition plans right away in the presented principle, principle number 1. So after all, and I close with this, it is in the uttermost interest of companies themselves to perform a forward-looking and honest assessment. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabine. And coming from a central banker, this is a very important message, as we know. So the second element is on the question we have to deal with today is why it is difficult. And it is difficult, and we recognize because of the definition, but just the real difficulty of implementing this plan. And we have and the team has identified people that had gone really well, long trajectory to define this transition plan and explain maybe how difficult or what kind of obstacles they met. So I will give the floor to Mr. Miguel Stilwell d'Andrade, who is the Chief Executive Officer and Vice Chairman of the Board of Directors of EDP, with a Portuguese company. So please, you will show the road, how you get there, and how well the difficulties you have encountered.
Okay. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to everyone. I'm the CEO of EDP. It's a global energy company operating in 30 markets and one of the largest producers of clean energy in the world. And so it's really a privilege and an honor to be here to showcase what we are doing, at least to contribute to the sustainability of the planet. I think one thing that's very clear for us, and it's been clear now for a while, is that science is telling us we need to accelerate the effort to net zero. And the energy sector is absolutely key for this transformation. And one thing that is also clear to us is that this is an imperative. This is not a choice. It's something that will happen. The Stone Age didn't end for a lack of stone. I don't believe the fossil fuel age will end for a lack of fossil fuels. I hope they are there, buried for a long time. And we sincerely believe that, and so we've been betting the company on that. I think one of the interesting things is that clean energy, renewable energy, not only does it have no emissions, but it is incredibly cheap nowadays. Solar energy has come down 95% in terms of cost over the last decade. Wind energy, the same thing. We're talking about batteries, also much more competitive. So this is no longer an issue where you can say this is more expensive. Renewable energy is perfectly competitive with other sources of energy, and we see that every day in many of the different markets we're in. And it brings energy independence, and it makes it more democratic in terms of access to energy in many countries around the world. So I think these are all extreme positives in favor of renewables. But there are challenges, undoubtedly. We've seen that in the difficulty in scaling up. I think that's one of the big issues that currently exists. Grid connections, interconnection, complex permitting, licensing, issues around sometimes local backlash from local communities and NIMBY issues. So these are all execution difficulties which have made the scaling up of renewables harder in the short term. Clear, consistent regulation is absolutely key. Investors require predictable, stable regulation to be able to take investment decisions, and that's a prerequisite to do that. There's obviously been big advances in the US and Europe and many other countries and regions around the world, but we still see a lot of misinformation, a lot of fragmentation, and I think that needs to be addressed. Private sector is definitely stepping up. I do believe we have a lot of investors that are willing to move forward, a lot of companies. 85% of the energy produced by EDP already comes from renewable sources. This is up from just 20% 15 years ago, so we've gone from 20 to more than 85, so we are moving clearly down that path. But there's still a lot more to do, and we'll be investing significantly, 25 billion euros over the next 4 years to do that. We are replacing our thermal assets. We will be out of coal in the next 18 months completely. Portugal, which is one of the countries we operate in, is already coal-free. We will be out of gas by 2030, so we will be all green by 2030. And we have a very credible commitment to be net zero by 2040, including our Scope 3 emissions. That's been aligned and recognized by the Science Based Targets Initiative, and so we're very proud also of that initiative. We created an internal team, Net Zero Acceleration Task Force. It ensures the internal alignment of all the efforts and the credibility of this plan. It's not easy, it's difficult, as was said. I think it's hard work, but we need to put in that work to actually get this done. This embeds the recommendations of the high-level expert group on the net zero commitments, so that's something that we look to and have incorporated. And there's a lot of work that goes into this. So I think, but one of the things that's really important, I think, for us is that as a company, investors are more and more attracted to the path that we are doing. And I think that gives us some hope and some optimism in the way in what we're doing. But it requires engagement with the relevant stakeholders, regulators, policymakers, local communities, supply chain. It requires transparency, accountability, and credibility. And I think that's one of the key words, certainly of the discussion here today. You need to walk the talk, and you need to show that you are actually delivering on what we are pledging to do. Our investors hold us to that account, but it needs to be a wider, let's say, perspective on that. Finally, just to say, I don't think that individual plans and actions are enough. We've been advocating also very publicly that we need to involve all of the different stakeholders around this, and so I certainly welcome the chance to be here and to make that request and let's say commitment also on our side to keep working with all the different stakeholders to make sure that we get this done over the next decades. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we see the positive and we see the positive articulation between the government policy on renewable energy and your own strive to do that. And again, to be a front runner is good, but it's even better when everybody is following. So I think your example is really, really very striking. So I will ask now with the same question, Mrs. Barbara Svan, the President and Chief Executive Officer of the University Pension Plan of Ontario, to present the perspective of an asset owner. So the same, explaining the same that your colleague has done. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, and it's a privilege to be here. University Pension Plan launched in 2021 to deliver a secure, sustainable pensions to the university employees of Ontario, which is Canada's largest province. And as a pension plan, we have a fiduciary duty to our current and future members, so we must think long-term. Climate dynamic risk to the ecological, societal, and financial systems that our economy relies on, and therefore we rely upon today and for generations to come. That's why within a year of our launch, we developed a climate action plan as a foundational part of our investment strategy. We see our objectives as interrelated. Our ability to achieve investment returns and provide retirement benefits depends on a stable climate. And in turn, our investments impact and affect the stability of the climate. We committed to a net zero portfolio emissions by 2040 or sooner, with interim targets for 2025 and 2030, and an emphasis on decarbonizing the real economy. We are assessing our investments on their emissions profiles, net zero commitments, and the progress on transition plans, and we have already excluded companies involved in thermal coal from our portfolio. We engage with companies we invest in and with our external managers to make sure our expectations are clear and hold them accountable. We collaborate with investors who equally understand our responsibility to catalyze climate action. Now, investors alone cannot stabilize the climate, but we are prepared and ready to invest in solutions that will. To do so, we need clarity and confidence about the risks and opportunities associated with what we're investing in. We cannot meet our commitments unless the companies we invest in meet theirs. Investors have collectively demanded better data and disclosure standards and taxonomies. These three pillars are the infrastructure necessary for companies to be able to establish credible transition plans. And now we need policymakers and regulators to urgently implement clear mandatory requirements for non-state actors to develop, implement, and deliver on credible net zero commitments with interim targets. Each of us has a responsibility to ensure systems that we rely on are healthy and resilient and sustainable. The United Nations has a platform to help us harmonize our actions and approaches across borders. So companies have a blueprint, and global investors have clarity and confidence. Investors around the world have already demonstrated a willingness and ability to work with governments. I urge governments to utilize their crucial investor insights to ensure that we all can deliver on our collective commitments for climate resilient net zero future. Thank you.
So good to hear that when you listen to many others that say, oh, you should not take care of all this. We have so much profit to make on dirty and investment, so it's very reassuring to listen to you. I will give the floor now on to in a way, to tackle our last question. So how government, in a way, to make this transition possible, the standard sectors and regulators, how you support their efforts, and who better than the supranational governor of Mr. Jean Esley that I think can explain how did he really develop in his Washington state one of the most ambitious decarbonization plan, and how you deal with your private sector and others.
Thank you. There we go. Thank you. Well, listen, the reason we're doing it is I have 6 reasons, and that are the 6 cutest grandchildren in North America, my 6 grandchildren. And this is the reason fundamentally we're here. I want to thank everybody here who's helping my grandchildren. I can commit to you, I'm going to help yours. 3 things that I would mention to you. We've had considerable success in Washington State, the northwest corner of America, for three reasons. One, we realize that the road to destruction is paved with long-term aspirations. We understand the trap of being satisfied with long-term aspirations rather than concrete actions. We have realized that today is 100 times more important than tomorrow on what we actually going to do to solve this problem. So today we have a cap and invest bill that is the most aggressive and most environmentally just in the United States, with all due respect to Gavin Newsom, who is incredible. I love listening to him today. We have a low-carbon fuel standard. We've moved to stop connecting to gas in our homes and businesses in the next several months. That's a thing today, not an aspiration for 2030 or 2050. Second, we've understood that we have to transition off of fossil fuels. Fossil fuels are the enemy in this battle, and we have to realize that. And we need to say it forcefully, and we have to understand that all those industries that intend to keep us shackled to fossil fuels are intending to shackle our next several generations and doom them to a disaster on a climate basis. And we should not listen to them or accept their complaints when they're sitting on billions of dollars of profits. And right now, we have to understand, in my state, they're spending millions of dollars right now to try to repeal our Climate Commitment Act, and we're not going to let them do that. We cannot allow them to have these massive profits and then doom our children to multiple generations of this. And we have to understand offsets. We're not going to understand, we can't allow them to say, we're just going to solve this with offsets. Building a climate future for our children based on offsets is like building a New York skyscraper with sponge cake. It won't work. It's not enforceable, and shucking off our responsibility on other people's or other countries is simply not acceptable. The third thing we realize, and I would suggest actually in this conversation, is probably the most important thing, and that is we cannot continue to build fossil fuel infrastructure today. It is totally inconsistent with any of our national or supranational goals. We have to stop building fossil fuel infrastructure today. I've always thought Einstein had actually 3 theories of relativity. Only 2 are well known. One is the general theory of relativity. One is the special theory of relativity. The third is his concept that when you are in a hole, stop digging. And we are in a hole. We can't have one shovel we're using to fill in all the holes in our economies and have another shovel to continue to dig more holes. That is unacceptable. And we have understood we're not moving that way. We're not hooking up to gas more. We're not allowing additional infrastructure by permitting or otherwise to be built with multi-decadal investments. 60 years of being shackled to this is not acceptable. And every large fossil fuel infrastructure development shackles it to that future. So those are the 3 things we've been successful on. We're going to continue. I'll tell you what, if you are more ambitious, you'll have a friend in Washington State. Come see us. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you. It's always uplifting to listen to you. And as we are waiting still for Her Excellency Marina Silva, the Minister of Environment of Brazil, I will maybe ask Jean-Paul Servet, the President of International Organization of Securities Commission, so a very, very serious supervisor in a way and a norm setter, just to explain to us how you see the role of standard setters in reflecting this energy transition. And again, I understand you are, in a way, the umbrella of many organizations that are doing the day-to-day work on standard setting and sort an authority in this way. So happy to, if you can. Let's.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. I don't know if I'm seriously at a time, so normally it could be serious. But more seriously, thanks to you, to your team, and to the UN Secretary-General for this excellent initiative, the Climate Ambition Summit. And thanks especially for having invited IOSCO Chair for such a panel with such a gorgeous title, First Mover and Doers. And that's what I think my colleague and myself are doing as member of IOSCO. Because, and it was rightly stressed in the paper we received, I think that we cannot rely only on governmental action to transition to net zero. So it means that private finance is necessary to achieve our economic and sustainability objective. But what are we expecting from the financial sector? Let us be clear. I don't think personally that we have to expect from the financial sector that they are able to find new technological solutions. What you expect from the financial sector is that if they are real added value, that they are doers and not waiting for others, in order to channel savings to companies, to products in which John and Mary in the street would like to invest, and at least products which are in line with the ESG expectation. And this is something rather unique for me as COP, as a financial supervisor in Belgium, but also as Counter Chair. Most of the time, the starting point for reform for us is rather negative. It's about how to learn lessons from a financial crisis. But this time is different. And I can tell you, it only happens once or two times in a lifetime, a career. And what is the starting point? It's maybe you in this room, if you are a private investor. John and Mary in the street would like to understand in which products they could invest, which is something in line with the expectation. And what's the involvement of people like me, I would say? It's, I think, to ensure that investor access accurate and comparable information to make informed decisions about the investment. And for this, I think, frankly speaking, that IOSCO is one of the places to be with other initiatives, net grid financing. Why IOSCO? Just for information. I'm not sure that everybody knows what it means. It's normal. I would say IOSCO is the global membership organization of financial supervision. So it means that we don't have any kind of political legitimacy. My colleague and myself don't represent our government. We are just head of financial supervisor. But our commitment is to try to be helpful. And that's the case because all members, in the US, the SEC, the CFTC, one example, I would say, we are involved in the supervision of 95% of the supervision of all the financial sector all around the world. So it means that if John and Mary in the street would like to have a toolkit in order to help me to see, well, I would like to invest in this fund, in this company, they need not a puzzle, a lot of competition between labels, self-regulated or not, or regulated. They would like to invest, take into account one toolkit. And that's the reason why I think that IOSCO, 130 jurisdictions, majority of our members are coming for growth and emerging countries. So it means that's important about level playing field, about capacity building. That's the reason why, Madam Chair, the story is not an old story. We decided to choose a partner, I would say, and it was less than 2 years ago in Glasgow, during the Finance Day of the COP10. There were two major events, G-Fence, launched by my colleague and friend Mark Garner, but also the announcement of the establishment of ISSB, launched by the IFRS Foundation. And that was the choice of a partnership. But it's less than 2 years ago. In the meantime, a new body was launched, a full board with a lot of diversity, a capacity to find, and I have to tell that in the United Nations headquarters, a compromise for a multi-location, the capacity to merge with other bodies like SASB, Value Reporting Foundation, to draft and to launch two standards. Is it normal? No, it's not normal. The speed is incredibly high because the urgency is there, because we know that John and Mary in the street are not waiting for us for a while. And that's the reason why I'm so pleased to tell you and to recall that we were able to endorse the first two standards in July, S1 and S2. So it means now that we are starting to use the same common language. Because I think if we want to build something solid for transition, first we need to speak the same language. And the same language will be used, that's my expectation, by more than 130,000 companies all around the world using ISSB standard with a lot of interoperability with some accent carving world. And due to the fact that at one time, just for information, I had the pleasure to be elected by all board members. It was in November last year. My first public speech was in Sharm el-Sheikh from the COP27 to say we need deadline, 2024. Not sure that many people were convinced by my statement, but we are there. At the end of 2024, the community of preparers, users, auditors, investors, regulators, we have the capacity to work with a fully fledged comprehensive tool. And that's the first start, I would say, in order then to extract data, to have a taxonomy, to implement, and then to start with transition. So indeed, first mover and doers, that's what we are doing. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, I will ask Elena Viñes-Fiestas, the chair of the European Union Platform on Sustainable Finance and a very active member of the Hashtag group, just to give her remarks.
And good afternoon to everyone. Let me start by saying that, as simple as it might look, but a pledge without a plan is just a wish, is wishful thinking. And that is why the HLEC, we place transition plans at the very heart of our report Integrity Matters. In July, the European Commission adopted the European Sustainability Reporting Standards, which will require companies to provide a series of very detailed data points and information on climate, including on transition plans. The good news is that many of those requirements are aligned with the HLEC recommendations. So, for example, how the plan is embedded in and aligned with the overall business strategy, and the extent to which it is aligned with the financial planning of the company. Another example is, for example, the fact that carbon credits will not be able to count for the achievement of greenhouse gas emission reduction targets. Now, the HLEC insisted very much that it was not sufficient to have a plan, a credible plan, but also you needed to report annually on the progress you made. And for both transition plans and the progress reporting, the annual reporting, to be verified by an independent third party. Well, the European standards will require first limited assurance to then move to reasonable assurance. This is exactly the same level of verification than financial reporting, a first of its kind. But one thing is to be asked to report, and another thing very different is to have a legal obligation to develop and to adopt a plan, and not no matter which plan, but a plan that it is compatible with a transition to a sustainable economy and compatible with the 1.5 degrees Paris Agreement goal. And that's exactly what is being negotiated as we speak. If, as expected, this law passes, then we would have moved in the world of net zero from reporting regulation to behavioral regulation. Needless to say that we need both. But I want to finish with one last remark, which is today, any company that seeks access to green sustainable transition finance ought to have a credible transition plan, because today already half of the European market in terms of assets under management are sustainable and do require companies to have those transition plans and the reporting I was mentioning. Also, I would like to recall everyone that in the near future, not only publicly traded companies will have to report on all the points I was mentioning before, but equally private large companies, listed SMEs, and non-EU companies with large operations in the EU. So as we'll see very soon, it will be a legal requirement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Hélène. Again, it's a remarkable development, and you could be proud, all of you, to have started, done the report, and finally put in terms from the voluntary to the mandatory. Because of the constraint of time, we have to leave, I think, this room at 2:55, so I have 3 minutes to give you at least a sense of the convergence of what I heard in terms of the ask for real things, like Indu just started, to really, that these transition plans are really doable. At least there are examples that, well, companies have done the talk, and investment funds, and that we need a lot of conversation and dialogue to make this possible, because we need from governments to private sector to investors, because it's a difficult work to do. And that is very important that everyone is discussing. And as you said later on, Hélène, finally it's a good target for Monsieur Servet, because the next level of USCO could be to ask for this transition plan. And And I'm sure you are working for that, and maybe 2024 that we will see that happening. So I think the convergence, the possibilities, the reality of these accountability mechanisms that you, Catherine, and your group, you were asking for, I think that's the way, for me, have been together with my good colleague Anne-Sophie in Paris in 2015, together with Catherine. That's a condition for the survival and the implementation of Paris Agreement. There is no other way that everybody is serious and everybody is consistent, and we stop talking and we start acting. Thank you very much.
Just 1 second, if you allow me. Thank you so much. You are not actually kicked out of the room. You are more than welcome to say there is now a session on adaptation and early warning system, and it's very much also about planning and investing, because we all understand that this is what needs to be done now. The speakers of this current session are welcome to stay in their seats. For the others, I would ask them if they could, if they wish, sit upstairs. There are still some seats available. Thank you so much. Thank you, Catherine, Laurence. I hope you noticed the old chicks podium. This does not happen that often, so I want to mention that. And thank you again for the speaker, for your hard work. Transition plans are hard, but hopefully help is on the way. Thank you, everyone. See you soon. Excuse me, sorry. Hello, everyone. So nice to have you here. May I request you take your seat and get ready for this session. We want to make sure we can hear everyone, which means we need to start on time, more or less. Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome at the UN headquarters in the ECOSOC chamber. You are very welcome to this session where we will discuss adaptation, early warning system, how to plan for it, how to fund it. And we are very pleased to have with us Pablo Vieira, who is the head of the NDC partnership, who will moderate this session. Pablo, I give you the floor immediately. Please take us through this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anne-Sophie. And Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to be moderating today's session on delivering climate justice, accelerating ambition and implementation on adaptation and early warnings for all. I truly believe that this is the most important session of the day, because it's all about saving people's lives and livelihoods. My name is Pablo Vieira, and I'm the Global Director of the NDC Partnership. I want to make sure that we all come together and discuss this very important issue. The climate crisis is a development crisis for developing countries. Its consequences are a matter of life or death for billions of people around the world, unless we act now with extraordinary determination. Most developing countries have contributed little to this crisis, but they are suffering the worst consequences. Over the last 50 years, nearly 70% of all deaths from climate-related disasters have occurred in the 46 poorest countries. Adaptation needs in the developing world are set to skyrocket to as much as $340 billion a year by 2030. And only half of the countries around the world have the capacity to alert their citizens about weather and climate hazards. Climate change is erasing hard-earned developing gains and risks taking away viable pathways to overcome the most pressing social and economic challenges developing countries face. Vulnerable countries have already undertaken comprehensive adaptation planning and action, including through more ambitious NDCs. These efforts must be met with equally ambitious support and finance. For this reason, delivering climate justice to those at the front line of the climate crisis through unprecedented international collaboration and large-scale support is a key priority of the UN Secretary-General's acceleration agenda. Today, we will hear from an esteemed group of speakers on two cornerstone initiatives of this agenda. First, the Early Warning Systems for All initiative and the Adaptation Pipeline Accelerator. This session will showcase concrete efforts by first doers and movers in response to the call of the UN Secretary-General to deliver climate justice, and will be structured in two segments. First, demonstrations of country leadership, including the announcement of new partnerships under the Adaptation Pipeline Accelerator, and second, commitments and announcements from financiers and the private sector. So as a reminder, following the rules for the day, to all speakers, please keep your interventions brief so that we can hear from all of you. To get us started and to set the scene, I will now give the floor to Dr. Adele Thomas, Vice Chair of the IPCC Working Group 2. Adele, please.
Thank you. Today, I bring a message of urgency from the IPCC's 6th assessment report, one that underscores the imperative to accelerate investments in adaptation and early warning systems. The scientific evidence leaves no room for doubt. Climate change is unleashing widespread and pervasive impacts, and these burdens fall disproportionately upon developing countries and vulnerable populations. A staggering 3.3 billion people call vulnerable countries home, where they are exposed to the harshest climate impacts. Shockingly, human mortality from extreme events has been 15 times higher in highly vulnerable countries over the past decade. The gravest injustices are inflicted upon the poorest and least developed households, communities, and countries, which bear the brunt of climate change despite contributing least to its causes. And yet they receive vastly insufficient financial support for adaptation. Observed adaptation efforts are unevenly distributed, with developing countries lagging behind. The ever-widening disparities between the costs of adaptation and the funds that are allocated to it are resulting in growing adaptation gaps. Alarmingly, the proportion of climate finance allocated to adaptation has consistently remained below 10%, greatly hindering the implementation of critical adaptation measures in the developing world. As climate change impacts grow increasingly complex and harder to manage, the scientific evidence is clear that a shift is overdue, moving away from fragmented and incremental adaptation responses to embracing transformational change. However, the window of opportunity for such transformation is rapidly closing. Given the extended implementation timelines and long-term planning that is required for transformative adaptation, urgent finance and support is imperative to accelerate adaptation efforts in the developing world. Immediate actions, such as the universal implementation of early warning systems, carry immense potential to save lives and mitigate adverse impacts on human health. In closing, the message is resoundingly clear. We must depart from our current inadequate and piecemeal approach to adaptation in the developing world and embrace comprehensive and transformative adaptation. The scientific community's voice is unequivocal, and the urgency to act cannot be overstated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Thomas, for setting the scene with the most recent science. The Early Warning Systems for All initiative brings together the UN system, governments, private sector, development partners, and civil society to ensure that every person on Earth is protected by an early warning system by 2027. This initiative is co-led by the World Meteorological Organization and the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, in collaboration with the International Telecommunication Union and the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies. Through the Adaptation Pipeline Accelerator, on the other hand, we are promoting whole-of-economy programmatic approaches to adaptation and a new collaborative model bringing together governments, public and private financiers, and core partners, UNDP, GCF, and the NDC Partnership, to scale up investment for adaptation priorities. It is now my honor to open the floor to His Excellency, Filipe Jacinto Nunes, President of Mozambique. President Nunes, as the African Union Disaster Risk Management Champion, can you please share your plans to scale up early warning systems coverage in Mozambique? Thank you, sir.
Distinguished moderator, I would like to invite you all to listen to the interpretation. I will answer your question by explaining what we are doing in Mozambique. We are gathered here under the theme Delivering Climate Justice, Accelerating Ambition, because we are concerned with the increasingly frequent and devastating impact of climate change, which pose a risk to the delivery of the Agenda 2030. The levels of funding to roll out safe and sustainable mechanisms to stop the pace and dimension of losses and damages have been scarce. Distinguished participants, in a process of adaptation to climate change, an early warning system is indispensable and plays a crucial role in reducing vulnerability and in increasing resilience of communities. In this context, in Mozambique, we have been strengthening our response capacity through observation, forecast, communication, and sharing of meteorological information. Our focus highlights the expansion and modernization of the meteorological observation network through the initiative One District, One Meteorological Station. Of the existing 154 districts in the country, 88 or 57% already have met stations. As a result of this effort, the recent tropical cyclone, Freddy, which despite its magnitude, did not cause so many deaths in Mozambique as compared to other geographies. This was due to the preparedness and the early warning system installed in the country, though improvements are still required. In the framework of meteorological observation, we have commenced implementation with the support of the African Development Bank, the implementation of a project of 3 meteorological radars, and the first with a 400-kilometer radius has already been installed in central Mozambique. However, the country requires a total of 7 radars for full observation coverage of the whole country. Now, responding to your question, in my capacity as at continental level, in my capacity as the African Union champion for disaster risk management at an event convened in collaboration with the African Union Commission, the World Meteorological Organization, and the UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, we launched the institutional framework for early warning, early action, and multiple risk and its implementation program. In 2022, governments of the Southern African countries met in Maputo City and adopted the Maputo Declaration for the establishment of an early warning and early action integrated system for our region. And in the same year, they signed the Maputo Declaration for the protection and conservation of the Miombo Forest, an important ecosystem for carbon sequestration. Your Excellencies, on the energy transition, for instance, in power generation, about 70% of the power generated in Mozambique is from hydro sources, 14% from natural gas, and when it comes to solar power generation, we moved from 0 megawatts in 2011 to 85.2 megawatts in 2022. In Mozambique, we have a range of programs under implementation and in the pipeline for the protection of marine and terrestrial biodiversity, where mangrove forestation is worth highlighting. To conclude, I invite governments, international organizations, private sector operators, philanthropic organizations, and others to join us in these and other efforts towards a world resilient and adapted to climate change, looking at Africa as a continent that is in more need. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for inspiring words, President Noose. I now have the pleasure of inviting Her Excellency, the Honorable Sheikh Hasina, Prime Minister of Bangladesh. Prime Minister, you have been a voice for the most vulnerable in the fight against climate change. Can you share with us concrete efforts that Bangladesh has taken to scale up adaptation finance and deliver early warning systems as a champion in both special initiatives highlighted here today?
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Mr. Chair, Excellencies, distinguished participants, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon to you all. I have joined this session to lend support to two initiatives by the UN Secretary-General as a climate justice advocate. Bangladesh stands ready to align with any constructive move that advances the agenda. Excellencies, Bangladesh is generally considered a global leader in climate adaptation. We have a number of nature-based structural and technical solutions in place that can be replicated in other parts of the world. We released our National Adaptation Plan with a projected need for $230 billion by 2050. From the Climate Vulnerable Forum, we have made repeated calls for an equal distribution of climate finance between adaptation and mitigation. The situation has hardly improved. The adaptation funds need to live up to expectation. We would like to see the adaptation pipeline accelerate, come up with a viable model for financing and technological support. Excellencies, Bangladesh has made considerable investments in early warning system. We have reduced fatalities to a single digit compared to the million that perished during the Bhola cyclone in 1970. Then there was another one, 1991. We have one of the world's largest community volunteer programs comprising 65,000 coastal people. Our latest national plan for disaster management has adopted an integrated multi-hazard early warning approach. We are using mobile technology to provide regular update on weather forecast. Bangladesh has requested the UN system to conduct a tabletop exercise on nationwide earthquake modeling. We are working on our second satellite, Bangabandhu 2, as an Earth observatory. Bangladesh is willing to share its expertise with other vulnerable countries through South-South and triangular cooperation, and I hope early warning for all will be able to encourage MDBS and IFIS to join such efforts. Besides that, what we do, the volunteers, we hosted the flag, which number, velocity, wind or cyclone or tidal wave may come, and then we evacuate all the people from their household and bring them to cyclone shelter. We build up multipurpose cyclone shelter so that not only people, also their pet animals, birds, everybody can get shelter in that shelter, cyclone shelter. Other time it has been using for school purpose or other purpose. But we now, the early warning and side-by-side evacuation. This really helped to save our people's life. That's what Bangladesh is doing. Now our people already know that anytime cyclone is coming, now how much number is, going up. If it is 7 or 8, then immediately we evacuate them. 10 is disastrous. So early warning system, it is very, very important. And I am always ready to share all our experience. Thank you very much. Bangladesh experience demonstrate that investing in adaptation and early warning makes perfect sense. We hope our development partner will seize this opportunity to deliver climate justice and also expect the world's major economies to remain honest about climate change and do their fair share to avoid the impending crisis. I thank you all.
Thank you, Prime Minister Hasina, for your remarks and for championing both initiatives. I'm honored now to open the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Sitiveni Rabuka, Prime Minister of Fiji. Sir.
Microphone, please.
Fiji is right on the front line of climate crises, grappling with their devastating effects. For our farmers, erratic weather patterns have become normal, risking food security and bringing on economic instability. Our reliance on agriculture highlights the need for adaptive practices like the cultivation of climate-resilient and resistant crops, indigenous crops, including giant swamp taro that grow naturally in the wild. Fiji is now implementing its natural adaptation plan to address the impacts of climate change. An interministerial steering committee for the NAP has been established to support the formulation, coordination, implementation, and monitoring. Sector-specific vulnerability assessments for agriculture, water resources, coastal management, and infrastructure have been carried out, ensuring informed decision-making. Climate finance is essential, but access is a key challenge. Projects for climate-resilient infrastructure, community-based adaptation projects, and capacity-building activities are awaiting approval because of complex financing processes. Community-based adaptation initiatives like coastal protection, water management, and agriculture practices are essential. Fiji is integrating early warning systems through the UN Early Warning System for All initiative as an adaptive measure to climate change. This will help communities better prepare for hazardous climate-related events. As leaders, we must commit not only to reduce emissions, but also support vulnerable communities and foster climate resilience. I conclude with a reminder that no nation is exempt from the impact of climate change, and no nation can address it alone. Let us leave this summit with a renewed sense of purpose, a dedication to action, to a world where our future generations can thrive amidst the wonders of our planet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister Rabuka, for your remarks. As we have heard, the Adaptation Pipeline Accelerator and the Early Warning Systems for All initiatives puts countries in the driver's seat and requires unprecedented levels. The Adaptation Pipeline Accelerator supports developing countries to turn their adaptation priorities into economy-wide investment plans and pipelines of projects to attract public and private finance at scale. Earlier today, the governments of Tuvalu and Australia and the Dominican Republic and Spain announced the first Adaptation Pipeline Accelerator partnerships to advance transformative action in the South Pacific and in the Caribbean. To provide more details on their new partnerships, it is great pleasure to give the floor to His Excellency Seve Panyu, Minister of Finance of Tuvalu, and Her Excellency Penny Wong, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Australia. Minister Pinau, Tuvalu's fight to survive sea level rise is an inspiring story. Can you please tell us what the Adaptation Pipeline Accelerator Partnership means for Tuvalu in realizing your ambitious adaptation plans?
Thank you, Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen. I would like the international community to know that regardless how much the world achieves in respect to emissions reduction, for Tuvalu, it is almost certainly too late. Over the past decades, climate and sea level science has not delivered anything but bad news for us. According to the IPCC, there is a horrific plausibility of a 2-meter sea level rise by the year 2100. Indeed, this possibility is real enough that major development partners like the Asian Development Bank recommend coastal infrastructure with a design life of 30 years or greater to now be built with 2-meter sea level rise by 2100 criteria. What does this mean for Tuvalu? It means urgency. To achieve 2 meters by 2100 will require sea level rise rates will increase catastrophically over the next few decades. Currently, 40% of the main settlement on the capital island Funafuti is already below sea level during king tides. The key message is the habitable land of Tuvalu is already succumbing to sea level rise. And even the lowest, most optimistic projections of sea level rise by 2100 will leave most of Tuvalu untenable for human habitation. Thus, Tuvalu must turn its efforts urgently to adaptation. With our partners, the United Nations Development Programme, Tuvalu has developed its first technically feasible, science-based long-term adaptation plan called LTAP. LTAP is Tuvalu's flagship survival adaptation project. LTAP is specifically designed to provide a safe, raised or elevated land territory that can accommodate the national population and secure our future as a state into the next century and beyond. LTAP not only aims to provide a safe haven, but also opportunities for development where lasting, sustainable solutions to freshwater supply, wastewater disposal, renewable energy supply, housing transport infrastructure, public recreational areas, among other key development facets, for us can be addressed via smart design from the ground up. The goal of LTAP is designed to provide a safe, viable adaptation solution for our national population to stay in our own country, manage our own affairs, and pursue our own aspirations, as we have always wished to do. So today, Tuvalu has this message. Tuvalu continues to support efforts to reduce emissions and will remain vocal on this topic for the sake of the world we share. But Tuvalu is now under such urgent threat, we must turn our main efforts to achieving long-term adaptation. Our bold and ambitious adaptation plan, that is the only plan proportionate to the scale of the challenge global science tells us we now face. We know LTAP is of a scale that places it outside of the normal realms of development or climate adaptation finance. But it is important to remember that we did not create this situation. Our primary goal is to survive. And for us, preserving our culture, people and country is priceless. This is indeed the true cost of adaptation in our context. We are seeking to implement a viable, proven adaptation solution that can keep us safe into the foreseeable future. Now we need willing partners to help us make this a reality. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. And of course, this is a new partnership. So, Minister Wong, Australia has been a key partner to support sustainable development in the Pacific region. Can you please share what Australia's role will be in this new partnership and how this partnership represents a new model for the provision of support in the Pacific?
Can I first thank Minister Seve for his powerful remarks about the impacts of climate change in Tuvalu. He recently hosted me on a tour of Tuvalu's coastal adaptation project, which we were pleased to financially support. And it is a reminder, as is his contribution today, of this fact, which is that Tuvalu is on the front line of grappling with the impacts of rising sea levels. And this isn't a theoretical discussion for Tuvalu or for any of the islands of the Pacific, particularly atoll nations. It is existential. Australia is privileged to partner with the government of Tuvalu to advance their long-term adaptation project, or LTAP, under the Adaptation Pipeline Accelerator Initiative. And we do this because we are family. This endeavour is large, complex and ambitious, and that's why it does require a different approach. A new business model to support its successful delivery. It requires time and detailed planning. Both are essential to draw in the scale of funding needed for such an ambitious project. So at this initial stage of our partnership with Tuvalu, Australia has been focusing on the foundations for success, and together we are doing the foundational work to open the gateway to financing. And we will work with Tuvalu to develop a stage and costed implementation program. This preparatory and methodical work is the important and critical first step to mobilise necessary funding, and this is where I hope others will also come in. The Australian Government is committed to delivering real climate action at home and transforming our economy into a renewable energy superpower. But we are also committed to standing shoulder to shoulder with the countries of our region to build their resilience to climate change. It is vital that the international community's collective efforts to address the climate crisis are targeted, effective, accessible and deliver for the needs of our partners. And we are really proud and privileged to be a first mover with Tuvalu on this work. But a coordinated effort involving multiple donors will be needed for this small but powerful, a nation with a great and powerful voice to achieve your climate change, climate adaptation ambition. In the months ahead, we will together be seeking financial support from those who wish to be part of this vital initiative, Tuvalu's survival plan. And I want to thank Minister Seve and his colleagues for their trust in Australia to support them on this journey, and we look forward to continuing to work with them and others, interested donors, to take this important work forward. Given that the theme of this summit is increasing our climate ambition, I also take the opportunity to indicate that Australia will strengthen our previous commitment of $2 billion and is now on track to deliver $3 billion towards a global climate finance goal through our ODA commitments. I close by making these observations. Can I thank Minister Seve? Can I thank the people and government of Tuvalu for speaking with courage and power and authenticity here and to the world about their experience and their response to climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister Wong and Penny. Thank you for your powerful words and for this partnership. I would like now to invite His Excellency Miguel Seana Hatton, Minister of Environment and Natural Resources for the Dominican Republic, to take the floor. Minister, how can the Adaptation Pipeline Acceleration Model help ensure that your island nation is safe and resilient to climate change impacts in the long term?
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, Chair, Ministers, present here, officials. I'd like to begin by congratulating the Secretary-General's office for this initiative of the Adaptation Pipeline Accelerator. The challenge that we have before us is big. Thinking of a medium-sized economy such as the Dominican Republic, adaptation basically means changing the structure and the dynamics of production and consumption and transport and waste management. We're talking about a change in the model for our economic and social activity in the country, and that has costs. All changes bring with them costs, but also we're going to gain things as well, not just our country, but the world. Our island is one of the most vulnerable in the world. The Dominican Republic is amongst the first 15 on the top of that list of vulnerable countries, and Haiti, with which we share the island, is amongst the first 5 of vulnerable countries. And we're working through this process, which should, of course, strengthen adaptation. We're developing national adaptation plans, municipal plans for land use, but it's very complex, and it involves, as I said, this change of a model, and that's what we need to be prepared for. And this change in model brings costs with it. We had changes in the 80s when we changed our commodities production from sugar and cocoa to more tourism industries. It was costly, and there were those that won and those that lost. But in the long term, everyone stands to gain. And that's what we're seeing at the moment. How can we meet this challenge of adaptation, and how can we change the model of social and economic production in the country? That is the challenge, and that's why I feel that this acceleration of adaptation is the correct approach here in order to find the appropriate way of changing this socio-economic model that we have in the country. Thank you.
I would like now to invite Her Excellency Teresa Rivera Rodriguez, Third Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for the Ecological Transition and Demographic Challenge of Spain. Minister, you have agreed to lead the coordination of financial and technical support among public and private financiers to support the Dominican Republic to realize its long-term adaptation ambition. Can you please share with us your plan to spearhead this endeavor?
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for this invitation. And yes, for us, it's a great honor to be able to work together with the Dominican Republic, as we do at national level with other European partners. But here, focusing our attention on the shared learning in a very difficult context where it's not enough to just face the effects of climate change that we are seeing through small projects in various sectors. That is different sectors. That's very important, not only just to set up early warning systems, but also access to water, food security, to ensure that the infrastructure is ready to deal with these weather impacts, these weather events. Or major fires in some cases, and storms that are typical of the Caribbean region, but that are also happening in other parts of the world increasingly. And certainly the paper put forward by the Secretary-General is an excellent initiative, working together, learning together, understanding the way in which we can identify not only the professional qualifications that we need, but also the impact on certain sectors, how important that is for employment, GDP, tourism, and the changing conditions for tourism, how we can promote early knowledge, and how we can promote these kinds of initiatives with a friendly country, a partner country that we have a lot of links with, and where we know that we not only have family links, links of friendship, but also where there is a willingness to be visible in this shared future. Very often we have companies that are present in both countries. So adaptation requires, of course, resources, but it also requires alliances of various kinds. And that's why we work with local administrations, with local communities, citizens committees. We're concerned about the various productive sectors and the enterprises that exist in each of our countries. And that's where the interesting work is. You can't think that this goal is pre-prepared. We need funding for this goal to ensure that at least 50% of funding is dedicated to preparation. And we can't do that if we don't talk to each other and if we don't have shared strategies. As part of a model that has to be attractive for private investment, it has to be sufficiently interesting and secure for us to develop activities in both countries, but it also requires institutional learning to a great extent. And that's why we have decided to join the Secretary-General's, accept the Secretary-General's invitation and share with you the intention that we have, both of our countries, to embark on this agenda together, to learn and share with all of you the lessons that we do learn on this path. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Ministra Rivera. Ministros.
Thank you very much, Minister Rivera. It's an inspiration to hear what you said.
Dominican Republic and Spain are hopefully the first of many such partnerships we seek to promote under the Adaptation Pipeline Accelerator. So this is an invitation for everyone to join forces with others to advance adaptation. Allow me to introduce now His Excellency Demeke Mekonnen Hassen, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ethiopia. Deputy Prime Minister, can you please share with us the early warning system policy reform in Ethiopia and how this is aligned with the global goals of the early warning system for all initiative?
Thank you, Mr. Chama. My country, Ethiopia, has been at the forefront of the impacts of climate change. Droughts, floods, and locust infestations continue to challenge our resilience. We have first-hand experience on the importance of early warning. Beyond our national early warning, we have the early warning and response mechanism of the IGAD region. The scope, intensity, and frequency of disasters have led us to expand our approach from a principal focus on drought to multi-hazard early warning systems. In addition, with a concerted application of early warning, we shifted to disaster risk management instead of disaster management. Our policy shift is also marked by the development of a localized early warning data management method in 700 districts, the local administrative unit. This way, we are able to address small-scale disasters that impact the most vulnerable. This method has now been adopted by more than 19 African countries. In recent years, we have begun investing massively in adaptation measures. Through the Legacy Initiative, we have planted more than 32 billion tree seedlings that helping our capacity to manage disaster risks. Excellencies, it should, however, be noted that the development of effective early warning system is a costly endeavor for countries such as Ethiopia. It is for this reason that we strongly welcome the Secretary-General's Early Warning for All initiative. The initiative is best placed to mobilize the much-needed coordination and collaboration, financial resources to support national early warning systems that will remain critical. In conclusion, I would like to call on all actors to join hands to make the initiative of the UN Secretary-General a success. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Prime Minister. Now I welcome His Excellency Albert Ramdin, Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Business and International Cooperation of Suriname. Minister, Suriname has robust and comprehensive policies and plans on adaptation. How do you envision the Adaptation Pipeline Accelerator helping put these policies and plans into action?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everybody.
Let me preface my comments quickly by 4 comments, which are raised already by all others. 1, urgency. I mean, that's a common story. We're not getting anywhere with it, it seems. I'm happy with the partnerships which have been established. Good news. The second one is, I totally agree with my friend Miguel here, mindset change. We cannot bring change if the mind is still thinking the old-fashioned way. And that's exactly what we need to do. Very early on, schools at a very basic level. Third message, we need to embed adaptation policies, in our plans, development plans, and in our budgets. Without those things domestically, nothing will happen, because it is done on its own way. And we have done so. This is one of the benefits of being part of the APA model, is how we translate those priorities into plans, into policies, programs, and budget. The last one is we need to bring together all stakeholders in society. And one of the key stakeholders is the business community and the banking sector in terms of financing projects. So these are 4 messages: urgency, mindset change, embed your policies in national planning, and bring together all the stakeholders. I believe this is critical for success. Now, in the case of Suriname, those who do not know Suriname, we are considered one of the most vulnerable in the top 10. But at the same time, we are carbon negative as a country, one of the few, 3 countries in the world, Bhutan, Panama, and Suriname. It's a small club. Welcome to the club. It doesn't cost anything. So please. Normally clubs cost a lot of money. This one doesn't. We have placed 13% of our territory under a national protection system. And we'll continue to do that by expanding it to almost 17% by 2030. Protected areas mean you cannot do anything else than environmentally friendly and preserving it. Keep standing forest. We have 93% forest coverage in the country. 93%. Only the coastal area is utilized. We have 15.2 million hectares of standing forest. We have a carbon sink of 13.1 gigaton. 13.1 gigaton, which we provide free to the world at this point. The other thing is our deforestation rate is 0.05%. It's very low. And we are committed to remain carbon negative. We are committed to stop deforestation by 2030. Now, of course, there's a challenge here. At the same time, you need to bring development. So that's where the adaptation comes in. How do we adapt our production systems in culture, in other sectors like renewable energies, in better forest management, which has resulted now in 40%, because of more efficient forest management, in 40% reduction in emission rates, on top of already the fact that we are carbon negative, and there was a low deforestation rate. It has resulted for us to already register at the UNFCCC just 2 weeks ago, 20 million carbon credits, which is the first that will come onto the market. So a lot can be done. The key issue remains that we have to be all convinced, and really not only convinced, but ready to act in supporting these. So I call on all to partner with us. There is enough to do. I can give you projects about mangroves and renewable energy. We are 50% at this point renewable energy through hydro. We want to be 2030 at 80% with solar energy generation. Let me make one critical point before I close, and it has been raised before, is the issue about financing, access to financing. This is a story which we tell, which we hear often. There are 4 things. 1, accessibility, complex application procedures. The time to appraise is far too long. By the time a project is to be executed, by the time a project is being financed, there is no wetlands left. So we're losing time. This is making fools of ourselves, basically. On top of that, once we get the funds, then it's mostly spent on studies and consultancies. I can tell you one thing. We know what the problem is because we experience it. And there is domestic, in each of our countries, domestically there's a lot of knowledge built. You don't need to focus on studying the problem. The problem is there. So the thing is to finance the projects. And I already spoke about simplifying procedures. Let me just reiterate, we are very pleased with Secretary-General's leadership on this. I believe when he visited Suriname 18 months ago, he got to see in practice what the impact is of climate change firsthand, and we will remain committed to the EPA accelerator model. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that very important intervention. And I just want to remind all the speakers about our limited time here, so please try to cut your speeches to as short as you can. But let me now invite Her Excellency Barbara Creasy, Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment of South Africa. Minister, South Africa was the first country to pioneer a groundbreaking just energy transition partnership. Inspired by this, you are now seeking to mobilize finance for adaptation at a similar scale through a collaborative approach. Can you tell us a little bit more about how you think you can attract large-scale investment for adaptation? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, Excellencies and esteemed colleagues. In 2020, our Cabinet adopted a national adaptation strategy, which laid out the types of resilience work that government at both national, provincial, and local level needed to undertake. And flowing from that climate change adaptation strategy, we have worked with the Adaptation Pipeline Accelerator and Germany's Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development to begin to develop a comprehensive adaptation investment plan. What we learned from the work that we did around mitigation in the JET plan is that if you want to attract funding and you want to attract investment, it's necessary to have a proper plan. And through that plan, to be able to identify potential investment partners, both in the private sector and in the multilateral funding environment. So we see this adaptation investment plan as being an important foundational mechanism to start to attract the international finances that we're going to require for building climate resilience in the country. Currently, our climate bill is going through the final stages to be adopted by our National Assembly. And once this bill is law, it will actually require all levels of government to build climate response plans. We're hoping that going forward, as different levels of government start to understand the responsibilities they will have in terms of the new legislation, that we will be able to localize and embed this important adaptation investment plan that we've been developing through the development of pilot investment plans for different districts. Because South Africa is a mega biodiverse country, what we are finding is that in different parts of the country, climate change is affecting us differently. And our hope is that by using these localized investment plans, for example, in areas that would be prone to drought, an area prone to floods, another area that would be prone to sea level rise, we will be able to develop synergies between what we need to achieve at a national level, but at the same time develop climate resilience at a very local level. Interestingly, I just saw in the news today that our Bureau of Standards has been working with the International Organization for Standardization to develop a toolkit that would allow local municipalities to identify risk, and also through the identification of this risk to have appropriate standards for infrastructure. So I think that this is an interesting development that would certainly help us in crafting our climate resilience plans as we go forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister Creasy. I'm pleased to give the floor now to His Excellency Dr. Khalid Radaide, Minister of Environment of Jordan. Minister, your country has integrated adaptation into national and sectoral planning and budgeting processes. Can you please share with us some details of these efforts and how they enable scaling up adaptation investment?
Good afternoon. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to be with you here today to highlight Jordan's commitment to climate adaptation and our efforts under the Secretary-General's Adaptation Pipeline Accelerator Initiative. As we gather here for this event on delivering climate justice for all, it is imperative that we accelerate ambition and implementation of adaptation and early warning measures around the globe. Jordan recognizes the urgent need for collective action to address the impacts of climate change. Our country is in a climate hotspot. It is challenged with extreme water scarcity and has growing needs related to energy and food security. We have witnessed a sharp increase in our population due to waves of refugees, now making up 1/3 of our 11 million population, and global support is crucial. Ladies and gentlemen, we firmly believe that collaboration is the key to scaling up investment and accelerating adaptation action at the necessary pace and scale, and to encouraging climate-responsive development that can bridge inequalities and protect the livelihoods of people. As an early mover on climate action, Jordan has laid a strong foundation for transformative adaptation through the development of a comprehensive national adaptation plan and the integration of climate change considerations into planning and budgeting processes. With the support of Germany, UNDP, and the NDC partnership, our country is updating its NDC implementation plan, which integrates SNAP and adaptation-related priorities reflected in our NDC into a single comprehensive framework for action. We have also prioritized NDC projects, significant adaptation benefits across sectors such as tourism, water, agriculture, and fisheries. Our aim now is to mobilize increased investment to prepare critical sectors of our economy for the growing impacts of climate change and improve livelihoods in the process. Jordan has demonstrated leadership and commitment to advancing adaptation priorities through work that empowers those most impacted by climate change, primarily women and youth. We emphasize the need for project preparation support to ensure the viability and subsequent financial support to enable the implementation of this critical work. Together we can forge a new path towards a climate-resilient future for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Radaide. Now I'll welcome Her Excellency Hadija Nassim, Minister of State for Environment, Climate Change and Technology from the Maldives, to speak. Minister, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, let me begin by expressing my gratitude to the Secretary-General of the United Nations, Mr. António Guterres, for convening this Climate Ambition Summit, and it has been a very fruitful day so far. The Republic of Maldives is on the front line of crisis, not of our making. The crisis impedes our development and the well-being of our small island communities. Today, we have heard from leaders that the window for action is rapidly closing. As a global community, we must act with urgency during this crucial years to limit the temperature rise to 1.5 degrees. We welcome the statements made to triple renewable energy resources, and Maldives is committed to the Secretary-General's acceleration agenda. Despite the efforts made, We're already at 1.2 degree temperature increase. Maldives is already experiencing loss and damage. Sea level rise has contaminated our fresh water. Warming seas have bleached our corals, destroying biodiversity and leaving us vulnerable to rising sea levels, storm surges, and tidal swells. These impacts ripple through our fishing and tourism industries, destroying livelihoods and hard-won development gains. To get back on track, we need to scale up resources both for adaptation and loss and damage. In this regard, the Secretary-General's Early Warning Systems for All initiative has been central to our adaptation efforts. Under this initiative, we built and operationalized early warning systems throughout our islands, and with the support of United Nations, we swiftly brought together technical expertise and convened relevant ministries and agencies to identify gaps in the existing early warning systems, formulate concrete solutions, created a national risk profile, and we also further integrated early warning systems into island disaster management plans. And we welcome the establishment of a systematic observing financing facility for this. These are all great successes, but we still need to address loss and damage. And last year, in the margins of UNGA, Minister Shauna, our environment minister, introduced the concept of the mosaic of solutions for addressing loss and damage. And this includes the hard-won loss and damage fund, established at COP27, and also scaled up resources in greater coherence across the humanitarian, development, and financial sectors. Maldives believes that new resources must be combined with new financial rules so that countries addressing loss and damage do not need to do it alone, but in concert with the international community. So we call on all governments to be bold, and we need to work together to bring the coherence to the mosaic, and with substantial commitments for new resources and new ways of working together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Nassim. Due to the tight schedule of the Secretary-General, we're going to have to close this session, but before we do that, as we heard from all of you, finance is very important to advance adaptation. So we'll give the floor to our last three speakers. I would ask you to please be very, very brief. I'll start with Dr. Muhammad Al-Yasser, President of the Islamic Development Bank. Please, sir.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, I am honored to be here today representing the distinguished heads of the multilateral development banks, namely the African Development Bank, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, the Asian Development Bank, the Council of Europe Development Bank, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and the European Investment Bank, the Inter-American Development Bank, the Islamic Development Bank, and the World Bank. We unite today to amplify our collective endorsement of the United Nations Secretary-General's Special Initiative on Early Warnings for All. We, the multilateral development banks, welcome the United Nations Secretary-General's Early Warnings for All initiative, which aims to ensure that early warning systems protect everyone by 2027. We recognize that with climate change rapidly leading to more frequent extreme weather events, this initiative will protect lives, livelihoods, and the environment, helping countries and people adapt to the changing climate. Building on our long history of investing in and supporting countries to modernize early warning systems, often in partnership with the EWA for All lead agencies, we further commit to work together in support of the EW for All initiative to enhance coordination, improve efficiency, and scale up action to achieve this shared ambition in line with countries' development plans and requests. Thank you for your attention, and let us move forward with determination and hope, knowing that only through our collective action we can and we will make a difference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President, and thank you for the joint statement of support on behalf of the MDBs. Let me now give the floor to Mafalda Duarte, Executive Director of the Green Climate Fund, please.
Thank you very much. And in the spirit of being very brief, I will just say commend the Secretary-General's leadership as well, and behind this EW for All initiative. We've heard from Professor Dr. Thomas. I think we need to keep hearing those facts from IPCC and the scientists so that they keep reminding us of the seriousness of what we are confronted with. It is because of the recognition of the importance of these type of investments that the Green Climate Fund has been investing quite significantly in early warning systems. We have invested more than 900 million in 42 least developed countries and 35 small island developing states. But we know this is not enough, so we are committing to do a lot more. We have actually just approved the allocation of more than 1 million to prepare another program, Early Warnings for All Support Program, of $150 million, of which GCF will be providing 100 million for first 7 countries. And this will be the first programmatic support for the EW for All initiative globally. This will help us deliver on our commitment to ensure that at least 50 developing countries, particularly vulnerable to adverse effects of climate change, are protected by new or improved early warning systems by 2027. But we look forward to the completion of our replenishments. We think if we have a successful and ambitious second replenishment, we can actually commit between $500 million and $1 billion for early warning systems up to 2027, which would be a critical contribution to deliver on the objectives of this initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And to deliver the last intervention for the floor, I'll give you the last minute, Dr. Adesina, President of the African Development Bank Group. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, the African Development Bank is fully supportive of the United Nations Secretary-General's Early Warning for All initiative and the Systematic Observations Financing Facility. The bank is, of course, the implementing entity for the facility in Africa, which is supporting several countries already. The African Development Bank is responding to several of these challenges in terms of climate finance. The bank will provide $25 billion in climate finance by 2025. The bank currently devotes 63% of its climate finance to adaptation, the highest of all multilateral financial institutions, and we've exceeded the 50-50 parity called for between mitigation and adaptation by the Secretary-General. The Clean Debt Africa Special Fund, hosted by the African Development Bank, has provided $74 million to support 12 countries and 5 regional climate centers to serve 27 countries. This will allow them to address weaknesses in the diversity of climate and weather services and reduce loss and damage from extreme weather events. The bank is also supporting climate adaptation in a few ways. I'm glad to say that we've launched Africa Climate Adaptation Program to mobilize $25 billion in climate adaptation for Africa, together with the Global Center on Adaptation, and it is the largest adaptation program in the world. I also want to say that the African Development Bank is implementing $20 billion Desert to Power program to develop 10,000 megawatts of solar across 11 countries in the Sahel zone of Africa to provide electricity for 250 million people. The bank has also launched a $1 billion Africa Climate Insurance Facility for adaptation to help insure African countries against extreme weather patterns and catastrophic climatic shocks. And finally, the bank's newly opened climate action window with $429 million will support climate resilience for the 37 low-income countries in Africa, which will allow 20 million farmers to have access to climate information and 20 million farmers to have access to climate insurance. And I'm glad that the Deputy Prime Minister of Ethiopia is here through the Technologies for African Agricultural Transformation. We have provided Ethiopia with access to heat-tolerant wheat varieties. They started in 2018 with 5,000 hectares. This year, there are 2.2 million hectares. That has turned Ethiopia, for the first time in its history, to be a net exporter of wheat in less than 3 years, despite the challenges of climate. So technology actually matters. I think we should clap for them because others should be doing things like that. Lastly, let me just say that the African Development Bank fully and strongly supports the agenda of the United Nations Secretary-General to deliver climate adaptation and early warning systems for all. And I thank you very much.
Colleagues, I'm really sorry that we've had to cut this short, and I want to especially thank all of you for participating. I really want to thank Pablo, who was our moderator, but apologies, Wu Chong, Miko, Jennifer, Juan, and of course, I'm really sorry, Mami and Professor Talos from the WMO and UNDRR that has led. They've really led, as well as our colleague, Dr. Jagan from the IFRC. They've really led the early warning systems all initiative of the Secretary-General from its inception. So I'm really sorry, but the Secretary-General, as you know, he has to close this Climate Ambition Summit at 5:30. He has 1 million bilaterals to do, so there's very little flexibility, and we need to now move seamlessly into the next session. So colleagues, thank you. A lot was delivered this afternoon, and we need to build that and hand that off to Dr. Sultan and the team organizing COP28. Thank you, colleagues.
Good afternoon. Oh, so sorry. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the UN. Could you please take your seats? We are going to start promptly in 20 seconds, maybe 25. If all the speakers could take a seat. Basically, you can sit where you want on the first row, Anthony, or there. Thank you. Thank you very much. So welcome to this third session on accelerating decarbonization through collaboration and implementation. And let me now give the floor immediately to Dr. Arunabha Ghosh, who's going to moderate this session. Arunabha, you have the floor.
Thank you, Anne-Sophie. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Arunabha Ghosh, the CEO of the Council on Energy, Environment and Water, an independent research institution based in India. We've been listening about ambition and the credibility of ambition and the justice underlying them through the day. Now we've got to take it from ambition to action to acceleration. The IPCC AR6 report is very clear. Global emissions need to peak before 2025 and then halve by 2030 if we are to have a chance of limiting global temperature rise to 1.5 C and avoid the very worst impacts of climate change. Accelerating the decarbonization of the global economy is therefore critical. The 1.5 C pathways require rapid, deep, and sustained emissions cuts across all sectors in the very near term. In response to the IPCC's findings, the Secretary-General set out his acceleration agenda. He's requested governments to take immediate steps to rapidly decarbonize emission-intensive sectors, including energy, but also the heavy industrial sectors like steel, cement, and transport. These efforts must be guided, of course, by science and implemented through robust and credible transition planning. Those targets must be underpinned by effective policies, regulations, and investment plans. But delivering these reductions will need unprecedented levels of cooperation and coordination across geographies, jurisdictions, and industries, along with unmatched levels of finance mobilization, as well as technology sharing and technology co-development. Crucially, the transition has to be fair, equitable, and just, leaving no one behind. New growth industries and the raw materials essential to the transition, therefore, have to be managed effectively and fairly. In this session, we will cover three critical aspects. We'll talk about first industrial decarbonization. We'll then talk about supercharging the global battery storage deployment, and then talk about the critical energy transition minerals. I request that the speakers be succinct and stick to the time limit. We have 3 minutes for the member states and 2 minutes for the other speakers. There will be interpretation simultaneously, and the event is live broadcast on UNTV. But before we get into those thematic conversations, it gives me great pleasure to introduce and welcome Dr. Fatih Birol, Executive Director of the International Energy Agency, to set the scene for us. What is needed? What are the pathways? What do we need to do? Dr. Birol, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ghosh. Excellencies, dear colleagues, very many thanks for this invitation to share with you, in fact, 4 important messages I thought to provide some input for your discussions. First, I would like to show you one slide. I am sorry to bother you with some numbers, but I thought it is very important to underline one message, which is clean energy is moving fast, and faster than many of us realize. I just want to show you a couple of indicators, what happened in the last 1 year. Renewable capacity, renewable additions in 1 year increased more than 40%. Within that, we see solar more than 60%. Dear colleagues, solar is the new king of electricity generation across the world, just based on economic reasons. Then we see electric cars. Huge growth with a lot of implications. Only 2 years ago, 1 out of 25 cars sold in the world was electric. 1 out of 25 2 years ago. And this year, 1 out of 5 cars sold is electric. And it is moving with all its implications. Then we see heat pumps. North America, Europe, China, a big growth of heat pumps and overtaking gas boilers. Then energy efficiency. Very strong growth. Last year, twice faster than previous 2 years. And critical minerals, we are going to discuss in a few minutes. Critical minerals investment increased by a decent 30%. In addition to those, for some countries it's important, nuclear power is making a strong comeback in several countries. So this is the first message. Clean energy is moving faster than many of us realize. The second message is one important implication of this change. Implication on fossil fuels. Our analysis show that even without additional climate environmental policies, only with the existing policies, coal, oil, and natural gas use globally will peak within this decade and slowly start to decline. This is important, especially for the investors. Once again, coal, oil, and natural gas global use will peak within this decade and slowly decline, but this is still bringing us to a temperature increase 2.4 degrees Celsius, which is much higher than 1.5. Of course, this is a global trend, I tell you, in terms of peak. There are regional variations here. So this is the second message I wanted to share with you. Third message. While we see in the power sector, with the renewables growing, in the transportation sector, electrification, we see rather slow improvement in the industry sector. A ton of steel today we produced emit CO2 as much as it did 20 years ago. So there is almost no improvement in the iron steel decarbonization. The same applies with other heavy industries, and we shouldn't forget that the industry sector is the second largest emitter after the power sector. So there is a need here, first of all, to make use of the existing instruments we have, such as efficiency, such as using electricity in the industrial processes, but in the longer term, we have to be very clear. Our net zero report shows that if we want to reach 1.5, and if we want the industry sector to be part of it, all new industry facilities should be either low carbon or net zero ready. First in advanced economies as of now, and follow a few later with the emerging countries. My last point, ladies and gentlemen, is perhaps in my view, the fault line of our fight against climate change. When we look at the all energy data, the climate data, investment data, we see that the biggest challenge today is having an international collaboration. In the absence of international collaboration, the action will be delayed, it will be more costly, and it will take a lot of time and efforts if we ever to reach our climate targets. As such, Secretary-General's initiative is of golden importance to us, and especially if it helps to support the financing of clean energy in developing countries. I would like to finish by one number which I found extremely worrying. Paris Agreement 2015, the entire investment in the global energy system was 2 trillion. Oil, gas, renewables, electricity, everything 2 trillion. 1 trillion for fossil fuels, 1 trillion for clean energy. This year, it is 2.7 trillion. 1 trillion for fossil fuels, 1.7 trillion for clean energy. So clean energy went from, in Paris 2015, from 1 trillion to 1.7 trillion, but all the increase in clean energy investments in the world comes from advanced economies and China, and the clean energy investment financing for the emerging countries was close to zero. It was completely flat since almost 2015. So as such, international collaboration is vital, and here an emphasis on the financing clean energy investment in emerging countries is very important for the International Energy Agency. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Birol, for your call to action based on the clear, hard-hitting numbers. We'll move straight into the first segment, which is on industrial decarbonization, which will deal with the updated targets, the pathways, the policies, and the regulations for the deep and urgent and future-ready industrial sectors, especially the high-emitting sectors that Dr. Birol referred to. I now, therefore, call upon His Excellency Stephen Guilbeault, Minister of Environment and Climate Change of Canada. Mr. Guilbeault, Canada has been a leading industrial nation, replete with critical raw materials essential for the energy transition. As Canada advances towards a net zero future, what steps is it taking to decarbonize its industries while supporting a fair and just transition and sustainable future for all? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Bonjour à toutes et à tous. L'évolution vers une économie.
Moving towards a net zero economy requires innovation in all sectors. It requires all types of investment, clean technology, and more sustainable energy production methods. We also need intelligent regulation to allow this change.
A father. And I know that the progress we make towards industrial decarbonization this decade will determine if my children's future will be made of sustainability and well-being or of mere survival. Canada remains committed to cut greenhouse gas emissions by 40 to 45% below current levels by 2030 and to achieve net zero by 2050. Domestically, we are taking ambitious action to get there. 4 years ago, we put a price on carbon pollution to drive innovation and energy efficiency across Canada. And we invite other nations to do the same through the Global Carbon Pricing Challenge. We've recently announced, first country in the G20 to do so, that we've phased out fossil fuel subsidies in Canada this year, not in 2025 as per the G20 commitment. And we've gone one step further by announcing that we would also phase out fossil fuel subsidy from public financing. We introduced tax investments for clean electricity and clean tech manufacturing, amongst others. We introduced low-cost strategic financing and targeted investments and programming to help key industrial sectors with their unique needs in making the move to cleaner operations. It is crucial to work in collaboration with all sectors to make sure industries emerge stronger than ever. Decarbonization does make business sense. It can create new jobs and opportunities for businesses. It can make our industries more innovative and competitive. Take methane emissions, for instance. In 2018, Canada became one of the first countries to establish a national methane regulations for the oil and gas sector, our largest source of greenhouse gas emissions. Our ambition is to exceed our target of reducing methane emission from the oil and gas sector by at least 75% from 2012 levels by 2030. Many companies are telling us that is possible. Alberta has set a target of 75 to 80%. Our intention is to work work closely with provinces and stakeholders to achieve as much as we can. We're on track to soon release draft regulations that will put Canada on a path to tackle the next great challenge, exceeding that 75% target for methane from upstream oil and gas this decade. Reducing methane emissions is very cost-effective, which is why we're seeing leadership and progress from industry, Aboriginal communities and government in Canada, as well as provinces and territories. It's all about working together. Alors, le Canada compte bien
Canada intends to continue to work with all of you to put forward the international community's message about the importance of an inclusive, sustainable climate transition around the world. We can do it together. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Guilbeault. I now turn to His Excellency Maroš Šefčovič, the European Commission Vice President for the European Green Deal. The EU continues to demonstrate global leadership on industrial decarbonization through stringent policies and regulations, including the EU Green Deal and the EU Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. Your Excellency, how crucial are these policies and targets in bringing certainty and confidence to investors? And also, how is the EU supporting similar standard setting in emerging markets? The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the floor, for a very pertinent question. Indeed, as we are discussing the whole day today, it's quite clear that if we want to achieve the progress, we have to set the targets. Of course, we have to measure our progress to see if we deliver. And therefore, indeed, the decarbonization targets are the central part of the European Green Deal. As you know, we enshrined in the European law that European Union wants to be climate neutral by 2050. We will be, but we make sure that we are measuring the progress on a permanent basis. I'm glad to report that targets which we set for 2030 to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 55% will be overachieved. And I think that's a good news for everyone, because not only we managed to reduce the greenhouse gas emission by more than 55%, but at the same time we managed to grow the economy by 62%. So we demonstrated that these scissors, lowering the emissions, increasing the GDP is possible. And of course, we are very happy to share this experience with everyone else. Why the targets are important? Because they send a very clear signal to the investors that we mean business, that's the direction of travel, and that this is how we are going to set the frames and ramification for the future business environment. We very much focused our attention to the sectors which have been polluting the most, where you had the highest emissions. So we started with energy, with transport, and with agriculture. If it comes to energy, we are again on the target. So by 2030, we will have 42.5% of our energy already coming from renewables, and I agree with Dr. Birol that indeed renewables are growing faster than we expect and achieving, of course, much better progress than was predicted. But we have to go further. Therefore, we are going to introduce zero-emission cars and vans rules as of 2035. And we are going to proceed also further with enlarging the scope of emission trading scheme. And that's one approach which I would like to share with emerging markets, because for all this demanding transition, you also need financing, you need investment, you need the money and financial means. We covered 11,000 industrial installations across Europe by the emission trading scheme. We managed to reduce the emission by, as I said, over 35%, but at the same time to generate $162 billion for revenues, which you can use for promoting of the clean technologies, for tackling energy poverty and making very important social measures. I would like to conclude by two additional remarks. We very much appreciate the results of African Climate Summit, where the President of the Commission shared her vision how we can cooperate even more closely in this regard. And we would like also to bring our experience to the table of COP28, where I hope that we can also set such a global ambitious targets to triple outputs of renewable energy and double the energy efficiency and bring the electricity to 800 million additional citizens of this planet because they really deserve it. So it's a lot to do, a lot to deliver, and we'll be, of course, very happy to share our experience with emerging markets. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Šefčovič. I now turn to Dr. Han Wajin, the Minister of Environment for the Republic of Korea. Advanced manufacturing and heavy industries are central to the Korean economy, Minister. However, Korea remains one of the world's most fossil fuel reliant economies as well. So how is the Republic of Korea accelerating its transition from fossil fuels to clean energy in order to support its energy-intensive industrial base? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, moderator. Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. The Republic of Korea is strongly committed to accelerating its action for decarbonization with its focus on both domestic policy and international cooperation. In an effort to achieve the 2030 nationally determined contributions NDC target, earlier this year, Korea has laid out the national framework plan, including sectoral roadmaps. Especially for hard-to-abate sectors, we have been operating the Emissions Trading Scheme, EST, a cost-effective market-based mechanism that covers 70% of national greenhouse gas emissions. As the first East Asian country that established the nationwide ETS, we are ready to share our best practices and engage fully in related international discussions. In fact, this year, Korea joined the Global Carbon Pricing Challenge as the first member in Asia and the Climate Club for the decarbonization of high-emission sectors. For the energy transition, Korea is focusing on clean and carbon-free energy sources such as nuclear, renewables, and hydrogen. We will effectively identify and remove barriers to private investments and scale up our support for research and development. Currently, Korea is the world's largest supplier of hydrogen-powered vehicles. We will work to enhance technology cooperation and international standardization across the entire life cycle of hydrogen. Also, I would like to take this opportunity to reaffirm that Korea will act as the green leader to support climate-vulnerable countries in their mitigation and adaptation efforts. In that regard, Korea will begin its voluntary contribution to the Adaptation Fund from this year. We also pledged to make an additional contribution of $300 million to the Green Climate Fund. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as indicated in the Global Stocktake Synthesis Report, our policies and actions fall short of reaching the 1.5-degree goal. And to bridge the gaps, implementation at all levels and collaboration among all stakeholders are most essential. Finally, I hope our discussion today will significantly contribute towards achieving a robust decision at the upcoming COP28. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Han. I now give the floor to the Right Honourable Graham Stewart, Minister of State for Energy Security and Net Zero for the United Kingdom. Under its COP26 presidency, the UK prioritized global efforts to accelerate decarbonisation of energy and industrial sectors. What progress has been made, Minister? And can governments now further cooperate and consolidate the efforts that were launched in Glasgow?
We all know that we need to speed up decarbonisation to keep 1.5 degrees in reach while taking people with us. And since 1990, the UK has cut its emissions by more than any other major world economy. We've reduced them by 48%, while nonetheless increasing the economy by 65%. And we will prioritise economic growth while delivering our 2030 NDC, which is actually 68%, a world-leading level there, and net zero by 2050. And in the first quarter of this year, 48% of our electricity came from renewables. And as the Prime Minister of the UK said this morning, we will do this in a way that is both pragmatic and inclusive. Being practical and delivering real-world change is exactly what the breakthrough agenda is about, which I thought I would focus on. Last week's report shows progress being made, but as Dr. Barol has said, some industries are not moving as quickly as they need to. Steel and cement, for instance, are not going fast enough. Announcements for near-zero emission steel plants have fallen far short of the 100 megatons needed globally by 2030. And for cement, there are plans for only around 6% of the near-zero emission capacity needed. We need urgent action to decarbonise these high-emitting sectors and meet the Paris goals, which is why this meeting this afternoon, the focus is quite right. That means increasing research and development, scaling up clean technology finance, and boosting the market for green industry. And finance, of course, is critical. And the UK, again, is leading the way with our commitment to deliver 11.6 billion of climate finance, a doubling. And at the G20, we made a pledge of $2 billion for the Green Climate Fund. And I'm further pleased to announce today that the UK will provide a £160 million package to support developing countries and ensure decarbonisation and economic growth go hand in hand. That's the focus of the Prime Minister's speech today. We have to show economic growth and prosperity goes with this agenda. If we don't do that, we won't carry people with us. The funding I'm announcing today will support coordinated action towards COP28. I'm delighted to see the President-designate taking his seat opposite, working through initiatives, including the Clean Energy Innovation Facility and the Mitigation Action Facility. The Breakthrough Report's recommendations set out how we can, in answer to your question, sir, collaborate to make clean technologies more affordable and available, particularly in high-emitting sectors. For example, a new cement breakthrough led by Canada is in development, and I'm pleased to announce that the UK will join that initiative. We're also proud to co-lead the steel breakthrough with Germany, endorsed by 31 countries. The breakthroughs are working with the COP28 presidency to make decarbonising steel a priority this year, and I hope we can build a stronger global alliance so that all our industries are on track for net zero.
Thank you, Minister Stewart, for outlining the breakthrough objectives and the actions taken. The final speaker in this segment on industrial decarbonisation will be Dr. Mark Carney, the co-chair of the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero and the UN Secretary-General's Special Envoy for Climate Action and Finance. Dr. Carney, delivering that deep decarbonisation for energy-intensive sectors also requires collaboration and coordination across public and private sector partners. How can private finance support this effort, particularly in emerging economies? The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. We need three things for this to happen: scale, strategy, and scope. On scale, as the IEA has shown, for the energy transition alone, an additional $4 trillion a year by the end of this decade, an additional $1 trillion of which is cross-border finance for the emerging and developing world, much of it for industrial decarbonization. What do we have? We have $150 trillion of balance sheet in the Glasgow Financial Alliance for net zero committed to that transition, and we are putting in place, and the pilot will come at COP28, a net zero data public utility under the UN's leadership, so there's real-time accountability. Secondly, on strategy, we need not just to invest in climate solutions, but the theme of this session, to go to where the emissions are, and the emissions are greatest, or the least progress has been made, as my right honourable friend just mentioned, in the industrial sectors. That means financing businesses and opportunities that are aligning with the Paris objectives. So that means capital needs to go to those opportunities, Therefore, as you said in your introduction, we need transition planning. That has to become mainstream. We released, as part of UN Climate Week, we being GFANZ, detailed granular guidance for those transition plans. We intend to finalize that guidance for COP. I was pleased to see the United States Secretary of the Treasury outline U.S. principles for net zero transition planning, the U.K. making it mandatory, as does the European Union. This is what's necessary to get the capital to where it needs to go. Third point, what we need is scope. That means getting capital to the emerging and developing world. We need our multilateral development banks to use all of their capacities, technical, operating, and financial, to catalyze total financing in pursuit of all the sustainable developing goals, particularly with respect to climate and directly with respect to heavy emitting industries. We need to bring together a series of initiatives, worthy initiatives, that exist to accelerate that transition. That's why under the UN Secretary-General's leadership and for COP28, Special Envoy Mike Bloomberg and myself are working closely with leading initiatives, the World Economic Forum, the Sustainable Markets Initiative, the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, Mission Possible Partnership, and others, in order to move from targets to investment, from rhetoric to results, accelerate those transitions for the end of this decade. GFAN stands ready to finance those solutions. We have the scale of capital. We have the transition strategies to do that. We look forward to working together under the COP President's leadership to bring this all together in the weeks. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Carney. As we close out this segment on the industrial decarbonization, may I also draw everyone's attention to the need to focus on the small, medium enterprises that comprise the bulk of the industrial sector in developing countries and emerging markets. In my hand is a block of green brass that my colleagues have developed with small businesses in India. I think if we bring the energy transition closer to people, it becomes much more sustainable. We now move to supercharging global battery storage development. This segment will focus on the coordinated efforts needed to overcome the barriers and prioritize the global strategy, the global scale battery storage deployment. This is vital, as we all know, for integrating renewables, enhancing grid flexibility, increasing resilience, and making off-grid energy more affordable. So therefore, I now invite Mr. Jean-François Gaguinet, head of the Clean Energy Ministerial Secretariat, to present the battery storage initiative under development within the SEM community. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ghosh, and thank you very much to the UN Secretary-General's Climate Action Team for inviting the SEM to this very, very important discussion. In fact, we're extremely excited about the synergies between the Secretary-General's call for action and the mission that was given the Clean Energy Ministerial about 15 years ago. For those who don't know, the SEM was basically designed as a mechanism to bring together coalitions of the willing, of stakeholders who have a keen interest in taking down the barriers to an accelerated clean energy transition, and then create a pathway for others to follow through and really up our clean energy transition goals. And so we definitely see, we echo very much the call for solution-oriented partnerships, which is what we're all about. And so today I'm talking about one specific initiative that was started a few months ago after a call for our members in Rio de Janeiro, which we had strong support for the Climate Action Team to look at how to supercharge the battery storage. And why focusing on battery storage? Well, I think the IEA's Executive Director's initial call about how fast technology is moving is kind of the main reason behind it, because when we put new technologies on the table, we also need to look at the systemic effect of these new technologies. And when we look at increased renewable generation, especially variable renewables in the electricity grid, then we need to look at adding flexibility. When we look at the way the climate is changing, we need to think about reliability and resilience. And when we think about the new models of grids needed to increase energy access, such as decentralized grids, we need to look at how to create those in a cost-effective way. And when you look at all of these, there is one solution that always comes to the rescue, and that is battery energy storage. In fact, in the IEA's net zero energy scenario, battery storage needs go from 30 gigawatts today, moving very quickly, but needing to go up to 780 gigawatts by 2030. That's more than 25 times today's numbers, all the way up to 3,500 gigawatts by 2050. That's 120 times. And so in order to be able to achieve those numbers, we really need to bring the right stakeholders together to address the various issues. And that's what we've been doing, working very closely with some initial leaders, such as Australia, Canada, the European Commission, and the US, to identify what are the key challenges that we need to address. And we've identified primarily three. One deals with regulations and policies, making sure that the remuneration and the business case for the battery storage makes sense. The second one deals with supply chains, making sure that supply chains are sustainable, but also secure and reliable so that we don't add security risks. And the third, of course, deals with financing. And that, again, we've had a lot of discussions on this. Now, the good news is there are many initiatives that exist out there that are already touching upon many of these issues. I can only, sorry about this, mention the, I had them here, technology is killing me. So there are many initiatives that we are working with to address these issues, notably the Global Energy Storage Program for from the Climate Investment Funds, the World Bank Energy Storage Partnership, the International Battery Energy Storage Alliance, the Long Duration Energy Storage Council, as well as the BSS initiative under the GAP. But what was recognized is there's a need of coordination between those aspects. And this is what we're trying to create here, is bringing the right stakeholders together, identifying how we can support each other, and then advancing this. And so we're very thankful for the leadership of our members. We hope that many others will join us at COP28, where we hope to launch this new initiative, and that we can basically act as pathway developers for all the world to advance energy storage. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Mr. Gagne. And since you mentioned the Global Energy Storage Program, which has been developed by the Clean Investment Fund, unfortunately, we don't have Mr. Luis Tineo here, the Interim Chief Executive Officer, because he's unwell. But I just did want to take a moment to recognize that program, which aims to be the world's largest multilateral fund for energy storage by mobilizing an additional $2 billion towards that effort. I now give the floor to the Honourable Jenny McAllister, Assistant Minister for Climate Change and Energy of Australia. Australia has committed to improving the grid flexibility, reliability, and the renewable energy integration through advanced battery storage solutions. Honourable Minister, what are these key actions that policymakers and industries could put in to supercharge the deployment of battery storage? The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Ghosh. Look, every year the risks that we have been warned about for so long manifest themselves, and the climate is changing, and our collective commitment needs to keep pace with that. And so since our government was elected in May last year, we've moved swiftly to increase our ambition. We've significantly increased our emissions reduction target, and we've legislated those targets through the Parliament. We've placed a cap on the emissions of our largest emitters, and we've required them to deliver annual reductions. But electricity decarbonisation lies at the heart of this journey. So fossil fuels at the moment provide 71% of Australia's electricity, or that was the case in 2021, and our government is working to have 82% renewables in the national electricity market by 2030. So if you think about that as numbers, this is no small change. It will see us almost triple grid-scale renewables, and it requires growing and modernising our transmission and distribution infrastructure, and that is a considerable undertaking in a vast nation with large distances like Australia. So storage is an essential part of that transformation. Our national government is funding grid-scale batteries to provide reliability as our coal generators close. Australia already has the highest penetration of small-scale rooftop solar in the world, and batteries will increasingly join these panels in homes and in businesses. And we are rolling out community batteries to allow more Australians to access the benefits of clean, cheap renewables. We've recently released a strategy to guide the development of a battery industry at home, and we've established a special manufacturing precinct to kickstart that process. Australia has helped lead the stationary energy battery storage initiative under the Clean Energy Ministerial, and as Mr Gagne set out, we really aim to boost stationary battery storage development and deployment, and really importantly, reduce the technology costs. So, Excellencies, as Fatty so ably points out, so regularly, 778 gigawatts of new battery capacity needed by 2030. It's a shared challenge. It's a challenge for government and for private sector. It will require an unprecedented level of collaboration, and we look forward to working on a shared solution with all of you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Minister. We will now move into the third segment, which is on the critical energy transition minerals. This segment will focus on the political support needed to build trust in the supply chains for these critical minerals needed for the energy transition, and launch, hopefully, an UN-led effort to create voluntary principles. In fact, the IEA and my organization, CEW, wrote the official report for the G20 on critical minerals, and there's a voluntary set of principles that came out of that process as well. These minerals will be critical to shift from fossil fuels to renewables, but also there is needed a global framework to ensure that there is sourcing and policy coordination that delivers benefits for all. To introduce this topic, I have the great honor to give the floor to Mr. Michael Bloomberg, the Secretary-General's Special Envoy for Climate Ambition and Solutions. And if I may say, thank you for your support and partnership with us in India as well. Mr. Bloomberg, the floor is yours.
Welcome, and thank you, Dr. Ghosh. Let me also thank the Secretary-General for bringing us all together. I know this is a busy week for everyone, full of many important issues, but I think it's fair to say that the global stock take shows that we have a lot of work to do to get back on track and deliver on the promises that we all made in Paris. And in the weeks leading up to the COP28, we all have an opportunity to make some real progress, I think. As part of my work as UN Special Envoy on Climate Ambition and Solutions, my company and Bloomberg Philanthropies have both made major investments in the fight against climate change. And that includes working to replace coal-fired power plants with clean energy and to unlock more of the financing, public and private, we need to create a just and equitable transition away from fossil fuels. This month, first ever African American Summit highlighted the need for more international support for that work, and we have to redouble our efforts, mobilize finance, especially in the developing world, and accelerate the decarbonization of the global economy. And there really isn't any time left to lose. Now, winning the fight against climate change is not a technological challenge. It is a political challenge, but it's crucial we get the politics of technology right. And here's what I mean about that. We know the minerals that are essential to build electric cars, solar panels, and other critical tools in the fight against climate change. These minerals include lithium, nickel, cobalt, and copper. The demand for those and other minerals is strong and will only continue to grow. Their supply is mostly concentrated in a select number of developing countries. And so the task ahead is to ensure that these countries can reap the benefits of those resources as the world increasingly adopts clean energy technologies, as mining, processing, and manufacturing are growing rapidly, and there are various regional, national, and industrial efforts underway to ensure stability and protect people's rights, or sustainability and protect people's rights. What's urgently missing is an international framework a set of global guidelines that can help build trust among countries and industries. And that's where the United Nations comes in. With support from the Secretary-General, national governments can work together with business leaders and others to develop voluntary guidelines that can better lay the groundwork for a just and equitable transition. So in this session, we'll hear from a group of first movers who can tell us more about their approaches and the kinds of partnerships that we can forge to help sustain them. And I'll turn the floor over to them, and I look forward to what we're going to accomplish together in the lead up to COP28 and beyond. And I want to thank Dr. Sultan for all of his leadership in that. Thanks again for your leadership, Dr. Ghosh, and all of the best.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bloomberg, for outlining that need for global guidelines to build the trust in this very important area. And therefore, let me now turn the floor to Her Excellency Nani Hendiarti, Deputy Coordinating Minister for Forestry and Environmental Management for Indonesia. Indonesia has taken significant steps to address critical energy transition minerals and promote fairness in mineral supply chains. One notable initiative is Indonesia's request to the United States to begin talks on a trade deal on critical minerals. Honorable Minister, considering the imperative of equity and fair trade, the sustainable expansion of critical minerals and components in the value chain, how do you envision the role of the United Nations in advocating for and implement the guidelines for critical energy transition minerals? The floor is yours.
Thank you, Moderator. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you for giving us this opportunity. Government of Indonesia targeted to reduce emission in our enhanced NDC as 31% unconditional and 43% with international support. Aside from Holu, the energy sector is the second biggest contribution for emission reduction. In accelerating the deployment of renewable energy, Indonesia has identified a just, affordable, and reliable energy transitions as national priority and driven by a sustainability finance mechanism. The Just Energy Transition Partnership, or JETP, needs to be a country-led and also country-owned mechanism to support this national priority and truly uphold the principle of just transition that is suitable to Indonesia's context. Indonesia is collaborating with International Partner Group, or IPG, and GFANS is preparing to launch the Comprehensive Investment Plan and Policy of Indonesia JETP. And IPG have recognized the difficulty to reach the target of the 290 million ton without the effort of the CFPP early retirement based on the IEA analysis. So Indonesia is waiting for the concrete actions from the partner in reaching the global net zero emission by 2050. In addition, GFAN is expected to support the transition of finance and also the enhancement of the Indonesia green taxonomy, which are crucial elements in achieving the JETP target expediting the energy transition. Excellencies, Indonesia is an emerging economy that no longer want to rely on the export of raw commodities. Our country boasts an abundance of critical mineral resources important to global energy transitions. One of them is nickel, an important material for EV batteries. In order to reap the most economic benefit for our people, we have developed integrated framework from upstream to downstream industries policies to create competitive ecosystem of the storage battery and EV. Developing a value-added economy is important so that Indonesia may escape the resource cost and turn this into a resource blessing for all. We have identified 3 key factors to drive the development of electric vehicle and economic-wide energy transformation in Indonesia. including accelerating the use of the renewable energy, encouraging local production and manufacturing, and increasing the rate of EV adoption. Indonesia is also developing, we call the Global Blended Finance Alliance that acknowledged in the G20 Bali Leaders Declaration last year to address the finance gap for the climate action and SDGs achievement. In the context of CHADP, blended finance is also the way forward as we seek the leverage public finance from IPG members to unlock the private finance from GFANs. To closing, I believe that through the collaborations, we can create a better world and for our future generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for drawing attention to that Global Blended Finance Alliance. I now give the floor to His Excellency Tom Akwindo, Minister of Mines and Energy for Namibia. Namibia is one of the world's top producers of critical raw materials. So what is your government's experience of this industry, and how can the international community better facilitate its sustainable management, which benefits developing countries and emerging economies? The floor is yours.
Thank you, Moderator. Excellencies, I just want to make two quick points regarding the critical minerals for the energy transition. The first point is to say, where are these minerals located? And as it was said, I think it's globally located, but mostly in developing countries like ours. And when we start to talk about this, where it is, then we start then talk about we need to create trust, we need to create fairness, because these two terminologies being introduced in the discussion is simply because where these are mostly located are not always where it's going to be used. It's used as input into the developed countries. And the developing countries are the ones having these minerals. And therefore, we need to have this fairness and the trust, which you agree. But for us as developing countries, this fairness and trust can only really be true fairness and trust when these minerals are going to be exploited in our countries and being value added within our countries, and not simply to be mined and taken somewhere else. That way will only be the way the thing is now really, we can create that trust and fairness. In the case of Namibia, for example, we have so far have signed various MOUs with some of the European countries that want to have access to our minerals. And the understanding is that, yes, we are going to have this access. It has to be fair. We don't want to hold this resource, but it has to be value added within the countries. The second point I would like to make is this, that as we go on, do have sufficient quantity of these minerals, wherever they are located now. I think for now we can agree that the demand is probably going to continue to surpass the supply that's available right now, and therefore we need to figure out how do we continue then to make more explorations and mine these minerals. In this regard, then we would want to ask the investors for us to get this investment into this exploration so that at least we can continue to sustain the demand for these minerals. And I think in this endeavor, we would also agree to say the United Nations, the Secretary-General, need to play a role to make sure then that this fairness and this trust is created in such a way that both developing and developed nations are going to be gaining from these energy transitions in the critical minerals. And we continue to engage and to make sure that we have a win-win outcome with this. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Akwindo, for drawing attention to the need for exploring the win-win opportunities. Let me now turn to Brazil. I give the floor to Her Excellency Marina Silva, the Minister for Environment and Climate Change of Brazil. Minister, how will Brazil's minerals help decarbonization in an equitable way for all?
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the opportunity of taking part in this very important meeting. Brazil, along with its region, possesses a large quantity of minerals, important and strategic for the great transformations that the world is undergoing and needs to undergo in its productive basis. I have been saying that it's not just about making efforts about adaptation and mitigation. We really need to make huge efforts for transformation in the material basis of our development. Therefore, the mineral resources that we have in our region, and particularly in Brazil, which are abundant, there's a challenge. They should represent an opportunity for this transition, but at the same time, they also need to be thought of as in the context of social justice and climate justice. A good part of those minerals, they are in the lands of traditional and indigenous communities, and we have a law mandating that we need to respect those traditional peoples. Therefore, the exploration of these, before any technical need, they should be followed by an ethical understanding that the cosmovision and the culture of these people is necessary. A second point I would like to make is that how those minerals are being extracted, the way how they are being extracted. We have to ensure that it is done in the most adequate way to protect the environment. And how can we ensure that the insumes, that the inputs used in this process are also low carbon and sustainable? Brazil has many resources to produce clean energy. We can have an energy matrix 100% clean with sun and wind, and we can also become great producers of green hydrogen. Therefore, we can have an industry that lead us to a process we can have a mining process that lead us to generating income for our people. We don't want to be a middle-income country that only produces commodities. We want to add value to our products. This is a way of producing inequality, equilibrium, balance. I say that sustainability is not just a mean of doing, it's also a world vision. It's also a way of how do we relate with each other, using our comparative advantages, not just to transform them into competitive advantages, but also in distributive advantages. We need to seek synergies and cooperation that take us to a new way of generating a cycle of prosperity that is at the same time economically prosperous and at the same time socially just and environmentally sustainable. The government of President Lula is extremely committed with tackling climate change, protecting our national resources, but also we are in a process of transformation, ecological transformation, reindustrialization. The Brazilian industry once represented 30% of our GDP, today represents less than around 11% of our GDP, and we want to create opportunities so that Brazil can think of other sources of income, combining mineral sources, by combining with our biodiversity. Our economies must be diverse. Nature is diverse, and so must be our economies. We cannot have homogeneous processes. This homogeneous process and single views, this is what is destroying our economies. I thank the opportunity of participating in this forum, and I must say that along with our Minister of Finance, we are conducting a joint process of having a national plan for ecological transformation. We have created a climate fund that we intend to raise 10 billion US dollars for this transformation. So I conclude by saying that it's not just about adaptation and mitigating. We need to transform. We need transformation. Without proper transformation, we will not achieve all of this that we're putting here on the table. And the UN Secretary-General is mandating us to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, for drawing attention to the need for diversification of economies just as nature is diverse. I now turn the floor to Mr. Mohammed Ado, the representative of African civil society. Civil society organizations can collaborate effectively to ensure the development of guidelines for critical energy transition minerals. Mr. Ado, how could this be done, especially keeping in mind the rights of local populations, including the indigenous peoples and communities that the Minister just referred to? If I may also draw everyone's attention to the time, we will start the closing plenary exactly at 5:30, so I'd request the last set of speakers to limit their presentations. Thank you.
Thank you, Moderator. And I must say big thanks to the UN Secretary-General for convening this important meeting and for the opportunity to intervene. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as you've heard from the Minister of Indonesia, Namibia, and lastly, Brazil, it's the Global South that controls nearly all the global supply of strategic, critical minerals that are needed for the 21st century's, key industries, from high-tech electronics, renewable energy infrastructure, electric, vehicles, batteries, and green, public transportation. When we say, for example, Africa must leapfrog, into an era of clean energy and clean cooking and heating, we don't mean becoming importers of made-in-the-global north technology via loans, debt, and charity. In fact, what we mean is a global south industrial revolution on terms that are fair and equitably rebalance the global supply chain. As we all know now, we are currently locked in at the bottom of the value chain. That is one of our structural traps that we need to break free from. We want to leverage our complementarity of our resources and capabilities, and then partner with the high-tech manufacturers to industrialize. And I must add, not to export, but to manufacture and deploy for ourselves clean technology, clean cooking, clean transportation. The very basic pillars of prosperity at home, and then support the rest of the world's, decarbonization effort by exporting surplus materials rather than neglecting our own needs. That is why we must insist on transfer of technology as a key factor in a just transition. No country in the Global South can do this alone. Industrialization requires economies of scale and large markets, which we collectively have, in addition, of course, to the strategic minerals. Now, coming to the role of civil society, the role of civil society is to educate, organize, mobilize, and empower our nations to be able to rally behind a united and uncompromising long-term vision on climate, energy, development, and finance. This becomes our most powerful bargaining chip. And as we unite behind this vision, we display a critical, clear screening mechanism for what we will accept from our partners when it comes to climate finance, technical assistance, foreign direct investment. That is how we will reclaim our economic sovereignty. The first beneficiaries of this industrialization strategy must be frontline indigenous communities in the mining districts and climate change frontline communities who should benefit from the jobs, infrastructure, social services, education, vocational training that guarantees decent jobs and benefits. The energy transition, of course, is a daunting challenge, but it's also a huge opportunity that has the potential to transform the lives of billions of people. An industrialization, an industrial revolution, not on the back of, not built on the back of slavery or exploited labor, but innovation and new technology that can unlock abundant clean energy for the billions that are in need of it. If we can assure this revolution benefits the Global South, by protecting local rights, indigenous communities' rights, and ensuring mineral value is retained where it comes from, as the Minister for Namibia said, it has the potential to level up the prosperity of the global North and South. And that is the opportunity we have, and that is not something you will be able to attain by letting industry mine. You can only have that if you have international cooperation that is built on fairness, it's built on justice, and works towards global solidarity so that we can actually deliver the great benefit of this public good for the poor, where these resources are currently located, but for the benefit of the whole of humanity. And that is something the UNSG can lead so that the world can actually develop a pact that guides that process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Doe, for your call for a pact for the poor. The final speaker in this session will be Dr. Werner Hoyer, the President of the European Investment Bank. Dr. Hoyer, what measures and international collaborations can be put in place to facilitate the access of developing countries to essential capital, something that Dr. Birol mentioned right at the outset in his presentation, along with the expertise needed for responsible extraction and value addition of critical minerals so that they can enable sustainable development of their economies, but also job creation for their people. The floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, it's a great honor to be here with you to discuss climate action, to listen and to learn. Let's discuss climate change as the great development accelerator for the years ahead. There are three reasons for this. The first is that clean energy is now way cheaper, faster to deploy, and more reliable than 30 years ago we would have dreamt of. Renewables are, for many countries, the only road to energy independence, and in most cases already today, the most efficient option. The second reason is that decarbonization creates good jobs. In a development context, decarbonization is not deindustrialization, rather the opposite, unless we cling to industries of the past. We only with huge subsidies can save into the future. The third reason is that there are vast investment opportunities behind climate action. We are not observing only needs and gaps, but also attractive investment cases. And we sometimes need to build these investment cases to convince potential investors. I see extraordinary potential across the globe with abundant availability of renewable energy and natural resources. In most countries, this goes together with a young and vibrant population. There are the conditions for communities to accelerate their path towards the green transition. Let's enable this. When I say investment cases, it does not mean that this is a one-way street. Climate action should not be colonialism 2.0. As Europeans, we cannot just leverage on the South's resources to produce green hydrogen or mining for the critical raw materials that we need for batteries or electrification. We need eye-level cooperation to leverage investment opportunities together, and we need to be honest with this from the outset. At the European Investment Bank, we stopped financing unabated fossil fuels 5 years ago, and instead we are investing in innovative projects together with countries in the Global South that allow to leapfrog polluting technologies and adapt to the consequences of climate change with appropriate, sustainable infrastructure and nature-based solutions. I am optimistic about mobilizing green finance. It takes a can-do approach and not dwelling on doomsday scenarios forever. There is no shortage of financial capital in the world to address investment needs for the transition to net zero. There is no shortage of technological ideas that can be scaled up to become economically viable, even in hard-to-abate sectors. The key is channeling that capital to breakthrough projects, particularly in emerging and developing economies. I'm an optimist. I'm hopeful we can reach net zero by embracing technology and bring our societies together along the way, because we cannot ask to choose between environment and development. And we always need to think climate, innovation, and development in one box and not in three different boxes. But hope needs to be fed by the feeling of moving in the right direction, by the sense that things can change. I believe it's the duty of the MDBs to lead the way, and I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Dr. Hoyer. While we wait for the Secretary-General to arrive, I request everyone to be in their seats. From what I heard 4 Ps. I heard about the principles that are needed: social justice, equity, trust. I heard about the policies that countries are developing within their geographies. But I also heard about the partnerships across borders, the challenges, the collaboration, the alliances, the increasing of scope. And finally, I heard about the participation of countries in the North and in the South to add value to their economies in a sustainable way. As we set out for the acceleration agenda, we need to be future ready. In India, we have a saying, if you can do something tomorrow, do it today. If you can do something today, do it now. In those words, thank you. Back to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you all. Thank you for, I think we have a lot to think about, and our mission statement is ready on this issue. Please stay in your seat if you wish, and I hope you do. The Secretary-General will be with us in a few minutes, and we'll be talking to you all very soon. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Let's start our closing session of the Climate Ambition Summit. We will first start with reports from the three rapporteurs of the three breakout roundtable sessions that we held this afternoon. I will first start with the rapporteur of the roundtable session that address issues of credibility and regulations of non-state actor commitments. I give the floor to Madame Laurence Toubiana, CEO and President of the European Climate Foundation. The floor is yours.
Thank you, and Mr. Secretary-General and Excellencies, it's really a very good moment to recognize that the effort you have brought to make accountability and integrity to the forefront of the climate discussion are paying off. While, of course, this momentum continues to build around the net zero commitment from business, financial institutions, and cities and regions, the risk of greenwashing still exists and can distract efforts to keep the 1.5-degree limit alive. Holding the 1.5 temperature goal will require mutually reinforcing, and that's the important element of the reinforcing that the panel raised, net zero action by government and non-state actors. Governments must reflect early action on net zero and not only by 2040. Path for high ambitions through economy-wide transition plans and policies and regulations that further cement net zero as a common goal. In turn, non-state actors must demonstrate voluntary action does not compromise ambition levels and, on the contrary, hold accountable to environment integrity and standards that uphold 1.5 degree, which must ultimately be reflected in regulation. The session heard from business, finance, governments, and standard setters who support the implementation of the high-level expert group Integrity Matters report that you commissioned and that was presented last year. The basic component of the transition plans following the recommendation of this panel is that accountability through third-party verification, the demonstrated transparent target years for fossil fuel phase-out, no new licensing and investment decision to scale up renewable energy, no offset to decarbonize emissions to ensure transition plans that could be credible, and that underscores the need of annual reporting as a measure to address accountability. The private sector further call on government for clear and consistent regulation and mandatory requirements, including on interim targets. Ultimately, holding 1.5 degrees will require building a policy and regulatory architecture capable of scrutinizing the ambition, integrity, and credibility of transition plan and planning, while recognizing that different jurisdictions have different needs. Some of the foundation for this already exist within regulatory mandates, but more needs to be done by authorities to secure the scientific credibility of transition plans. Coordinated and consistently applied policies, standards, and rules on mandatory transition plans will allow non-state actors to be more ambitious in delivering their climate commitments. Mr. Secretary-General, it's a moment to reconvene all these so numerous initiatives and intentions, and to really reconvene that the 1.5 aligned transition plan by non-state actors, particularly those of subnational authorities, may converge by 2025 with nationally determined contribution. It should be the one goal and ensure they contribute to increase the ambition of these national goals. Financial authorities and regulators must provide safe harbor to corporate and financial institutions that have progressed in implementing transition plans through an explicit reassurance that collective and individual net zero action is in line with antitrust regulation and uphold the public trust. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that excellent summary of the discussions, very rich discussions in that session. I now give the floor to the Minister of Finance of Tuvalu, Minister Seve. You and Australia earlier today launched a groundbreaking partnership under the acceleration pipeline agenda of the Secretary-General. So can you please tell us about some of the outcomes from the session on adaptation and early warning systems?
The Secretary-General and Excellencies, the session saw strong political support and credible commitment, as well as a demonstration of partnerships and actions to advance the UN Secretary-General's acceleration agenda in delivering on climate justice to those on the front line of the climate crisis. Notable highlights from the session can be summarized around 4 points. First, new partnerships to deliver adaptation finance at pace and scale as part of the SG's adaptation pipeline accelerator. These include the Tuvalu-Australia APA partnership to help realize the long-term adaptation ambition of Tuvalu in addressing the sea level rise, and the Dominican Republic-Spain APA partnership to deliver an effective and coordinated adaptation support across all sectors. Secondly, multilateral development banks are coalescing around the Secretary-General's Early Warning for All initiative. The World Bank, Inter-American Development Bank, Asian Development Bank, African Development Bank, Islamic Development Bank, Caribbean Development Bank, European Investment Bank, the Council of European Development Bank, and European Bank for Reconstruction and Development jointly commit to further work together in order to enhance coordination, improve efficiency, and scale up action to achieve this shared ambition. Thirdly, commitments from the Green Climate Fund to deliver early warning for all initiative and scale up adaptation finance to developing countries to design and unlock the first ever early warning for all initiative global program. In the first phase of the program, the GCF plans to deploy around 150 million to 7 countries, of which GCF has been asked to contribute 100 million, acting as a model to leverage finance in years to come. GCF also commits to supporting the work of the Adaptation Pipeline Accelerator in partnership with key partners and in line with its mandate of allocating half of its funding for adaptation projects. Fourth and finally, a strong and collective call for support from leaders of governments, financiers, including both public and private sectors, as well as relevant key stakeholders to support the SG's acceleration agenda in delivering climate justice. Moving from ambitious plans to implementation can only be achieved by working together through unprecedented levels of cooperation and collaboration. Collaborative models such as the Secretary-General Special Initiative on Early Warning for All initiative and the Accelerator Pipeline Adaptation can mobilize and scale up finance for adaptation planning and implementation to safeguard the most vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. And I now give the floor to our very good friend who served as a scene setter for the session on accelerating decarbonization through collaboration and implementation, Mr. Fatih Birol, Executive Director of the International Energy Agency. Fatih, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Mr. Secretary-General, we had a very rich discussion. And if I may, I want to bring 4 points to your attention. First, we discussed the energy sector, where we are. Many countries reported the developments in their national energy economies, and also we discussed the global picture. The message is very clear, Mr. Secretary-General. We are seeing that the clean energy is moving fast and faster than many people realize. And this has serious implications for our global energy system, which is currently fossil fuel dominated. One of the implications is the new large-scale fossil fuel investments not only pose climate risk, but it also poses business risk for the investors for the next years to come. This is the first message coming from our discussion, Mr. Secretary-General. The second one is, while we see in the power sector and in transportation sector a lot of good improvements in terms of the renewables and electric cars, we do not see the necessary improvement in the industry sector. And the industry sector is the second largest emitter after the power sector in the global energy picture. For example, we said that the 1 ton of steel emits the same amount of emissions today as it did 20 years ago when it is produced. No improvement there. So therefore, there is a need that we pay attention to industry sector, and here it is important for the governments to put targets and milestones how we are going to decarbonize our industry sector, especially for heavy industry of our economies. So this is the second point, the giving clear signal to investors. The third point, Mr. Secretary-General, is on critical minerals. Yes, we said we will see a lot of solar panels, windmills, electric cars, batteries, but it needs a lot of critical minerals. And globally, we have a lot of critical minerals deposits around the world, most of them being in the developing countries. How they are financed, the investment of this mining, and how they are transported and refined is a critical question. How we are going to do it in a timely and fair manner needs an international framework based on fair global guidelines, and there is a need here for the United Nations to get the leadership to provide incentive, important messages to the countries around the world to build these global guidelines. Fourth and the last point, Mr. Secretary-General, we have the tools, we have the knowledge, we have the numbers how we reach the 1.5 degrees target, but there are a lot of barriers. If you ask me, what is the most important barrier today is having the international collaboration. In the absence of international collaboration, it will take years and decades to reach our climate targets. It will be much more costly for everyone. And here, we thought, Mr. Secretary-General, your leadership is very important to build this international collaboration among the countries, leaving the geopolitical tensions aside and to look at perhaps the most pressing challenge of the humanity, namely climate change. Thank you for your efforts, Mr. Secretary-General.
Thank you, and thank you for your report back on this important session. I will now give the floor to our incoming COP28 presidency, Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber, to provide your reflections on today's discussions. Dr. Sultan.
Excellencies, colleagues, and friends, it is indeed a great pleasure to be with all of you here today. And allow me first to start by thanking Secretary-General Guterres and his team for conducting such a timely summit and for convening us here in this very important platform. Allow me also to take advantage of this opportunity to thank the moderators for their commitment, dedication, and hard work throughout today's sessions. Being here in this chamber, it is impossible not to be inspired. For nearly 80 years, the United Nations has brought the world together around the principles of peace, security, and human dignity on a healthy planet. Its founders urged the world to think beyond borders, beyond politics, and beyond our own lifetimes. And today, in the face of climate change, I urge all of you to reaffirm those same principles. Climate change is our common enemy, and we must unite to fight it. At the recent report on the global stocktake, it actually confirmed that the world is falling short and we are running short on time. But it's not too late to correct course. We know the size of the problem at hand. 22 gigatons. That is the amount of greenhouse gas emissions we need to cut in the next 7 years to keep 1.5 within reach. It's easy to feel overwhelmed by the scale of this challenge. It's easy to feel hopeless in the face of the hottest year in history and the devastation of Derna. Yet, we must remember that we are not powerless. When we act with solidarity, we can overcome even the most daunting challenges. That is what gives me hope. I believe in the face of the climate crisis, we can and we will reinforce and rediscover humanity's greatest strength, our capacity to collaborate, to overcome differences, and to harness the power of collective action. This is precisely what we aim to achieve through the COP28 Comprehensive Action Agenda. We are going after gigatons, and we need everyone to come on board. The first pillar of this agenda is aimed at eliminating those 22 gigatons as part of a fair, just, responsible, and well-managed energy transition. The phase down of fossil fuels is inevitable. In fact, it is essential. And it must go hand in hand with a rapid phase up of zero carbon alternatives. Our plan calls for a massive expansion of renewable energy, tripling capacity by 2030. And this call to action is gathering real and serious momentum. First, the European Commission presidency signed up, then Kenya, then the African Union Commission, and most recently, the G20. This is a very good start that we must capitalize on and build on. We need to slash permitting timelines and supercharge investments in battery storage. And we must not overlook the power of efficiency. It is, in fact, the simplest, cheapest, and fastest way to bring down emissions. At the same time, we need to brutally be honest about what it will take to transition heavy emitting sectors. There are more than 5,500 steel, cement, and aluminum plants in the world. None of them can run on renewables alone. Hydrogen can and should help if governments set smart policies to bring costs down, scale up technologies, invest in the scaling up of infrastructure, and put unifying market standards and specifications in place. And as we build an energy system free of all unabated fossil fuels, including coal, we must rapidly and comprehensively decarbonize the energies we use today. That is why I have called on all oil and gas businesses and industry to step up and up their game, eliminate methane emissions by 2030, and demonstrate clear, measurable, net zero pathways and roadmap by or before 2050. Excellencies, colleagues and friends, allow me to be candid. Some say that we can have it all. In fact, some are actually in this room today. Zero carbon economic growth with no upfront costs. That is something I cannot comprehend. There is a cost either way. We must be honest and sober about this very important fact. And we must accept to come to terms with realities. We need to stop misleading this world. We must be honest, and we must do it right. We all know that this is going to cost trillions. In fact, between $4 and $5 trillion annually. It will mean we will have to make some tough choices. But doing nothing or not doing enough will dramatically come at greater costs in human life and socio-economic development. And that's why I have been consistently calling for a pro-climate and pro-growth approach. This makes fixing climate finance a critical success factor. This must be the year that the $100 billion pledge is finally fulfilled and delivered. And we must go much further. If we are to unlock trillions, we need to unleash the full potential of private capital. To do this, we need to reform outdated international financial institutions. We must recapitalize their balance sheets and unlock more concessional finance. In short, we need to create an ecosystem where finance is made more available, more accessible, and more affordable. And this brings me to my third pillar. Over the past 10 months, I have seen firsthand that climate action is primarily about people, about lives and livelihoods. From the young entrepreneur I met in Nairobi to the bright young students of Bangladesh, from the indigenous community leaders of the Amazon to the shop owners here, right here in New York City, people everywhere want the same thing. They want clean water, clean air, economic opportunity, prosperity, safety in the storm. In other words, it's not enough to focus on future climate risks. We need to deal with the climate impacts that are with us here, today, and right now. Nature can help. When we protect our ecosystems, they will protect us back. This is why we are calling for countries to embed nature-positive investments in national climate strategies. At the same time, we must find a way to feed a growing population without overheating the planet. I call on all countries to sign up to the COP28 Declaration on Food, Agriculture, and Climate to help transform food systems for the health of the planet and its people. In addition, COP28 will be the first to put global health on the climate agenda by hosting the first climate health ministry in partnership with the World Health Organization. Roughly 1 million lives a year could be saved worldwide by 2050 through air pollution reduction efforts alone. All of this requires funding, which we should view as investments, not as cost. That is why we are calling on all countries to help and to advance and to progress and to double adaptation finance by 2025. Replenish the Green Climate Fund and help operationalize the fund for loss and damage with real and early pledges. Excellencies, The final pillar of my action agenda is full inclusivity. In fact, everything I talked about is underpinned with full inclusivity. Climate change does not recognize political divisions or national borders. It reflects everyone, everywhere. The size of the challenge requires everyone to show up. That is why, in partnership with Mike Bloomberg, I'm inviting 1,000 mayors to share what's working at the local level at a very special summit at COP28. We need the energy and voices for our youth. We need the talent and capital of businesses and philanthropies. We need the wisdom of indigenous peoples. All faiths, all communities, all industries, all businesses, all peoples working together for one planet and one ambition. Colleagues, I want everyone who intends to come to COP28 to come with hope, to come with optimism and the will to deliver real, actionable, tangible results. Together, let's turn pledges into projects, and let's turn ambition into action. Let's be brave, and let's be bold. Let's go after the gigatons, not each other. Let's activate a truly global response to the global stocktake. And let's unite, let's act, and let's deliver. I thank you all.
Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber, incoming COP28 President, thank you so much for your really important words. You spoke about the voices of young people, and before giving the floor to the Secretary-General to close his Climate Ambition Summit, I now give the floor to Vishal Prasad from Fiji to give the perspective of young people.
Mr. Secretary-General and Your Excellencies, I speak to you today as a Pacific Islander and a youth. Someone who is from a region that has faced the relentless onslaught of climate change. We have seen rising sea levels like silent invaders swallow ancestral lands and homes, tearing apart the fabric of communities that have thrived for generations. We have seen the ferocity of tropical cyclones and hurricanes, now more frequent and intense, that leaves behind a trail of shattered lives and broken communities. We've seen our vibrant oceans lay bleached and lifeless, and we have seen the heart-wrenching goodbyes families have had to say as they left behind their homes, no longer inhabitable, no longer their home. Amidst this harrowing reality back home, young people have been calling for greater action, ambition, and accountability on the streets, in countless forums and at negotiation tables and before judges. But many times it appears that there are very few who genuinely share our worries, our fears and passions as the climate crisis rages on. It wreaks unimaginable damage and harm to our planet and our people. It is heartening to witness that among those who do stand with our youth, who share our worries and who are witnessing the climate crisis unfold before their very eyes, are the very countries that are at the front lines. The small island developing states and those states most vulnerable among us are the heroes of our time. They are the custodians of wisdom that has been forged in the crucible of adversity, and their resilience, determination, and indomitable spirit inspires us all. But we need to see the same for the same world, and it is frustrating that countries that have contributed the most to the climate crisis remained relatively silent, absent in ambition, action, and accountability. The same level of ambition seen today by some of the world's smaller states needs to be replicated in capitals of all the developed nations to provide us a fighting chance against the climate crisis. It is here that a discussion on climate justice is so crucial. We know that people who are burdened to suffer the most from the climate crisis are in many of the poorest countries and many that did nothing to cause the problem. If I can just focus on young people in this regard, more than 85% of the world's youth live in the global south, and this underscores the magnitude of the impact of the climate crisis on the youth, who are not only our future leaders, but also our most vulnerable citizens, facing a world where the odds are unfairly stacked against them. Amidst this backdrop, young people are tired of half-hearted efforts and empty promises. Young people are demanding not only action, but accountability for the pledges and promises that we have heard and that we hope to hear. Importantly, these pledges and promises that we often hear must translate into policies and plans that actually materialize on the ground. As Pacific Islanders, we have witnessed some of the deadliest impacts of climate crisis that continues to become more frequent and intense. And here today, I cannot highlight enough the urgency of the situation that we find ourselves in. It is for this reason that young people from the Pacific and around the world have called on the International Court of Justice to issue an advisory opinion on climate obligations in relation to climate change. This request is about putting human rights at the center of climate change and action. It is about putting integrity and accountability back into our systems, and more importantly, about ratcheting our collective ambition for a safer and more secure future. We call on all UN member states to participate in making submissions to the ICJ, understanding that a strong legal clarity from the court could truly advance the pursuit of climate justice for all, particularly on ambition, action, and accountability. And as this summit concludes, there is now an even greater need for a united call and a more cohesive push towards our shared goals as we head into COP28, because we are already behind and the crisis that we are trying to address has had a huge head start. The work of this summit must springboard into further scaled ambition and action. As young people, we often call ourselves stubborn optimists, stubbornly determined to ensure that we are doing everything we can to fight for the future we want. Our hope is that this stubbornness and this resolve will be contagious, and that countries and leaders will find within themselves the courage and the determination to also do all that they can in the face of this crisis. Vinaka, and thank you.
Thank you so much for those extremely passionate and powerful, but yet truthful words. I now give the floor to the Secretary-General to close his Climate Ambition Summit. Mr. Secretary-General.
Dear friends, I'll be very brief. You have already heard me yesterday in the Plenary General Assembly and this morning in the opening of our work. But this started as the Climate Ambition Summit, and I believe it ends as the Climate Hope Summit. And indeed, if something was clearly proven by all the testimonies that we had today, from governments, from regions, from cities, from companies, from asset owners, is that the 1.5 degrees limit is possible to be achieved. We are not talking about a dream. We are talking about something that can be real if we mobilize all our energies to make it happen. Now, the conditions are not yet fully met. Clearly they aren't. We are in many aspects even moving backwards. I was in the G20. I was quite disappointed what the G20 concluded about climate, because the geopolitical divides are still not allowing for what must be an historic compromise between developed economies and emerging economies that are the biggest emitters, to be able to come together respecting the principle of common differentiated responsibilities, but all recognizing that they need to do more, and they need to do more together, putting together their resources, and especially the technological resources that allow for the transition, to accelerate the transition that is required. Of course, it's true that we still see many fossil fuel companies, asset owners, other companies that seem to be betting and investing in the same logic of those that in the beginning of the center were betting and investing in horse-drawn carriages, thinking that that would guarantee their maximum profits. And it is also true that many of us, believing in the need for climate action, are not yet doing enough when we look into our own carbon footprint. So we are not yet there. But what has happened during this day is that a meaningful number of countries are already fully aligning their policies with the 1.5-degree goal. What we have seen today is that there are regions and cities that are already aligning their policies, their strategies, their investments with the 1.5-degree limit. What we have seen today is that there are companies and there are asset owners and other financial institutions that are already aligning their strategies or their portfolios with a 1.5 degrees strategy. And if these first doers and first movers can do it, everybody can do it. We need to create the right environment. We need to create, as it was said, the right ecosystem, but it is possible to do it. Now, it's not going to be easy, but everything that really matters needs a lot of fighting to be able to get there. So to all the first doers that are here today, and I think now it's a matter of doing, to all the first doers that are in today, I say, scale up, bring together all those that you can bring together with you, go for it, take no prisoners.
The 2023 Climate Ambition Summit is officially concluded. Thank you so much. Thank you.